I just said that and she gave me bits. I what? Thanks for the bits, Shay. Yeah. I think I'm joining. Yeah.
Your chat.
Oh, I was wondering why we're not looking at each other's chat. I was like confused.
No, not yet. Not yet. Okay, gotta go. Have fun.
Hi,
Okay,
Leah.
thank you,
Bye,
Leah.
Leah.
Hi, Leah. Bye,
Bye,
Leah.
Leah. Bye, Leah.
Oh my gosh, guys, I need to do something for my reaching 10,000 bits now. What should I do for it?
Donate to charity.
You see,
I see where your
I
moral
would.
compass sways.
No, you see, I would, but I need to wait for like Twitch to pay me first before I can even do anything about donation. Twitch doesn't fucking pay me. I don't fucking know where did my $100 went. Oh my god, spaghetti. You just had spaghetti. No, yet pasta. Was it spaghetti? You said pasta, right?
What?
Never mind. Never mind. Quintana.
Ding, 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 ding. Alright, we'll do bot royale so that you can finish it up in this round.
Wait, which should I need to do again? It is the marksman weapons. Okay. Marksman weapons. Are we to go for the triple tick or the 30-30? Okay. Oh, this is the one with J-Hope. This version.
I keep forgetting that everyone needs to ready in Apex.
Yeah. Just now I also.
Invited to the after party? is your champion.
Always so pro.
Oh.
It's the three of us. What do you mean?
Knight as well is the best. You two are the best. Wow. I'm gonna get carried. I'm gonna get carried.
Yelling is
This is
You
literally
gotta
my
pull your
first
own
game.
weight here.
I'm going that way. Come if you want.
Alright, look at that mud.
Maybe I should tweak that.
Getting shot at. I made my way.
Down one. Down another one. Someone out for the count.
My God.
Oh,
Are you freaking kidding me?
come to me.
Can't believe I'm standing still.
Thank you.
I like you.
Oh. Oh.
Recharging my shield.
No, you're kidding.
Oh.
Okay,
NT.
I should have just fought. I don't know what am I doing.
It's okay.
Almost got the knockdown too. Oh man, it's okay. Warm up, you know.
Yep. I found like a full bot squad, so I got like 3 easy kills.
Nice.
I can field as a prowler in 3 minutes. Hypothetically, I could do a legend in 2.
Octane's out is that launch pad.
Yeah.
That launch pad does nothing.
You used to do a lot more. Where you could redirect your
Yeah.
direction.
It's so lame now.
Yeah, it is.
Introducing your champion.
But at least you get 2. So it's still kinda okay.
Let's land there. Let's land here. I swallowed a bug. Good protein.
Where should we go? Here?
Anywhere.
I've made my weapon weaponier.
Speed up.
Oh, I hear someone.
Heavy mag here. Level 3.
First fatality. Let the games begin.
Oh, it's not good.
Down one. Oh, cracked an enemy shield. They're not getting back up from that. Oh, another one down. Yo, I leveled up.
Got a competitor.
Choices. Don't want to Rings right there. So close. So close.
Opponent wiped out.
Sweet. This baby's looking even deadlier.
Smash an opponent's shield.
Faster. Yo, extra boost.
The whole squad is out. Making hope
I
no
picked up the empty set. Mark them on your map.
30 seconds until the
Nice.
ring. Sniper ammo here.
I've made my weapon even weaponier.
Yo, cracked an enemy shield. Downed one. Charging up my shields. 10 seconds till ring close. Let's go.
Active one five.
Yo, cracked an enemy shield. Eat thermite.
Okay.
Opponent wiped out.
Noise. More.
Let's get inside.
Reloading. Mira, that was the last of that squad. Charging on my shields.
Oh, that's it? Oh,
Kill shot skills.
Yep.
you're damn fast, yeah.
Didn't mean to rhyme. Here's a nitrogate. Pick up the pace.
Oh, care package. Sweet. Charging shields. Come on, come on.
You know, I just had like the wildest thought.
Oh, what is it?
Moving there.
Why can't we sync up our ads like women sync up their periods?
Sika, oh, what?
Ads.
Ads?
Because I realized that Turkey has an announcement for the ads. I'm like, did I have my ads on? And then from that, my train of thought just went to, what if we synced up our ads?
Like women.
Like women syncing up the periods, yeah.
You do realize that that is interesting.
You lie.
Backpack here. Level 3. Don't worry, it won't slow you down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh.
I ought to grab an upgrade. Yo, got an upgrade. You should try it sometime.
Care package here.
Extended heavy mag here.
Optics here.
Level 3.
Close range.
People on me.
Gracias. Faster, faster, faster.
Where are you?
Shooting at me.
Oh no.
Ah, it's a real. Okay.
I am down. Enemy pulling up here.
Yeah, on
Oh,
top.
that's. Are you coming?
Oh, that's
The weak and the
bad.
wounded always
I
go
don't want to
first.
fight this
No
alone.
judgment.
I'm coming.
Go, you go.
Taking fire. Down one. Charging on my shields.
Oh, come on.
Okay, this one right here.
No, 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 let me get this off. Oh, that's so low.
Charging on my
Are you
shields.
better?
Oh, oh. Where? Oh, that's more than one. I'm not making it out of this. Oh. Oh? Wait, what?
Okay. I didn't know this one was right in front of us.
All good.
We are all legends, but I am Axel.
Race you to the LZ.
I've been shooting since I was a baby. I was a very dangerous baby.
Introducing your champion.
Let's go, yo.
Fuck me.
Sightlines look good over there. Let's land here. I swallowed a bug. Good protein.
Why does Vantage keep swallowing bugs?
I guess she really does like rounds. Huh?
Yeah, you think like after the 2 or 3 times
New
she would.
premonition, you guys will win. I really doubt it. So hello Gray. Is your work done? Are you done with work now?
Oh, oh,
Reloading. Downed one.
oh. That's a real one. No, that's a bot. I don't know.
Heads up, we're not alone.
Ah,
Oh, that's real.
of course.
Ready.
See, you just got back home from the train.
They went
Okay,
down to
nice, that's
revive
good.
the one I
Inside the
know.
next ring.
Get comfy at home. Have you had your dinner yet?
Extra boost. Go, go.
Okay. I'm coming here.
Anyone near you? No.
Nope. You're not dying.
Hey, I leveled up. Gonna pick an upgrade.
New kill leader. Good. Gaining power will make them easier to spot. Opening fire. Taking
Oh.
fire.
Put a nitro gate down. Speed up.
Shatter the prey's shield.
Enemy shield is hit.
Oh,
Down,
Are you kidding me?
down another one.
last one is on my ping. He's hiding from you.
Sights on an enemy.
Above?
I'm down.
Above. He's
Oh,
low, he's low.
one shot. Nice.
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 You're lucky I like you. We're already inside the ring.
Die later. Right now.
I could have used a good run. Hello, is calling to me.
Watch my back.
Noise.
Killing.
This shield. This medkit here too.
Medkit here. Extended sniper mag here. Level 3.
I'm healing.
Let's pick this care package clean.
Let's go, let's go.
Let's go. Oh, oh. Oh, I am so. I'm.
Where?
Down.
Half the
Nice.
squads have survived despite their best efforts. Recharging shields.
Come on, come on.
Opponent wiped out.
An upgrade is calling to me.
Reloading.
Healing up.
Sniper ammo here.
Rah. Rah. Alright, I think we're pretty good with this side. Let's move on to the Evo cache. Which is all the way here.
We got an Evo harvester here. Anyone?
Oh.
Okay, they're shooting at me.
Took down some prey.
Opponent wiped out.
I should upgrade my skills, huh? Grabbed an upgrade, let's go! Must go faster! Yo, I'm at the max level! Trust me, I know. Extended energy mag here, level 3.
Need a new angle on this. Taking fire. Shatter the prey's shield.
Low. Where did they go? What?
Recharging shields.
Back up, back up, back up.
Down, down.
Nice. Oh, what? Dead.
Weird that you have a shot at surviving on my planet.
Kill leader.
Nailed that whole squad.
Recharging shields.
Oh,
Down. Repeat. I am down. A competitor.
oh. This one. No. We can't bring a specific loan.
I don't fucking know which is which. I'm gonna run.
I,
No one
there.
is coming to you.
That side. Going behind you.
Something.
Behind me?
Taking fire. Shatter the prey shield.
Oh, nice try.
Unlucky.
Crazy. Balloon TD6? Crazy. I used to play that so much.
Hi, Rasmi. Thanks for the lurk. I will do something or something. Okay.
Replicator being delivered.
Lost in the wild, cold, and alone. That's my happy place.
Yeah, I need one more knockdown using
Can't we do the blah 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 after? I'm ready now.
Good luck. Let's hope we find the bot squad.
What kind of gun do you need?
marksman. I prefer the 30-30 over the triple shot thing.
We'll
But
go
I also
to,
like that one.
We'll go to a heavy arsenal then.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
I'll show you.
It's like the things where you can upgrade your weapons, and they have all the weapons.
Oh, those things. Oh, okay, yeah. Go.
Yelling is good for focus.
Grab your 30-30 and fight.
Let's do it that way.
Heavy arsenal here.
I'll go to the house to the right.
I've been trying to land there. Like the heavy arsenal thing.
I've made my weapon even weaponier.
Weapon here.
Getting a fresh angle.
First fatality. Let the games begin. Found an extended energy mag here. Havoc here.
Level 2.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We're already in the
Setting
ring.
a nitro gate.
Guess I was
Don't
running
keep it.
circles for fun.
No bots? No nothing? Wow. Oh, never mind, I take it back.
They're shooting at me.
You're in?
Down.
Oh,
Ah.
oh, that's a real squad then. And I am far away. I'm trying to get to you.
Shatter the prey's shield.
Oh no, please don't die.
It's a fake squad. It's a fake squad. It's just a bot squad.
Oh,
Oh,
I got 2 down. I got 2 down.
nice.
The last one's running up there.
You can kill the last one.
I'll just revive.
No, I already got my
first.
knockdown already. So
Oh,
I
you
should be
got-
fine. You can.
You're lucky I like you.
Nice.
Charging shields.
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
Summons the new kill leader. Gibt Vollgas.
We're already in the ring. Guess I'll run in circles for fun.
Half the squads are worm food. Taking a new angle. Sector bound. Machine told me where to find
Heavy
enemies.
ammo here.
I spelled them first though. We're downwind.
Let's see it
I
that way.
leveled up.
I'm dropping all my heavy ammo here.
Energy ammo here. Go faster.
Care package coming down. Replenish the stores.
Oh my god, it's been 8 hours since you streamed. Oh my god, I know, right? I'm losing brain cells. I'm losing brain cells. I'm tired, but then again, I'm having fun.
You're tired. You wanna stop?
No, I'm good. I had my dinner.
Sure.
Alright, dinner. I'm quite
You're-
good.
You're still sick, though.
For my lunch break till now, insane. I am crazy
Your
like
break is
that.
up for grabs.
You really are crazy.
What are your plans for tonight, Gray? Oh, hello, Fio.
Oh my god, Fior!
Hello.
My
Love of my
idol.
life. Hello.
What?
Nah.
It's go time.
Are you... okay. I think you're starting to be a little bit delusional.
I am a little drowsy. That is me. Yes. Whoa. My bad. My bad, Theo. Dinner then sleep. Oh, okay, okay. Well, the sudden confession.
Tusker question mark.
What does that mean?
Tusker is like, oh my god, thank you too much. You know, like fan service kind of thing.
Must go faster.
One there.
No one gave
I
that
should
rainbow
upgrade
to
my
shields.
skills, huh?
Full pack. Anyone forge an ultimate accelerant? I could use one.
Where
Never mind.
exactly?
Come on.
Opening fire.
Uh oh.
This kaput. Reloading.
Fucking gosh.
Competitor down.
Bye.
Reviving.
Switching it up.
Starting so fast.
I'm probably gonna die to gas or something. There's so much gas. Oh, I'm gonna die to gas. Holy. Oh, I survived on like 1 HPO.
Oh my. That was intense.
Watch my back.
Love
I'm
it too.
healing.
Yay. Yay.
I'm so jealous. Oh, by the way, there's this thing here.
Over armor.
Anyone wants it?
Mm,
Buffing up damage.
how's your night going, Fio? Saw you were streaming earlier today. You're doing your weekly stream. Weekly? Somewhat daily stream.
Level 1 shields on a mark
Question mark?
over there. Full pack is alive.
Apex? Hello, Neo. Hello. See, yeah. As you can see, I've been streaming for like 8 hours now.
Why is he running to crazy bot?
We're currently doing bots so that, okay. We're doing bots because we wanna get the challenges done for you to do comp. How you doing? I'm really sick, man. I'm so sick, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Poor
but
thing.
yeah. Oh my god, yeah, I know it's yeah.
Replicator incoming.
It's
He
going
got
okay so
worse,
far.
yeah.
I'm a little
And this
sick.
bitch refused to
Let's
sleep.
get up.
Oh
Shatter
shit.
the shield. Down to mark.
Let's see. It's going okay so far. I'm a little sick, so I'm resting right now. Oh. Is everyone sick? Holy shit. Neo, don't get sick. Hope you get better soon. Thank you, man.
Oh
Oh,
no.
Come on, compadre, get up.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's okay, we can both be sick, it's crazy.
Recharging the electro gate. Pick up the pace.
2 other squads left. Okay, time to actually start trying.
Smash an opponent's shield.
Everybody sick these days? Yeah, I think there's like a flu going around.
Be ready. Kickstarting this fight.
why do I hear them to my... Oh. No. I do not have batteries. Oops. Oh,
But it's not good. Hi again. Hi Jazz.
There were two. Over me, compadre.
I'm gonna come to you. Okay, one's down.
Win first, then pass the party. Smash an opponent's shield.
Coming to you.
Ready me there, Jazz.
Oh,
No,
that's
Oh
nice.
no, nice try.
Oh,
Nice
that
try.
is...
Hello, Jazz. Hi again.
Run while you can, Knight.
Oh,
Run while
it's the
you
last
can.
squad. I don't think running's... yeah.
Oh, that was the last squad. Shit, I didn't even
Yeah.
notice.
Running
Wait, I think we
is
can end already.
nice.
What was that?
I think we can stop.
You wanna stop?
Because- No, I think we can stop because I mean like the bot one because I finished it. I
Oh
think.
yeah, right. No, yeah, you're right. Let me go back to the lobby. GG's, bro. GG's,
Let me
bro.
just check in case.
How you doing, Donio? It's been a while since I last saw you.
Neo. Oh yeah, rank unlock. Yippee.
I don't think I've seen you stream either. Or at least not recently. I don't think.
Oh, I received the aura halo thing. Oh my god, that's so cool. I want it. How do I equip it?
Hey, we can do REPO.
Auras. Oh my god, let's go. That's so cool.
This man says he only streams for 3 to 4 hours and proceeds to stream for 8 hours. That's because I'm free today. Haha.
Yeah.
Wait, Theo, do you want to hear the new song cover?
Oh
that
my
I
gosh.
did last night? I'm here to
Bruh.
impress my idol.
You should impress
Neo, do you want to hear it
our
too?
idol. Show him. Show him the
Really
cover.
here? Okay. I did this last night while Yu was sleeping. And I think
I'm so
Dorky
sad.
was showering.
yes.
Wow. Knight should have just brought me with you. I mean, what? Who said that? Dang, the wind is so strong today. No,
Alright, it's gonna play.
I also want to hear.
great.
Okay, you ate that.
Okay,
I
you
know,
ate
right?
that. I know, right? It's because of the sick voice. That's the
No,
sick voice appeal.
no, don't say that. Wait, you should show me the more than
Sick
anything
buff.
cover.
Oh yeah? Sure, sure, sure.
Yeah.
Let me pull it out.
Put
This
his
is a
cock out.
cover that I whoa that I did with
Put his
Jesus
cock out.
Christ. This is a cover that I did with Yu.
So drama, yeah.
Clack, 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 clack. There you go. There's the cover. Yeah, yeah. Clack, 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 clack. I think Theo is speechless.
He has.
You guys can ready up now.
Oh, I forgot that we need to ready up. Okay.
There you
Yeah.
go. Clap, 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 clap.
Clap.
What map is it, anyways? Didn't say, did they? the UI is so clunky. There's so many things that I can click on. Time for you to get to Predator. Oh my god. Oh my
What does
god.
predator means?
Predator is, you know what a predator is.
Oh, like, is that a rank in?
Ah, yeah.
No, no, I'm just, I didn't know. I don't know what the ranks in here.
It's basically Radiant.
I see. Top 750 player. That's like Yufio. That's like Origin Night as well.
What? No.
Crazy.
Yeah, like, yo, just
I am the
better.
bottom 750. What the heck?
Then what am I? If you're a bottom, what am I?
You're top.
Wow, you think so?
No.
What? Come on! Nah, Fio, you believe I'm a top, right? Yeah, you think I'm a top, right? No way you think I'm a bottom too. There's
I like
no
how you're
way.
asking twice now.
No way, please. Give me the validation that I need.
Sure. Side eye. Just
You know
side
what?
eye.
At least he said sure. At least he said sure. I'm taking in anything, please.
With the bombastic side eye.
Ah!
Oh, you were top ranked. Oh my god.
Oh.
What the fuck did I do?
This is ranked, by the way, so we can't just, yeah, okay.
I'm Trump Mistress. Do as I say, and you will win.
I'm scared.
Let your dreams be dreams.
Excuse me, Fio. That is so rude. I can't believe this.
I can't believe
Preposterous,
you've
I tell
done
you.
this.
Full gas.
I can't believe you done this. Yeah, it's preposterous. Isn't it? Tokyo, where are we going?
Alright, split up. Because no one's landing here with us.
First blood. The race is on now.
Be your own top. Oh my god. Look at that. Charles knows exactly what's up.
Be my
Oh,
own top.
wow.
In it.
Weapons to enhance my survival. I learned. Taking a new angle.
One
What in the order
ring
is?
is close. Let's go. I don't like stalling.
Optics here. Sniper.
Is there any other gun?
Why wait? Let's go.
I mean,
I
sure.
won the gacha.
Sniper ammo here. Ring closes in 30. We should get moving. Don't want to get toasted.
I've enhanced my weapon.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2. Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. It'll increase fire rate for shotguns. The ring is near, but it closes in 10. Anise. Echo's got an angle. Moving there.
Where is the? What's up there? How do I even get up there?
Outside the ring is where the stupid died. Let's get inside.
How do you get up there?
There's a REPO.
Current angle sucks.
This
Switching it up.
one there.
Go
Okay.
here. Moving is a good idea.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
What's this?
I wanted to scan the area.
I'll share.
I've enhanced my weapon.
I picked up the enemy scent. Mark them on your map.
Let's get out.
Power grid.
Where?
Down. Replenish the
Oh,
store.
okay.
Extended light mag here. Sniper stock here. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
I've made my weapon even weaponier. Dibs. Everyone's got favorites, and that's mine.
Oh, by
Extended
throw.
energy mag here.
Oh, by
Level
throw.
3.
I can no longer be the throat goat. Fuck.
What? I swear, you're getting more sus and sus by. I feel like the more you hang out with me, the more sus you get. What's happening?
Not really. The more I hang out with you, the more comfortable I am, and now you're just seeing me for what I am.
I mean, I love you for who you are. It's just damn, damn. Orange.
God damn.
Kill leader. Good. Standing taller will make them easier to spot. Better angle at Echo's location.
Okay, damn. I did not expect to.
Alright, shall we move towards me ping?
Sure.
Right over there. There should be some buggers.
Buggers.
Yes.
Getting a fresh
Should
angle.
be some form of entertainment here. Not the boring old shit of running around and looting.
Yeah, I want to fight.
Oh, what the Oh, what the fuck?
Echo's picked a sweet angle. Moving.
It's been looted. But where are the looters?
They ran
In
it,
it.
you know. In it. Oh, I hear something.
I'm hearing gunfire.
See him.
Mind if I
There's
do?
one there.
Over there.
It's around there.
Use this nitro gauge.
Oh my god.
Yes. Enemy sighted far.
Yeah, fighting. I'm going.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Amping you up.
Let's kickstart this fight.
Cracked. Oh. Oh.
No, no, no.
Down some prey.
It's gonna
Very
close
good, very
that.
good.
Hey, we need to go though.
That'll be fine.
Oh.
We might not be fine. We might not be fine.
Oh. 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 No, I got knocked.
I'm just gonna go ahead first, huh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go, go, go. Oh, they're coming behind you.
We'll see if I can go res that later.
Oh, there's one here.
No bullets.
One at the edge. Oh, anti.
Nice try.
Thank you,
Not-
thank you, thank you. Got a little greedy there. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Alia, stay close. I'm your lifeline.
It's hyper death out there. Now that I understand.
I do not submit, I dominate.
Introducing your champion.
Check yourself or wreck yourself. Good, I'm the jump master.
Oh,
Yelling is good for focus.
Why are there so many people here?
Oh.
Did we all have the
Purple.
same idea? God damn.
yeah.
Oh.
Golly. Alright, pick up your guns and run away.
Oh, really? Zero guns in that place.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Shield is kaputt. Reloading.
I'm with it.
Here's the nitro gate. Pick up the pace.
Coming to you.
Competitor down. Ciao ciao.
Whatever. I don't fucking care anymore.
Took out a competitor.
Oh, knew it.
Here, take Doc. He'll fix it up.
Oh, where's my gun?
Opponent's shield.
Nice.
No.
Above?
Last one on top.
Oh.
Wait, you get back, you. Can you come to me?
Oh, I am so bad. Oh, he's cracked.
No, this is why. Because I'm
He's coming
down,
down,
that's why I
coming
can't
down,
help you.
coming down. Onto you. Oh,
He's chasing.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Letty.
That is why. TNT.
Got trouble here.
Have upgraded. Let's put it to the test.
Wait, are there golden colored people?
That's racist.
Oh, is that racist?
You have to call them golds, not golden colored people.
Okay, why are they golds? I don't know why they called. It's just golden in color. They're like golden colored.
Yeah, the gold rank.
I don't know what's the
high
ranking
rank,
called here.
basically.
I don't know what's the ranking called here. Okay, I'm
It's the same for
sorry.
every other game. It goes from like iron, then bronze, then
Is iron here?
okay, bronze, silver, and then what is it, gold? In Apex, instead of iron, they have rookies. There's only called a rookie rank.
Wait, but I
These are all
didn't
the
got
people
placed
who
there.
have never.
Oh, so those that unranked lah. Like those that like we
No,
just now
unranked is
before.
just unranked. But rookie rank is basically below bronze. It's for people who just started.
But I just started.
Yeah, so you are rookie, you know? Or is your rank
was bronze.
Oh shit. Oh, they removed it.
Yeah. Cool. Wow, 너무 더워. Scar far away. Oh,
Los geht's. Don't make me drag you.
okay.
Attention. First blood.
The battle happens quick. Be ready.
Do not stop. Use the nitro gate.
Wingman here.
I've made my weapons even weaponier.
Round one. Beginning.
Backpack here. Level 2. Backpack here. Level
1 minute. Rings nearby.
There's a new kill leader.
Energy
That's
ammo
going to
here.
keep the seat warm for me. 45 seconds. You could call to the ring, but don't degrade yourself.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online. Champion eliminated.
Got my weapon in hand. Let's do this. Jump in now.
Getting closer.
Sniper stock here.
Launching to
Level
a new
3.
angle. Honed in on our prey. They're marked on your map.
Let's go over there.
We can go to grow towers. Actually, no. We will need to be in solar array. Never mind. We'll just go solar
We're
array.
closing in 10, and it's just a shot away.
Warning. In progress.
Listen up, the ring's moving. My weapons enhanced, ready to die.
All right, let's fight some baddies.
A nitrogate. Gebt Vollgas.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Let's pick this care package clean.
I love Bolt SMG here.
There's like a lot of energy ammo in that.
Current angle sucks. Switching it up.
Extra supplies here. Firepower is key.
Raising a nitrogate. We will not let off the gas.
Oh, right there.
Current angle sucks. Switching it up.
I'm upgraded. I'm ready to jump.
Where do you go?
Oh, what the fuck was that?
I need an extended light mag.
Enhance my weapon.
Moving to Echo for a better angle. I picked up the enemy scent. Marked him on your map.
A lot of people on
Extended
bonsai.
heavy mag here. Level 2.
Let's go over there.
Like a lot of people. If you want, we
Okay.
can go.
Current angle sucks. Switching it up.
Someone just revived. The game light is so... Yeah, the lighting is pretty, isn't it? It's aesthetic.
Half the squads have survived, despite their best
The
efforts.
details and everything.
Launching to a new angle.
Still fighting. I'm not sure if they're fighting on top or below. They're fighting
Opponents
that
coming
building.
in close. I
And
see a
this
competitor
building,
over
I think?
We're right behind you.
Opening fire. Reloading.
Oh,
Taking fire. Just giving my shields a recharge.
Hello, Baz.
Bazzy!
Wait up, I'm crafting.
How are you, Baz? How's Apex going? Apex going good. I'm having so much fun.
Almost cracked.
Wo-
Oh, we can
I-
get,
I
we can
feel I
chase, we
saw.
can chase.
Shooting at me.
Enhance my
Okay.
weapon to
Nice.
enhance my surf. Better angle at Echo's location.
That's the last one in the squad. Sad. I wanted a
Optic here.
challenge.
Sniper.
Round 2.
they can keep looting. Not gonna lie. Never mind, they're here. Nice.
Is there more?
His teammate should be behind.
Oh, one went there to the left. There. I have no idea where that. Oh, that's fine.
Enemy shields broke. Recharging my shields.
Ready.
One termite? That's all this guy carried? Okay.
Launching to a new angle.
Oh. Which one's real? That one's real. He's low. He's one shot. You. Nice.
Nice.
Got him.
Took down the last of that squad. Nice and clean.
Good stuff. My god, we're such a good team.
Yes.
Released 3 new episodes of Vox. What? Vox Machina?
It's the show that I suggested we should watch together.
Is it? Let's watch it then.
Maybe once we finish No Shia with Jay.
I haven't watched that show either. Why you laugh? Why are you laughing?
Crafting. Feels good to
Yeah. It's like a
It's really good. I see.
no, like I've been on it for like 3 months now. We only watched
Oh.
Wait,
like
actually?
7. Yeah.
You've been trying to watch Genosha for 3 months now. You guys only reached what, 7?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know, we do other stuff, so we don't watch.
Nice.
Oh, someone's resin.
Incoming.
Yeah, it doesn't concern me. I'm more concerned about what this is. Hellstar?
Opponent in the distance. Reloading. Starting some fun.
Oh,
We're all inside. Let's explore that way. Just giving my shields a recharge.
oh. On the rooftop there.
Put an eye grenade down. Speed up.
I cracked the target's shield.
They're shooting at me.
Broke that shit. Broke that shit.
Ooh.
Refueling my shields.
Thermite grenade out.
Oh, that's like a rev alt or something. Holy.
Got an angle.
Oh, behind. Behind. Snipers.
Charging shields.
Took out a competitor.
Oh,
Come here.
Pick up the pace.
oh, they're sniping me. Oh. Oh. Nice.
Refueling my
What's going on
I'm
here?
gonna heal myself first.
Yeah, sure.
Did I tell you to die? Get off your knees.
Did I tell you to die? So aggressive.
Damn.
Oh, they're pushing us. Oh,
Down.
Recharging shields.
Stay with me and keep the healing coming.
Competitor down.
Nice.
oh,
Took out a competitor.
Just giving my shields a recharge. Listen
Oh.
up, I'm getting shot at.
sniper.
Wonder which upgrade I should get.
Where are they even? I think we'll cross over. Yeah, we will go over there with my Q.
Oops, that was too many.
Okay, I'm getting shot at. Enemy shield is kaput. Firing.
Oh, nice.
Fire and the whole squad is out.
We're doing great.
Oh
Only 2 minutes
my.
spots remain.
Care package over there.
Ring nearby. 1 minute. Shield battery here.
And there's only 2 squads left. It's just us and another group.
Oh, we're the only ones other than them.
Yeah,
I got an upgrade
just
waiting.
need to figure out where they are.
I could try scanning the area.
We can move towards the satellite then. Yeah. Assuming they're not there. Why do I get the feeling that they're waiting for like the care package or something?
I think
Alright.
uh,
Yeah.
the one you just killed, was it
That's-
a Vantage? Because I was marked by Vantage earlier.
Not too sure actually.
Hold in on our prey. They're marked on your map.
Alright, they're far. We can go over. I think we'll use this as cover. Okay, that's good.
Taking a new angle.
I'm up
Are they on top?
and ready. Say one. We're all inside this ring.
Oh yeah, there they are. No, he's respawning.
So slow. Use the sniper gauge. Starting so fun. Reloading.
Alright, that's not good, is it?
It's a low buff.
Oh. Oh,
Taking fire.
up top. Oh, there I'm getting Sentinel.
Get someone with me.
I cracked the target's shield.
I got one down.
Just giving my
Yep,
shield
one down.
a recharge.
One of them has a Sentinel, I think.
What's the last one?
My prey is down.
Last one should be the one that he revived.
No, I killed that one. Oh,
Nice.
nice. Let's
Nice,
go.
good job, guys.
Wait, I lurk. Okay, have a good look, Bazzy. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we actually won a ranked game with gold.
You are the Apex champions.
With the golden colored people.
With the gold color people, right? Yeah, insane.
Yeah.
How many kills did I get? I got 8. Nice.
Oh, I did nothing. Thank you, Orange.
No. Team effort.
Team effort. You did so much.
He has more damage than both of us combined.
I know, right? He has more kills than all of us combined too.
Yeah.
I did get a lot of assists though. I don't know what I do. How do you get assists in this game? Is it just like just doing a bit of damage, or how does it work?
Do a bit of damage and the person gets knocked by your teammate.
Ah, I see.
Yippee. How's your art going, Charles? Are you still doing art? Or are you doing librarian? Because just now I saw librarian.
I saw Librarian also just now.
Oh no, he ended.
Oh no.
Are you taking a break, Charles? Ah.
Let's see. Do you know that's the sound of a turtle moaning? Okay.
No, it goes. Hey, sus. Yapping to my family, says boyfriend here. Oh, okay. Enjoy your time with your family. Don't shame my turtles. We're not shaming your turtles.
It's not shaming your turtles. We just love turtles.
Okay. Turtles are very cute though.
Yeah. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage...
You there? All good with me.
You and me. Let's take this win. Yo.
No matter that's out. Let's go win.
Introducing your champion.
Oh shit, there's another champion squad here.
Ah.
You okay?
My God, what is this? Yeah, I'm doing it to you. I can't do this right now.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Oh wait, not me.
Jump master here. Wherever we land,
Where are we
head for
jumping?
first place.
I am thinking I really wish Gardens had more stuff, but it doesn't. So I'm thinking we're probably gonna go to Somers University.
Okay. Somers. Oh, it's a university? I'm studying.
Are you okay? Your mic is cutting out a lot.
He's doing the far thing, the one that I'm playing
There
with the
are 2
soundboard.
squads behind us, by the way, so
Oh.
stick
Why are
together, I
they-
guess.
Oh,
But what they possibly want to do here, I don't know either.
An enemy has landed nearby.
You land right next to me. Of course.
There's a sentinel over here. Listen up, the ring be closing in 1 minute.
Freeze fast. Can you cover that distance in 45 seconds?
New kill leader appointed.
Someone is the new kill leader. Give full
oh, I hear steps.
I hear them too.
Smash an opponent's shield. They're shooting at me.
Both cracked.
Launching to a new angle.
Oh, KB on me, cracked.
DB down.
Here, take it on.
Nice.
Last one is below.
Recharging my shield.
Nice.
Opponent wiped out.
He was here.
Predator right here.
Oh,
Check your maps. Machine told me that's another squad shooting.
oh,
Hope they suck at it.
someone else was
What?
shooting. You.
Okay, all down, all down.
The whole
What the heck? I didn't even got a chance to do anything.
the real competition.
My bad.
Charging shields.
No, that's fine.
Hey,
No,
they're in
we're winning this
RT.
anyway. It's just, oh, what the hell? It just happened. Okay.
Getting shot at.
Oh,
You come in?
Oh,
oh,
fuck!
Is it a sniper?
Yeah, it is a sniper.
Okay,
oh,
you
He's
come down.
the... Oh, shit.
oh.
It's okay, stay down
Okay, I'll go down. Okay.
Survive to get to the
What the fuck?
Seconds up.
The kind Lucas here.
Coming to ya. Good luck.
Thank
I
you.
gotcha.
Shit.
I think we should get out of here though. Oh,
Okay, taking fire. Hey, Doc, you follow them now, alright?
Smash an opponent's shield.
I go take the sweet angle. Moving.
Oh, I thought you were the enemy.
Yeah, same.
Oh my god. I got so scared. was like, fuck. Right in front.
Cracked.
I feel like I saw someone, but I also feel like I didn't. Oh, okay. So there is one.
Inside.
Yeah, inside, yeah.
Charging shields.
You said where?
I've got an upgrade.
They're below.
I hear them.
They're below, they're below. You can take the stairs.
Nice.
Oh, low.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
Can you tap me? No, no, let Doki do it. Oh.
Low. Oh my god.
Oh, that guy's so good here. Oh no, I love you so much. Thank you.
Got you.
Yeah, we need to run.
Yeah.
I don't take the sweet angle. Moving.
Did the guy get down? No, right?
No.
Okay.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
There's a perfectly good upgrade just waiting for me.
Getting a fresh angle.
Refueling my shields.
There's a new kill leader. Old one's dead or slacking off.
Okay, what you keep turning back?
To see if the other guy is following us.
He has to replicate it. Hmm. We'll just go for the evil cache.
Oh, they died to the ring. I got the knock thing.
Nice.
At least they got knocked to the ring.
Got some extra munitions here. I should pick up shield battery here.
I
Energy
dropped a
ammo
ton
here.
of energy ammo too.
Taking a new angle.
Is there no energy mag? Oh my god.
Competitor
Why do I
down.
keep...
On truth.
I have a heavy mag for some reason.
Extended heather mag here. Leather 2.
Got an applicator incoming.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
You're fighting. In front of me.
Smashing opponent's shield.
Nice.
The whole squad is out.
He was being chased.
Making room for the real competition.
Reloading. My prey's down.
Competitor down. Ciao ciao.
Getting shot at.
Oh shit!
There you go. He's being chased by them.
Fasten your sugar.
Oh,
Wait,
Recharging my
what? Do we have
shield.
nades? Can we break the
Got a minute
doors?
till the ring closes. Grenade. Grenade.
Wait, there's a few behind, there's a few behind. Go, 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 get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out.
I'm down.
oh no,
Seconds. Rings close. Recharging my shields.
oh.
30 seconds. Rings close.
There's a Watson thingy there.
Watson.
There's a perfectly
Yeah.
good upgrade just waiting for me.
Oh, we're gonna. Oh, wait, I can.
Quick land. I got you.
Thank you.
Care package over
I was about to
there.
die.
Oh. Kinda in between two squads.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
Are we fighting the one inside? Oh, nice.
Feierabend.
There was a squad up there.
Yeah, I think we'll get away from that squad.
We risk it.
We need to prioritize the ring anyways.
I should
And
pick
plus,
up
there
an
are people
upgrade.
fighting in front of us, so it works out. Question is where? I don't see them. Never mind, I see one. Looks like they're sniping from here.
Energized castle wall there.
Mm, wait, what? We can go up.
Low skid.
Wait, is there someone behind? There is! There is! It's them! It's them again! It's them again!
Knocked one.
Here, take those. Go on and fix it up.
Really low. One of them's really low. Oh,
I got him.
nice. I had a mobile respawn beacon.
It's okay, I'll just respawn you here.
Oh, nice.
And there that rings nearby. 1 minute till close.
There's one like around there just now.
Dogs coming to you. 45 seconds. Rings close.
We have to get into the ring, so our safest bet is to go
Shield battery.
around or direct. You know what? Never mind. I'm willing to risk
30
it.
seconds. Rings close.
I'm gonna follow you.
A lot of them are fighting on the left.
I'm bleeding out.
Oh no.
Oh man.
I am pretty far. Oh no, I fell. Oh no, 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 no! I fell! Oh, I didn't know it would save me. I thought if you
gosh.
fall off the map, you die. I literally fell off the map.
Oh my god, nice.
Okay, I think you should just create a banner. There's no point trying to fight
I
that.
hope they don't scam me or something though.
Just create the banner instead. Don't actually
Yeah,
take the
yeah.
banner.
I'm just
It's on your left.
It's right behind you. Oh god,
Hey,
you
what?
drop.
Yeah.
Don't go there. Just yeah. Just use the replicator and then get out.
Oh, wait. Banners.
That's right. And take everything.
No.
Run.
Dog, you're coming with me.
Oh
Nice.
no, no.
Oh, you can make it.
Oh,
you can make it, you can
I'm
make it.
not gonna make it.
No, don't. Oh no. Okay, hide.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Okay,
Oh.
put the thing behind you.
Oh, what?
Oh fuck, he saw you.
Oh,
And
Oh,
he-
nice guy.
That was so unlucky.
Right.
how is he shooting me through that thing?
There's a
That's a
gap
hole.
in
That was a
between.
psycho. Unfortunate, yeah.
Gonna take a little walk this way.
Replicator there. Stock up. Let's lay down fire there.
Hey, did it not account for me? Why am I not inside the? I'm bronze.
I think it takes like
I forgot
average
about
maybe.
me. Oh, I see.
See, you're
Is that how it
predator
is?
at heart, so
What the fuck?
Watch your side and never quit.
You're just giving you a chance. Oh no, you're just giving them a chance.
Nuh-uh. Oh, Suki streaming?
Yeah.
These are not each competition.
Minecrafting.
Oh,
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Introducing
He's mining quafts. Or crafting mines. He's a miner.
Okay. Let's go.
You gotta play it smart again to see who is what and where. Oh god, I don't like that trail.
Which one?
The ones that are burning with sound and bright and shit.
Oh yeah, it's a bit annoying now.
Ooh, okay, a lot of people there. We're gonna switch trajectories.
Oasis. Reminds me of Overwatch.
What was it now?
It does.
Already in the next ring. Take a break to your own.
First blood. Some aren't made for this.
Do you guys hear anyone? I don't.
No, no one landed here. Fun fact, I got a bird. He's being my phone. How is he being your phone? What do you mean by that?
Does that make sense?
What sorcery have you pulled off to make your bird a phone?
Moving to Echo for a better angle.
Extended heavy ammo here.
We're already in the next ring. Don't get comfortable. Luck dies. With us, don't.
Champion eliminated.
Alright, I'm back. Ooh.
Champion's out. Champion of what? Oh, didn't have our prey. They're marked on your map.
I leveled up. Now let's get an upgrade.
Attention. Delivering care package.
I kind of don't want to
Walked
fight
into a new
the
angle.
dockyard. I'm thinking
Care package
Still
clean.
get some use out of
area
it.
will be fine. You know, by the time we get to dockyard, I think they will finish.
Got an upgrade. Gonna put it
Go there?
to use.
Don't make me drag you.
I
Okay.
heard that.
Let's
Do not
go.
stop. Use the nitro gate.
Wait for me.
Awfully quiet for a place that's supposed to have a fight.
Yeah.
It is looted.
Did we loot
Where are
it?
the fighters? The reason why we came here was because there are people here. But where are said people?
Backpack here. Level 2.
Oh my, this is like a horror movie.
Wait, what's the blue backpack?
Here.
Backpack here. Level 2.
I'll use that.
Yeah, I need to figure out how you all got up there. I'm
We took the
lost.
zip line. We took the long.
I hear
zip
someone. I
line.
hear someone.
Oh, there's one.
Let's explore that way.
Go towards him, I guess. Try to help him.
Enemy over there.
There was one above you.
Kickstart the party.
What?
There. I don't have range.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my sniper.
We're chasing it. I'm chasing it.
Where? Where?
Yeah, they went that way.
I don't see them, but okay.
Over there. Move there.
Yeah, they're running.
Opening fire. Okay, they're shooting at
Oh,
me.
Why is the other squad protecting her?
Refueling my shields.
cracked one.
They're shooting at me.
Crack.
Shield is kaput. Far right there. Refueling my shields.
Look out, grenade.
Okay, I'm getting shot at.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, that guy's so low.
Behind.
Oh, that's not good.
You, I think you need to run. You're
Yeah,
on
just
your own.
run. There's
Where'd I
like
run
two
to?
squads. Sideways maybe.
Sorry, beautiful. It's not you. It's me.
Let me die. Let me die.
Stress, I tell you.
Oh, fun fact, I got a bird. He's biting my phone. That makes a lot more sense. That does make a lot more sense.
Hi, Shin. Are you all winning?
Hello,
Not
Shin.
right now. We did win one game. Oh. Oh. Live. You live. Oh.
Into you.
Anti.
That was the closest replicator.
Anti.
My bad. Hi, Shin. Nice try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, they too pro already lah. See lah, these two. These two, too good already.
No, I'm not good. I've only been back on this game since yesterday. No, we did play once with Draven, right? Yeah, like a couple of hours.
Now romp with me. I'm ready for a match.
Introducing your champion.
The skies belong to me.
Good, I'm the jump master.
Jump master here. Wherever we land, head for first place.
So many pro players. My.
Thanks for the SO. No worries. Hope you'll win this one. Let's see.
Let's hit the ground running.
Thank
There.
you.
Yelling is good for focus.
I'm a lurk, you all are pros at my heart. Thank you, Shin. Have a nice lurk.
Hey, Shin.
First blood. The race is on now.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
We're already in the next phase. My weapon. Don't get comfortable. Luck dies when us don't.
New kill leader. Eyes out for.
Ooh.
Evo harvesters are online.
What did you find?
Oh, a legendary gun.
No.
I probably shouldn't use because I'm shit at the game, but
No.
know.
If you dare say that about my friend, the fuck?
well, your friend is shit. That's why.
Oh, you motherfucker. Yeah, that's what I
New
thought.
angle on this.
Number line, go.
Come on, man.
Say one, we're all inside this ring.
Crafting. Feels good to make stuff.
Extended sniper mag here, level 3. Dog, let's glide.
You're still streaming? Yes, he is.
I've enhanced my weapon.
Oh my god, you're still streaming? Ha 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 ha. Hi, Yang.
Incoming care package. Let's see who gets there first.
Have I streamed the whole day away? Maybe. Am I happy that I've done it?
Absolutely.
Maybe. Am I happy that you're here? Definitely. Good rest? Yeah, probably. I'll stop in about half an hour more, maybe. I'm too locked in.
Backpack here. Level 2.
I just woke up. Good morning, Yang. What time is it now?
Orange.
Hmm?
Orange. Look, it's coming.
Okay.
Setting a nitro gate. Gas
I
kitchen.
missed it. I missed it. Give me away.
How does it not? Why is it not working?
Yeah, it's glitched. It's not
8:30
working.
for me right now. Damn.
Echo, take the sweet angle. Moving.
You didn't miss it, it was just glitched.
My bird happy sea stream. Yay, happy burp. What's the name of your
Happy
bird?
burb. Happy burb.
Kiko.
Kiko? Oh.
Kiko. Oh my god, I have a friend named Kiko too. So cute. I love cute animals.
One of my favorite artists, like a music artist, is called Kikuwo. That's pretty
What?
close.
Here's a nitro gate. Pick up the
Where
pace.
also?
We need blue shields. I can't.
Half the squad still cling to home.
I know, right?
Shoes.
Ah, we still don't have enough. Okay.
Echo's got an angle. Moving there.
Guess we didn't see anyone
25.
for a fight.
Here's someone.
Same, I thought I heard someone.
To the left.
I'm sure it's not each other.
Firepower
Oh, hell yeah.
Backpack here, level 3.
Yay.
The moment I use my phone, he wants to see such an iPad kid. Aww.
Oh,
But yes, good morning, Ang.
where is that happening?
They are fighting on the other side of this pillar.
Yeah. Oh, someone went to the roof.
Competitor landed near me. They want to go head to
That's
head.
an upgrade.
I hear
So
them.
slow. Use this nitro
Reviving somewhere, right?
They're inside, they're inside, they're inside.
That wasn't wise. Oh, I am not. Nice. Give me one more. Oh,
Oh,
no!
he's
Fight,
behind.
fight, fight,
You.
He's almost cracked. Oh,
Okay, wait.
Unlucky.
I should have stopped
Oh, my
playing.
game is still
I
saying Valorant. Oh no.
Oh no.
Charles, what didn't you tell me? Nah.
oh no.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, I ranked up.
You ranked
Now
up?
I'm bronze 1.
Nice.
Yippee!
Good shit.
Neat. Ugh.
You silver? No, 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 no. That is fake. That is like a bronze medal colored in silver.
What is this gold colored people doing here?
Ah. Ah.
Why are you laughing?
I think I was barely getting out of rookie rank. Ooh. I don't even know if they have rookie rank anymore. I think they only have bronze now. So they brought back the whole bronze to predator thing and got rid of the rookie to bronze thing.
But what's the point?
It was like a year or two ago. Yeah, that's what I remember. Really? Yeah, Yu just got his rank, or like just unlocked a rank. And for some reason his rank says bronze instead of rookie, so not sure what happened there. Oh, yes. So technically, if you do play Apex, you will have ranked up automatically. Hmm.
Let's go make a mess.
Apparently there is still rookie rank.
Hmm. How are you not rookie then? I don't get it.
I
It's
don't
just
know.
better.
Yeah, the game really thinks that like everyone else needs to fear you.
The fuck? The only reason why they need to fear me is because I had the two of y'all here. I got two macho mans. Two smexy macho mans that I slurp up for dinner. What? Who said that? Dang. The wind is so strong.
Enemies drop down near me.
Oh, they like,
Wait, what?
they
There's
like near
people.
us.
I found nothing. Oh no. That's not good. I don't have anything. I don't even have nades. Okay, Prowler.
God.
I'll take that.
Oh, it's gonna be
We
hard.
got to watch each other's back.
You go so high it doesn't pick up. Oh, I'm coming. No, no, don't die. Don't die. I'm coming.
You're coming?
Yes, I'm coming.
They're
Oh,
reviving.
close to me.
Them.
Here, take the
Oh, there's two. Oh my god, I got melted.
Oh wait, I
Yeah.
suggest you run.
Yeah, I just ran.
Oh, I'm good.
You can say I'm
Okay,
better.
never mind.
The closest one to you is here. Oh, I can't ping it, huh?
Rings close. We only have 10 seconds. Gebt Vollgas.
Yeah, you're going towards it anyways.
Extended supply bin.
No, that's not it. Fuck.
Ah!
Fuck. Where? Are they gonna drop it down sometime soon? Oh, Jesus.
Just stay there, lah.
Yeah, that would be the nearest.
I'm so sad that you has his soundboard muted and doesn't hear it when I play.
What?
I've been playing your soundboard
Oh.
thing. See, when you do it, it cuts off on Discord for us. Oh, behind you.
Shooting.
So he just wants the blue shield.
Choosing an upgrade is the only choice.
It's giving seagull. Yeah, that's exactly what UU is.
Ah!
Why did you change it? Now you just sound like a crow.
Upgrade using an upgrade. Will not let off the gas. Refueling my shields.
You guys just want me to say fuck. Ah! You should see how my friend does it. That Sid friend is Nixane. She does it even better. Like, she's like, Apex.
Do not stop.
No, man.
Sniper gate.
Oh gosh.
Nope, U-turn.
No, U-turn. I love how he said immediate U-turn. It wasn't like a. Should
Ah, I
should
saw
I
that guy. I saw him.
He just wants his purple shield now.
Honestly. If there are people still here, I'm giving up. I can't. I don't understand the game anymore. You're really quiet.
Undercover there, Banner. Let's give them a jump. Half the squad still cling to hope. Zeus.
Yeah, it's
Hi,
ready.
good morning. Oh my god, we both
Ready.
slept until like the end of my stream. Holy shit. And I'm still streaming.
Wow.
Another shot. I won't waste it.
Reduce it, I'm coming in.
Crafting. Feels good to make stuff.
How is Apex going? Apex is going good. Going quite good. Went from Apex to Valorant to Apex to Valorant to Apex. This is my third time playing Apex today. Quite good.
My weapon, even weaponier. Moving to Echo for a better angle.
Alright, playing lots as good as it
I picked up
gets.
the enemy scent. Mark them on your map.
Ooh. Where? Oh yeah, no, I'm back at the Estates. That's where they fought, yeah.
Do you want to go there now? Oh,
Yeah, we
wait,
can.
We should go. We should go get the.
Evo harvester here, team people.
Team people.
So that me and Ned can get the blue shields.
Care package there. Replicators coming down. Here's a nitro gate. Pick up the pace.
It's upgrade time. Let's see what the duck ordered.
Someone looted this already. That would mean someone's here.
Current angle sucks.
Where?
Switching it up. Enhanced my weapons to enhance my
Got an
survival.
extended energy mag right here.
I learned.
Level 3. Got my weapon in hand. Let's do it.
Go back to Valolo. Don't forget dinner.
Got an upgrade.
Oh yeah, I did. I know I had dinner. You would totally do that. Huh? Where do we go?
Launching to a new angle. Rooted out where the next ring will be. Check your map.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Noise.
Nice.
In progress.
Got some extra munitions here. We're all inside the ring. Good.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Alright, let's go into the next ring then.
Care package falling. Should we risk it?
Oh,
Care package there. A short
oh, that's the Kraber.
It's the what?
Kraber. Remember I told you there's a one-shot sniper?
Oh.
Yeah, it's coming. Right here.
Let's pull up over here.
Why are you all the way
take
there?
it?
Yeah? I mean, I probably won't take it. But if you want, you can.
Honed in
You can try it
on
out.
They're marked on your map.
Ooh. Ooh.
Respawn beacon over there.
Oh.
I think it doesn't.
Oh, they're
one
respawning
sh-
people.
Nitrogate.
It doesn't one shot to the body anymore, right? Unless you have like. It's just like 150, I think.
Getting shot at.
Oh, it's calculated. Oh, it's calculated.
Nitrogate down.
Oh,
Speed up.
We're already inside the next ring.
I'm down.
oh no, that's not good.
Hi. You can revive me first. You go.
Target shield.
I'm coming.
On its
You're
way
not
down.
dying.
Okay, do it.
I'm bleeding
Oh,
out.
Oh gosh.
wait. No, no
Oh.
way! What a nade!
Oh,
Holy
damn. Yeah, Lee. Yeah,
damn!
we still went positive.
Sure. No, the thing doesn't one shot. You lied.
It breaks the armor and it literally makes them one shot. If you hit the hit, it is one shot.
Well, I didn't because I thought you said as long as you hit them.
I mean, you practically made them one shot, to be fair.
I did.
What? That's crazy. Dang and TNT, thank you. I don't know how they did it, but guys,
That nade was OP.
Yeah.
that was a perfect nade.
Yeah.
To be fair, I didn't have shields, but I did have like full HP.
Dang, how do y'all play so aggressively?
Just
So
pick the
impressive
fight
to
to
me.
make sure you win.
Like, no, how do you like control the gun so well? Like, damn.
It takes time.
Yeah, as long as we're going positive.
Alrighty.
T. Did we
Turkey,
give
say
you a
hi
shout
back.
out yet?
Turkey, you have
okay,
to say
hi.
hi back.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, let me add the thing to my auto shout out thing. That will take care of that.
Lay the whole world in my love.
Breathe easy. Watch your side and never quit.
If you're behind me, you don't matter.
I love shooting. I don't love killing. I understand the conflict and I'm fine with it.
This is your champion.
Sakamoto.
Sakamoto. Suck on my toes.
Okay.
Now that's racist.
How is that racist? One, two, suck on my toes.
Okay, no. No. I'll come back to you.
No matter what I said, I am innocent, I swear.
I'm back with ad.
Oh.
Oh, there was an ad? Didn't see it. but-
Orange, you are
Orange?
jump master.
Yeah, I know. I'm just seeing whether
Well, I guess we're gonna have
where I
to
want to go.
run really far.
Actually wanted to go all the
This
way
one
here,
close
but
to us?
we're just going to the ship.
Oh, I never
actually
seen
to
this
ship.
before.
Seen what before?
Oh wait, I have. I just never seen the outside of it.
Okay.
Attention. First blood.
My weapon is enhanced.
Already in the next ring.
So I'm made for this.
Oh, I have 2 sentinels. That's not good.
Huh?
Enhance my weapon to
Ah.
enhance my survival.
Ah,
What?
thank
Whoa,
you,
whoa, whoa,
Ang,
whoa,
for
whoa.
the gift sub, for the tier 1 gift sub. Ah.
Ah,
W gift.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee, yippee. Thank you.
I should
I
make a
promise
thing
I
whenever
will try
someone
a
gives me a
little bit
gift
more
sub,
now.
I should do fa.
Yes, if you guys haven't heard, that is Yu's mating call.
What? Excuse me? What am I trying to make call, huh? You too? Wait, where do we even go
That
now?
is your question to answer.
If you gave me the chance, I would take it. Don't say I didn't want you.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Have you guys seen the new meme? The one with the birds dancing?
Care package.
No?
I don't think so.
Looks like a
I
care
don't know.
package is coming in. Big
Oh my
thanks for that.
god, we're gonna have to watch it. T, Ang, Charles, have you guys seen the birds dancing
My
meme?
weapons enhanced. Ready
The
to
animated one?
For a better angle.
I have to find a key for this. Yeah, I still do.
Level 2.
Where do
No,
we
I
go?
haven't. Okay, we're gonna watch it later. What is it? Nah. Ah, okay.
Sniper stock
We will
here.
watch it. We'll watch
Gold
it.
tier.
If you guys are
Good if
free.
you want to keep your shoulder in
If
its
you guys are
socket.
still on.
Taking a new angle.
I gotta
Ooh.
start driving to work, Christ. It's okay. I'll show it to you next time then. Well, actually, no, better yet. I'll just fucking DM it to you guys. Send it to me later, yeah. Okay. Where are we going? Where are we? What am I? Who am I? What?
What am I?
Let us venture to the university. Let's go study. Let's
Oh,
go. Education.
Setting a nitro gate. Gas gate.
Okay. Have a good stream. Please just stop. Bye. T.
bye
Bye.
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 Make sure you stay safe in the car. Stay safe. If anyone honks at you, just punch them back.
Just crash into them.
Exactly. You gotta teach them a lesson for honking.
Honking is rude. It should not be respected.
Moving to Echo for a better angle.
Map show will
Okay, I need to run to y'all.
Trying to find the fucker who's like supposed to be here. Am I blind?
I hope not.
Moving to Echo for a better angle.
I'll meet you guys there in a bit. One sec. I want to.
Echo's picked a sweet angle. Moving.
Aha.
Oh, there's a portal there.
Portal here. I leveled up and done an upgrade
Be
too.
ready. Kickstarting this fight.
Taking a new angle.
No one's around the
The squad
portal
has
though.
survived despite their best efforts. Current angle sucks. Switching it up.
Firing.
Oh,
Reloading.
You're in, ma?
Yo.
Hell yeah, no ads here. I see that's the good thing about having no ads. It like has a different timing.
So what if we synced it up?
Echo's got an angle. Moving there.
I hear you, you bitch. Oh, it's coming out.
Marked him on your map.
Enemy shield is kaput. Getting shot at.
Passing you the sugar.
oh, that's a sentinel. You know what?
Target over there.
Oh,
Spotted. Taking fire. Enemy shields broke.
We're already inside the next ring. Time to fight. Taking a new angle.
EMP coming through. Watch.
oh, that's not good. Wait, did that come from behind us?
Yeah, because he's right here.
Charging my shields.
He's cracked.
Reloading.
Got a replicator coming down.
Delivering Arcstar.
Oh no.
Oh,
Dang it.
I'm coming.
Yeah. I'm going in. And closing. And do it.
Lifelines got your back.
Okay?
Yeah.
Take it up. He'll fix it up.
Oh, oh
Oh,
my
no.
god.
I'm right here.
1 second.
Lifelines got your back.
Thank you.
Oh, one shot. No, the
Oh
Raider.
no.
Oh no, that's not good.
Oh no.
Oh, he was one
Oh
shot.
no.
That was tough. That was a hard landscape to fight on.
Nah, no ads here cause I got gifted. Oh yeah. Always gifted the sound the times. W always.
Thank you, Charles.
Why are we going against gold?
I'm not missing limbs. I'm improving them.
Don't let him
The
push
battle's
you
about more than
back.
living. It's about living free.
your champion.
Shine bright or fizzle out. Baraka.
Be right back. Gotta do something. I'll be back. Okay.
Okay.
I'm the jump master. Follow me.
Let's go.
I'm the jump master. Start your engines.
Whoa. Those sweaty peoples dropping so fast.
Yeah, because the lower rank you are, the more likely hot dropping will be beneficial for you. You just need to
What?
move kills fast.
What?
No, I did not catch a single thing you said.
The lower rank you are, if you hot drop, it's more beneficial for you. Because you just need to secure your kills fast. You earn more RP that way. But the higher rank you are, there's a larger cut. Cut? Yeah, cut in the rank points.
Oh,
So you
oh, he ran. Position revealed. I don't know why that is. I'm coming to you guys.
First blood. Good thing it's not us.
We're already in the ring. Time for a break?
I picked up the empty set. Marked him on your map.
Oh,
Getting shot at.
Oh, oh, no.
Over there.
Coming to you. Oh no, I don't have my thingy. Oh, there's a sniper up there.
Let's explore this
Picked at that direction.
Oh, I'm scared. So this is
You have
what
your
my
Q?
break feels like.
Not yet.
Okay.
I do now.
Fasten you that sugar.
Thank you.
Crafting. Just a sec.
No better win. I will try.
brother.
Oh, and there.
Throwing thermite grenade.
Delivering Arc Star.
Throwing an arc star.
I do not have ranged stuff. Oh, they're Russian, I think. Oh, that's not good. Oh.
Recharging my shields. Heads up. You follow them now, alright?
Oh. Nice.
Care package coming down. Replenish the stores. Half the squad has survived despite their best efforts.
Refueling my shields. Fasten you that sugar.
Nice. Thank you. Don't know why they bum rushed us like that. That was not the play.
I've enhanced my weapon.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
Echo's picked a sweet angle. Moving.
Alright, there is gunfights happening on beyond this wall. I think they're on top.
Making noise close by. Let's pull up over here.
Moving to
Oh,
Echo
never
for
mind,
a
they are
better angle.
far.
Oops. Wrong button.
Nitro gate out.
I'll get the Evo cache for you.
Thank you.
Got some extra munitions here.
Oh, yep,
Level
they're
grab
fighting here.
upgrade. It goes well with my level
Bring
up.
it close.
What was that?
Package there.
Oh,
Spotted there.
You got one sniper though.
Wait, it's been 3 months already. Hi Jay, welcome back.
Welcome back, Jay.
Thanks for the sub.
Enemy way off.
It's still there. I think we can get closer.
Setting an
Yep.
gate. Gas gate
I
ready.
see. I don't have any scopes. Oh my god.
Same.
Starting some fun.
That's crazy. Oh,
Firing. Put a knife gate down.
thanks for the bits. Oh god. Oh. They've Valk launched. Oh, here. What?
Oh,
Right.
I don't. Oh,
yay!
I
Thank you,
don't
100
have
biddies.
scopes. Oh my god.
You follow them now, right? Recharging my shields.
Took out a competitor. Firing.
Oh, I'm gonna die here. Oh,
Just
guess
giving
not.
my shields a recharge.
Crack.
oh.
Ah, thank you, very cheer again.
I am gonna have to heal. Oh no. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. No!
Ah, no, they have purple shields. I didn't know.
I'm just running, you know what? I'm just running. I am not equipped for this. He realized he not built for this. Oh my god. Oh my god.
NT.
Nice try.
Surviving? You weren't really living anyway.
See ya later. Bye bye, Jay.
Bye
See
bye.
you later. Okay.
I ranked up. Just bringing it.
Oh, my
Oh, I'm dying.
announcement thing is still broken for resubscribing. It says percentage multi-month tenure percentage.
Multi-month tenure. Oh my god.
Crazy.
I need energy ammo. Need sniper ammo. I'll put it to good use.
Alright, this will be the last game and then I shall end stream.
Okay.
And stream so fast.
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 It's been 10 hours.
You could go for 24.
Okay,
I could
let him
easily go
rest.
24.
Yeah, you should rest.
I could
prob-
easily hit 24 hours. But I
I'll
shall
also
not.
I'll also redeem hydrate.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, Orange. Drink more water. You are sick. And I'm sick of you being sick.
What?
What?
What I do?
Being
What I do?
irresponsible.
What?
What?
Hey, who's DJing the after party? Wait, you were not invited to the after party.
I don't trust elevators. I get to the top my own way.
This is your champion.
This little viper's got her mom's fangs.
God damn.
Let's steer that way.
Oh shit.
The battle happens quick. Be ready.
Oh,
Okay.
Knocked. Knocked.
coming to you guys.
Enemy shield is kaput.
Next
Both
ring
knocked.
spa.
Look, another enemy.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Coming to you.
Ring closes in 1 minute,
Here,
and it's a
take
ways
dog.
off.
He'll fix the eye. "45 seconds. Ring spa."
Evo harvesters are now available.
Launching to a new
Eyes
angle.
on an enemy.
Yeah, fighting another team. You can third it.
Getting shot at.
Enemy
Coming
shield is
to
kaput.
you.
That guy's cracked.
again.
Charging shields.
Here's a nitro gate. Pick up the pace.
Warning. Ring closing.
Smash an opponent's
Oh,
shield.
He's cracked
Listen
again.
up. The ring's moving.
Hurling a frag grenade.
coming to you. Oh, knocked.
Enemy down.
Opponent wiped out.
Noise.
Refueling my shields.
He has
Passing
teammates.
sugar.
I don't know where.
New kill leader appointed.
There's a new kill leader. Old one's dead or slacking off.
Care package being delivered.
I've enhanced my weapon.
Let's pick this care package clean.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh my god.
Shut them down.
Oh my god. Charge rifle.
Oh,
Enemy shield is kaput.
Cracked.
Put a nitro gate down. Speed up.
This should be a safe place.
Fight now.
Oh, Owen just fighting.
Here's a nitro gate.
Owen's got this. Owen's got this.
No, he's one shot. He's one shot.
Oh,
One shot. He's one shot.
oh no.
We lost one. The weak and the wounded
I
always go
guess
first.
you're
No
fighting.
judgment.
I'm coming.
Please do, because he is one shot. There you go.
Picked up a teammate's
Yeah,
back.
just revive me there.
Enemy down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Reload. Enemy taken out.
Back on the Behorspur.
Clean kill. Recharging my shield.
No, he took my amp thing.
Wait, did I take it? Is it this? I think I.
No, he probably looted it off my body and you took it. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm healing.
Hey, Doc. You follow them now, alright?
Thank you. Alright, we can get going now.
Oh,
Another squad is pushing us. A nitro gate.
Another one.
Gas. I'm down.
Oh wait, no.
oh, that's not good.
Throwing Oxstar.
Can you come tap me?
Yep.
And you can pick the fight.
Quick land and I
Alright.
gotcha.
Bomb rusher.
He ran.
Refueling my shields.
Hey, Doc. You follow them now, alright?
Cracked one.
Am I
No,
missing?
not cracked. Oh. Oh, I am. Oh, that's not good. Oh, behind her.
Just run, guys. Just run.
Yeah. Is it a good idea to hit
What's hitting
them?
me?
You and me now.
Okay, I'm getting shot at.
Passing you that
Oh,
sugar.
Fenty.
Fire
Can I craft it in time is the question.
You probably could, but like,
Better heal up.
Oh,
you probably take some damage.
I should. Wait, I can't go through here.
Got it.
Let's give them a jump.
Never mind. You just better.
All about the fingers, man.
Here, take
Oh, I'm sure you're really
Hello,
good
Jessica.
at fingers.
10111.
speed down. Need
Oh shit, I got that right.
to pick up an upgrade.
Do I have a Discord command? I don't think I do. But my Discord is in my about.
Next ring's not close. Just giving my shields a recharge.
Thank you for dropping by. Hello, hello, hello.
Y'all was say young.
Oh, it's your day or evening going.
Oh,
Okay, still there. They have to be.
Got another shot. I won't waste it. Moving to Echo for a better angle.
1 minute. Rings
If
nearby.
if anyone saw the
Upgraded.
the
I'm good to go.
pistol for the freaking, what's it called? What's this called again? Mozambique, yeah. Oh, let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Charles. Hello, hello,
Welcome
hello.
back.
Did you do what you needed to be done?
30 seconds. Rings close. Light ammo here.
I think we'll just keep going until we're back in the ring again.
Right.
Taking a new angle.
Hey, you just showered? Oh, nice. Fresh. You gotta be feeling refreshed.
Extra clean.
67 RP, right? For so much for so little. Extra clean? Hell yeah.
Care package.
Incoming care package.
I found it.
Gets there first.
Noise. Someone's
Who's
reviving.
reviving?
Yeah.
Look at dropship. Returning to a match with us in it. Tragic.
Oh my god, they're right in front of me. What? Where you go? What?
Backpack here. Level 2.
Where did he go? What the fuck? Did he drop down?
No clue.
Beginning ring countdown.
Oh,
Replicator being delivered.
More fights happening around.
Replicator incoming. Could have used one of these growing up.
Enemy over there.
enemies fighting there.
Over there.
Do you want to take the fight?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, right there, I think.
We have a minute to leave. Finally. Okay, I'm getting
Oh,
shot at.
on the left.
Go there.
Oh,
Refueling my shields.
Fasten near that sugar.
Filing. Rings nearby. 45.
oh, let's
Why
look
wait?
here.
Let's go.
Oh,
Oh shit!
Have to survive to get to the after party. That's it.
like
Him.
I think we have to get back into the ring.
Recharging my shield.
You follow them now, right?
I have my ult. If we need it. Oh,
Yeah, let's just head towards the ring. They push us instead.
Anyone want that?
No.
No, but isn't that really good though?
Get this.
Care package falling. Should we risk it?
Can I take that?
I go pick the sweet angle. Moving.
Nice.
Now we know
There's
the
an amp
baddest.
here. Infinite ammo.
Hey now, enemies drop down near me.
Interesting. Opening fire. Reloading.
75.
Rack.
Nice.
Praise path. Take him down.
Last lead out.
Oh my god.
You okay?
Oh shit. Get out of that. You can have this if you want.
Care package over there.
Thanks for the hydrate.
You follow them now, right?
Oh my god.
Rings close. With 45 seconds to burn. Competitor down. Ciao, ciao. Reloading.
Nice.
Nice.
Not far from the ring, half a minute.
Oh, rack.
Shield now.
Enemy shield is kaput.
Recharging shield.
Oh,
Nice.
Take dog. He'll fix you up. We're doing
nice.
great. Only 2 enemy squads remain.
Yes. We backed the champion.
There's a perfectly good upgrade just waiting for me. Upgraded and good to go.
I know there's one on the left and right.
Recharging shield.
Yeah,
Let's
left
take
and
a
right.
s-
Opening fire on our
Huh?
prey. Reloading.
Can we like shoot these things? No? Guess not.
One. He's one. The guy on top just now is one.
He'll fix you up. Charging shields.
You wanna go up? You wanna rush it?
Sure.
Oh god.
Guy up top is like 50. Oh, behind us.
Alright, drop back down.
Lizard. Nothing beats a Jet 2 Lizard. And right now, you can save 50 Lizard. Per Lizard. That's 200 Lizard. Off for a family of Lizard.
Fasten you that sugar.
Ring is close, and we have a minute to reach.
Oh, he's up there. I'm coming.
Okay.
Oh.
Enemy shield is kaput.
Oh.
Oh, from behind me.
You follow them now, alright?
Our squad mates stay close to me.
Oh no, that's another guy.
Oh. Oh, there were two of them.
Oh, nice try.
Die many times before their deaths.
He's choking. We did it pretty well though.
I had lizard playing in my head.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. It's not bad.
GG's.
Alright. Oh, what did I get? Ooh. Oh my god, I can gamble. Alright.
You can gamble.
Gamble. Ah.
How can you gamble?
Apex
I'm gonna
packs,
give
I
you
guess.
Pack openings. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I got a bonus one. I'm gonna gamble again. Gamble,
Let's go
gamble, gamble,
gambling.
gamble, gamble.
Do I have any
Nope.
gamble?
I do not win my gamble, apparently.
Ooh.
Oh.
I can gamble.
Alright, let me...
Oh, I got a legendary thing.
find
What is it?
Just the way it goes.
What is this? Crafting material. What does that do?
I think
What?
it lets you get skins and stuff. Or I don't remember what crafting material is for. Yeah, it's for unlocking cosmetics.
What kind of cosmetics?
Like go to a legend screen. Let's say you like playing Vantage, right?
Uh-huh.
Can you unlock these? No. I don't know. I don't know what to do with crafting materials, honestly. I think orange is ending.
I think so too.
Do you want to keep playing?
Yeah, I don't mind. Wait, I wanna try getting some stuff.
Do it. Yeah, look at how to use crafting materials. I don't know. Crafting metals. Oh yeah, there's some skins which you can get with crafting materials.
Like skins as in like playable
Legend
skins.
skins, yeah. Let me see. You like Vantage, right? Let me see if she has any.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see now.
Yeah, the one with like the 3 blue lines.
See, okay. I don't have enough now. That's sad. Hello, chat. Hi, Remy. How you doing? Exclamation smart raid. Wonder what Orange is gonna do now.
Hopefully,
You know, looking, I
sleep.
want. I know, right? He has work tomorrow. Must be the goodbye. Must be the goodbye.
Hey, Loki, you want what?
Must be the goodbye.
You're gonna say something?
Oh yeah. No, I was thinking. I lucky wanted to get Loba. Cause I used to play her.
Loba is fun.
Yeah, but the only problem is that I really want Vantage, but I only have her because of the don't know what lah. Like they allow you to play 3 different legends or some shit like that.
I see, like a rotation.
I think so, yeah. So I was thinking, should I just wait for the rotation to be over and then get Vantage first and then save up for Loba? You know?
I mean, yeah, if you like Vantage more, then probably better to do that.
No, this is that I haven't tried Loba in PC, so I don't know which one I like more.
That's
But I know I
true.
liked Loba's playstyle when I was on mobile.
Can't you
But
try?
mobile and PC is very different.
You can try in the range, right?
I can? Wait,
Does
bring me
it?
to the range.
I mean, am I? You are the leader, I think.
How do I unleadify myself?
I don't know. It's okay, just
This
click
game
on the
don't-
mode thingy and bottom right should be firing range.
Oh. Wow, it's nasty. Anytime you're inside.
Jump drive out.
Oh, how do I change?
M.
Escape.
I think if you press M, it lets you change. But I don't know if it's gonna be
Oh,
locked
yeah.
or not. Does it let
Oh
you
my god, I
pick
can play.
things? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Jump drive set.
Yes, I that's what I love about her. Is the ability to TP as well.
Yeah.
Open up shop and shut them down.
Oh ho 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 ho, yes.
Don't mind if I do.
You could try the gray bird too.
Fast tag recovery and speed boost. Black market slot.
Mama's got a brand new bag.
Hold on. My gosh, my glasses are a bit blurry.
Why?
I don't
Is it
fucking know.
dirty? Like, do
I
you need
think
to
so.
clean? Oh, I'm so bad with the wingman.
A new level and an upgrade to choose. Beautiful.
Fuck off, my gosh, I can't aim.
Are you using the knives?
Hell of a time to go shopping.
How does it work?
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Haha, sit the fuck down.
They won't stand a chance against you, beautiful.
I still have an upgrade to choose. Ah, what a lovely new upgrade. drive set.
Come see the merchandise.
I'm at max level. Of course, I only jump drive out.
You are coming home with me tonight.
Upgrade chosen. If only I could have taken
Just having
both.
fun with WuWa now. You shot that thing.
Yeah.
Where even are you? Oh.
Up top.
Using jump drive.
Oh.
It just went straight up.
Jump drive activated.
Oh,
I don't
man.
think it goes that up.
It does. I just activated it early.
Oh.
I will show you.
Let's see what we have over here. Jump drive set.
Oh. No.
Whoa.
Anyway, let's just use the zip line.
Using jump drive.
Do you want to do 1v1s?
We can?
Yeah, I think you can
Okay,
turn
I didn't know.
on. I think maybe only you can because you're the leader. There should be an option
Okay.
to turn on friendly fire.
Friendly fire.
In the
Friendly fire
customized
on.
range. Yeah. Wait, where were you again? Were you below me? Oh, I see you. I need to reload first.
Walao, you done scary, sia.
I know where you are. Oh, I see you. Oh no, you moved! You moved just as I shot.
Where are you?
Oh, nice shot. Oh, I don't have batteries.
my
Oops. Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks for reminding me I don't need batteries.
See the merchandise.
Oh, let's just yoink that.
Throwing an arc star. Jump drive in position. Fire.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. I tried to no scope. That doesn't work.
Throwing jump drive. They're shooting at me.
Ooh.
Taking fire.
Oh no.
Recharging my shields.
What if I do
Activating
this?
jump drive.
Where? Oh.
I felt better.
I should probably heal this up.
Hold
Oh.
on, I need to heal. Taking fire. Recharging shields. Shooting at me.
Oh, how are you so pain?
So pain. Hey, what are you using? Sentinel? I'm using a
Yeah.
Cobra.
No wonder lah, Chibai.
It does 150 damage.
Setting up shop.
Oh.
Taking fire.
Oh.
Are you headshotting me as
Recharging
well?
shields.
Are you what?
Are you headshotting me as well?
No, I
I
don't
feel
think
like-
so.
Your damage is so much more higher than mine.
I think you leg shot me. Because
Oh,
I think
is
you
it?
did like 120 or something. Body shot does 150.
Hold on, I need to heal.
Oh.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Very, very much. Oh my fucking god, I fucking hate you so much. You fucking Chibai, are you?
Ooh.
Recharging shields. Hold on, I need to heal.
Time to refuel.
Setting up shop.
Oh, that was a
Target
headshot.
down. Recharging my shields.
Headshot does 210.
Where are you?
Oh, I'm still there. You know what? I'll reposition. How do I reposition? Let's try this. I took the zip line across the platform where I was.
What does that mean?
Look to your... Oh, wait. Where are you going? Oh. Do you see me?
No, I don't.
I see you though. I'm sorry.
Enemy down.
Oh no, I fell. Oh, I fell. Rip.
Jump drive out.
Oh, I fell again. No. No. I'm on the ground.
I don't fucking see you, yeah.
I'm on the ground now, AL.
Shooting.
Wow. How do you even see me, yeah? I don't know where's where. Where?
Yep,
Oh,
there.
damn.
You have like two bots up there on the platform. I get confused. Oh, there you are.
Okay, should we just not use snipers anymore?
Sure. Yeah, I'm using the Hemlock now with a 3x. Let me switch my Kraber to... Let's try the bow. Yeah, I need a sight for that. Sight.
They're shooting at me.
Oh.
Recharging my shields. I need help.
Oh. I need HP.
Where are you?
Healing.
Do you not see me through this glowing wall? Oh. Oh no!
Oh my god, I got confused.
Tossing an arc star. Recharging my shields.
I got confused by the bot. What? Oh, it's just a bot. No one saw that, please.
Oh. Oh my god.
Recharging shields.
What a scream.
Bro, you don't understand how scary that was.
Oh. Yeah, I'll let you. Oh no, you're here. Oh no.
Fucking bots actually right in front of my fucking face.
Recharging shields.
Where are you?
Oh. Oh. What
No
a
way, I
scream.
beat you. Well, you know you can rest yourself, right?
I think you need the golden knockdown for that, I think.
No, I enable to be able to rest yourself.
Oh.
Wait, so are you back at the spawn?
No, I respawned where I died. Oh.
Taking fire.
Oh. Oh my god. Nice shots.
Recharging my shields.
Oh no. I'm so scared.
Of me.
Oh.
Right, I tried.
Enemy down. Hold on.
I thought we
to
wanted
heal.
to only use the arrows.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah,
never
you
mind,
can
just
do-
fight how you want to fight.
We can do arrow only too. Because it's so difficult to use that.
Okay, arrow Nia.
Okay.
Jump drive activated.
Oh.
They're shooting at me.
Oh, nice shot. Wait, how do I...
Press E.
No, I think you need a golden knockdown for that because it's not letting me do anything. I can just bleed out and respawn.
Respawned. Wait, yeah. Self revive on what?
I think you can keep it on, but I think you need a golden something for that. Because I'm not getting the option. Where is the golden? Do you have a golden knockdown shield? Check your inventory.
Shield? No.
No, wait,
My
did
shield core.
they remove the knockdown shield as a draw? Okay. I guess so.
Yeah, they removed it.
Oh.
Hi, Orange.
Hello.
So why can I not self-revive?
You can't.
No, but he can. You can
Oh,
revive. We're just in the range.
where are you? Where are you?
Activating jump. Taking fire.
Oh my god. Where
You're
are
so
you?
cracked.
Oh. Oh my god. Ow.
shooting
Oh.
at me.
Oh man.
Target down. Recharging shields. Jump drive out. Healing.
Hehe. I see you.
Where are you?
Where'd you go? Oh.
Where are you?
Oh. Oh.
What? I genuinely don't see you. Oh.
Oh.
Target down.
Yeah, how are you self-reviving? I still have no
Just
idea.
press E.
I don't get that option. Oh wait, is it like an individual setting? Do I need to turn it on for
Maybe
myself?
you try. Try.
Oh yes, it is. It is an individual setting.
Oh,
Not
the
like-
mouth.
I need a frag grenade.
I heard you say that. I need a frag grenade. Oh my god. Oh no, I am solo. Can I run? Oh, I tried to run.
I'm down.
Oh no.
I'll let you rest.
Not my first dance with death. I lead, it follows. Recharging shields.
Wow.
Activating jump drive.
I see you. Oh, you repeat. Can we move on the
Oh. Oh my god. Oh, nice. That was a jump scare.
You scared me. You were the one coming up.
Yeah, I didn't expect you to be right there. Like I could hear you and I didn't know where you were. Ah. Oops. Oh, I see you.
Tossing jump drive. They're shooting at me.
Oh no! Oh my god, I got stuck with a grenade. Holy. Oh, oh, one shot! Shot! Oh,
Oh my god.
Both working so well.
Recharging shields. Taking fire.
Oh my god.
Jump right out. Recharging shields.
Huh? Where did you shoot me from? Oh.
Recharging shields.
Damn. And TP at the same place. That's the Pabuka de okay?
Oh.
Taking fire.
Oh. Oh, I did. Oh.
Recharging shields. Taking fire.
Ooh. Oh, nice. Oh.
They underestimated me. Perfect. Recharging shields. Taking fire.
Oh.
Enemy down.
Ooh, I almost died to the
Recharging my
nade.
shields.
Oh.
Taking fire.
Oh no, we both stuck each other. Oh.
Recharging shields.
This is kind of fun. Just learning the weapon. It
Hey,
just
Jump drive in position.
Oh my god! Oh
Hold
no!
on, I need to
I
heal.
just heard you like climbing up. I was like, okay. Free kill. Wasn't really a free kill, but you know what I mean.
Using jump drive. Anyone up for some fun?
Where are you?
Let
You
me
saw
come
me. You
closer.
look, can't tell.
Yeah, I did. Give me 1 second. I mean, if you could find me, you could kill me if you want. Okay, I'm back. Are you above me? No.
Top of the world.
Huh? Oh, I see you.
Uh,
Oh no.
Jump drive in position.
Oh no, I've been
Need a
stuck.
frag grenade. Recharging my shields. Throwing jump drive.
Where? Oh, inside. I need
Where are you?
nades. I was.
You see like those crates on the floor or
Yeah,
around the map. It's like basically Lobas out taking the unlimited instead of
yeah,
just 3 on me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Drive in position.
Oh,
They're shooting at me.
whiffing! We're whiffing!
Recharging my shields.
Where? I'm hitting my shots. What do you mean?
Did you really hit that many though? We shot like.
2.
Yeah, you did.
Taking fire.
Oh no, I have lava. Oh,
That hurts.
nice.
I'm down.
I am just better.
Yes, you
They
are.
underestimated me.
You're better.
Perfect. Recharging
Because you're
shields.
better, I want to give you a blowjob. What? Who said that? Crazy. Nah, you can't just say that like that.
Oh no.
Jump drive in position.
Where are you? Oh.
Damn it. I'm hit. Jump drive set. Throwing jump drive. Shooting.
Oh.
Taking fire. Target down.
Oh.
Recharging shields.
Does the nade thing only last for one shot?
I have no idea, actually. Okay, wait, your playlist is so T. I know, I love my playlist.
Jump drive in position.
Where are you? Where are you?
I was. Oh my god! I was texting for a bit. Oh my god.
Recharging my shields. Throwing jump drive. They're shooting at me.
Oh, nice shot. Oh my god. I got double bombed.
Not my first dance with death. I leap. Jump drive activated. Recharging shields.
No!
Taking fire.
Ooh.
Target down. Activating jump drive. Healing.
Oh my god.
Good shot.
Yeah, I hit
Recharging my
2
shields.
headshots somehow. Do you wanna like switch
Yeah,
weapons
yeah.
now? Do you wanna use the knife? It's so difficult
Sure.
to use the
The
knife.
knife?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on, Oh, we can remove the dummies. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah.
Finally. 奇白侠.
Jump drive in position.
Oh, you can't even zoom in with this. We need to get closer, I think.
Jump drive in position.
Oh my, it's so difficult. Huh? I think the problem is that the knife moves very slowly, so you need to like predict. Oh my god. Oh.
Oh!
Target down.
Wait, how did I kill you in one shot? Did you not have shields?
I actually don't know.
Or did I headshot you?
Either one.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Fire.
Why did I recharge my shield? Wait, what? I accidentally pressed my shield. I don't even know what's happening. Oh my fucking god, it's hilarious.
Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I'm not stuck. Oh, nice.
I'm down. They underestimated me. Perfect.
Oh no!
Not my fault. Damn it, that hurt. I'm down. They underestimated. Damn it, that hurt.
Goodbye. I believe you.
They underestimated me. Perfect.
Ooh.
Recharging my shields. Taking fire.
Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Huh? Oh. You're so bad at this. Oh, what? Oh. Oh.
Enemy down. Using jump drive.
Oh, what a shot!
What?
Damn, I'll have to claim that.
Yeah, what the hell?
I mean, to be fair, it was
thank you
just
for
a
the
fluke.
alert. Wait, are we streaming together now? Or is...
I mean, are we not? I don't know. I think we are, and I think Owen is also still part of this, even though he stopped streaming.
Right, but because I'm not seeing who is speaking in whose chat now.
Oh, the shared chat thing is turned off, I think. Should we just redo the collaboration
Yeah,
thing?
let's redo the collab thing. Is your chat okay? Haha. Wait, but can I see it? No, I cannot see it, that's why.
Yeah.
Hold on. How does this work? Leave collaboration. Not come here. Why is this saying it's unavailable?
Huh?
Okay.
Wait, let me refresh your stream. Because I clicked on join and it just added me to Orange Panda's thing.
Right, yeah, same.
You guys are still in there? Yeah, we're just 1v1ing. For the lols.
Yeah. Hi, Smexy. I know, right? Always is so Smexy. I love Always so much. If he gave me the chance, I would definitely give him a big fat kiss. That's all I'm saying. Nothing homo about that.
It didn't work. Why can I not accept? I don't see the notification. Oh. Did I join or not? Wait, let me knock. Oh. Okay. Let's go.
Yay! I'll try to shout again.
Okay, what? Pull down when you shoot, okay?
Recharging shields.
Yeah, we're just trying the hard to use weapons right now. Hey, I don't know where you are though. Cause I was all tabbed.
I see you.
Oh.
Hi there.
They're shooting at me.
Oh, you're so bad. Oh, nice.
I'm down.
So bad. Try that again. So
Not my
bad.
first dance with death. I lead, it follows. Recharging shields.
Bruh, he's looking down at me, guys. Crazy.
Jump drive in position.
I mean, it takes us like a minute to knock each other when it actually takes like 2 shots.
Okay, but it's you must think about it. No, you don't. It's just we're bad.
What? Oh.
Oh,
Oh, that was a
What?
headshot. That was a headshot.
oh, okay.
Somehow.
Activating
I
jump
thought you
drive.
cheaters, yeah.
Wait, I'll let you heal.
Oh, a headshot does 300
300,
damage.
yeah. It is funny to watch, yeah. Oh,
Taking fire.
oh.
I'm down.
Wait, did you hit a headshot?
No.
Oh,
Hit your
you hit
body.
me twice. I see.
They underestimated me. Perfect.
Oh, why am I using a
Hold on, I need to
medkit?
Oh.
heal.
Oh. Oh, oh.
Okay, let you heal first. Let you heal first.
Yes.
Can I join for a bit? Go ahead. Come.
He just wants
It's
to
so
bully
funny.
us.
Where are you? I found you. Oh.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
They underestimated me. Perfect. Recharging my shields.
Hi, Renee.
Hey, Nate.
Good luck with game. We kind of stopped playing game. You're just 1v1ing each other in the range.
Because we just are chill like that. Where are you?
Shooting at me.
Oh.
Recharging my
Where are you?
shields.
I'm inside. Oh no. This is so bad. Oh. Thanks for the daily check-in.
Oh, Orange is here.
They underestimated me.
Are you Orange?
Perfect. Recharging my shields.
Hi, Orange.
Knife only. Thanks for the headpads.
Hi, Orange.
Should I let you guys 1v1 or should we do like a free-for-all?
Oh, man.
Oh, Sumi. Oh, this is so hard to use. $77% Goofy. Oh, I'm gonna get benched if I stay here.
Tossing jump drive.
Cause I know you somewhere here, right?
Oh, sorry, I was charging my phone. Hold on one sec. Okay, I'm back.
Oh.
They're shooting at me.
Oh my god, nice.
Oh,
I'm down. Not my first dance with death. I lead, it follows. Recharging my
What?
shields.
Torque is 65% Goofy. UU is 97% Goofy, okay?
Throwing jump drive.
Where? Oh, there you are. Oh. Oh my god, I'm getting shot at from 2 directions now.
Jump drive out.
Oh, nice shot. Oh my god.
Recharging my shields.
No! No! Oh, almost pulled it off. Jay is 10% Goofy. Jay is too cool to be Goofy, yeah.
It follows. Recharging shields.
Orange is 88% Goofy. Oh. Oh my god. I see. Oh, wait here. You can turn on self revives in the customize range option. Oh wait, he's deafened.
The most beautiful creatures have the deadliest venom.
Oh, the knives are so fun.
You
I
can
know,
turn
right?
on self revive in the customize range option.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought we were still in like the telling him phase. Excuse me.
Okay.
Oh, I double shotted him.
Oh.
You're better.
Activating jump drive. Using jump drive.
No scope in for this.
No.
Jump drive activated.
did you go, huh?
Nice.
Oh my god, that scared me. That actually scared me. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh,
Recharging shields.
oh. Oh, nice try.
Got to put on my ass.
Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh my god. Oh, I tried to get away.
Not my first dance with death. I lick throwing jump drive. Recharging my shields.
Anyway, how's your day going, Renee?
Come back always. What the hell was that?
Zooming.
Oh, it's you. Why are y'all like tag team?
Oh, that's not good.
Taking damage.
Hey, we can use out here since when?
I mean, haven't you been using the Loba?
You've been using the Loba skill and the ult.
You've been using your skill too. I mean, like, skill's understandable, but your out damages us. Out does nothing for you.
Not that.
It stuns us as well. Wow!
Throwing jump drive.
Hello. I just teleported into your fight. Oh, oh no. Oh, nice.
Calm down. They underestimated me. Perfect. Recharging my shields.
Oh, I'll let you heal.
Using jump drive.
Oh, I fell.
Jump drive. Jump drive step.
Oh, oh, oh. That was not a knife. Was it?
Oh, wait, you very what's yeah?
Recharging my shields.
What the heck was that?
Oh, oh. Oh, oh.
Target down. Jump drive in position.
What is that noise? Huh? Oh my god. Oh, that's it. I almost shot you, bro. Hi, thumbs. Oh, that's. Oh.
Recharging my shields.
Oh damn.
Oh. This is so hard to hit. Ooh, nice.
I'm down. They underestimated me. Perfect.
Let me try someone else too.
Thanks for not giving up on me. 조심하자. One squad nearby. Rebooting the system. Backing out of my drone. Good to go.
What the fuck?
Oh, oh.
Hold on. Shields recharging. Upgraded. 좋아. Install the necessary upgrade. One squad in the area. We have the drop.
One squad in the area.
I'm back. Logged off.
One squad.
Is that a drop? Oh. He's fake clothing. He's fake clothing. Oh.
Oh, what the hell are you?
Oh.
Another one down. Hold on. Shields recharging. Signaling my drone back.
Whoa, what is that?
One squad in the area.
What? The drone?
One squad in the area.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ah.
Enemy got my drone.
What the fuck is that? What fucking ass bitch.
One squad in the area.
Oh.
Someone destroyed my drone. Hold on. Shields recharging. Give me a second. Fixing up.
I'm gonna play
Where
with
is
my
Turkey?
toys. I'm playing with my toys.
Hi, Moist Thumbs. Welcome in.
Initializing EMPs.
Oh, no, that's gonna hit basically. Yo.
Good to go.
Oh. Oh. It takes so long to destroy the horizontal.
Hold on. Shields recharging.
After, go get us some flowers and pick up the cake. Yeah, happy birthday.
Hey, what the
to
hell?
you.
I'm
What?
reading what the ability does. So mean.
I'm sorry.
One squad in the area. Someone destroyed my drone.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I put one down. Hold on. Shields recharging. Yeah, one squad nearby.
Oh shit.
What does that do? Oh.
I think it's faster if I kill you, right?
I think. Oh yeah, I think so.
And you get full health back, right?
But how does this work?
Uh-oh.
Oh. I don't know what that thing is, but I'm running away from it.
I have no idea what it does too.
Taking fire.
Oh.
Yeah, I put him down. Hold on. Shields recharging. Activating hardware reboot.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Lucky shots. Nice. We're just doing a 1v1 in Apex. Knife only. Oh my
Hey,
god,
you
you're
fucking bitch!
Yeah, I put one down.
Nice. Oh.
Oh my god, there's a lot of you here. Oh.
One squad in the area.
Whoa!
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
I got you.
It's faster, no?
Yeah, it is, but still.
Or do you prefer me not to do it?
No, you can. I don't mind.
Okay.
I find it funny how you like, I got you, persist to kill me. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. What is this tracking thingy?
I see what he does, okay.
Activating hardware reboot. Stinger incoming.
That's not a knife. Oh,
How you dodge that? What a fuck!
oh.
Another one down. One squad in the area. I've been snared. Executing reboot.
Oh my god, it's so old.
What?
I'm down. I need to get back in.
Oh,
I downed one.
oh.
Downed another. Hold on. Shields recharging.
Should we switch weapons now?
Yeah, let's try something else.
What else?
I'm gonna go my wingman.
We're gonna wingman.
We're switching
let's
weapons,
try-
right?
Let's practice the
I'm doing
wingman.
wingman. It's my favorite. The only gun I know how.
Sure. I'll go double wingman.
You should try wingman and peacekeeper.
Peacekeeper.
Mm-hmm. Who knows, you might
What
like
is
it.
that under? Oh.
Shotgun.
Okay.
One squad in the area. We have to drop. Enemy got my drone.
Why am I whipping everything?
One down.
Oh, Oh, that's not good. Oh.
I need to get back in. Yeah, one squad nearby.
It might also be down to the sites that you're using, because if you use the, I mean, for me personally, I prefer this one. Oh shit, did it despawn?
I know what you're talking about. Let me try
The
it.
HCOG, the 2 times. That shit is beautiful.
Oh my god. Oh, one shot. Oh.
I downed one. Hold on, shields recharging. One squad in the area.
Ooh! Thank you. You jump scared me.
I'm down. I need to get back in.
Why is that not one shot anymore? Right?
No idea.
Getting shot at.
Oh god.
I'm not done yet.
I don't like the Peacekeeper. I'm changing my gun.
Shiro,
Okay.
I will keep up with
Peacekeeper sucks.
that. Hold on, shields
I
recharging.
might like the EVA 8 instead.
Eva 8. Oh, yes, I like that one. That fucking thing rocks. Oh, shites.
Fire. I'm down.
Oh.
I'm not done yet. Yeah, one squad nearby.
Oh my god. No! Oh,
Getting shot at. I'm down.
Oh,
I'm not done.
nice shot.
dang it.
They will not remove me today.
I don't think you can run. Where are you?
Shields recharging. I'm down.
Oh.
Man, do you actually not want me to like do the thing?
Nah, I mean you can. I'm just like, ah.
Taking fire.
Oh.
I'm down.
No, I got third party.
What?
정신 차려. They will not remove me today. Hold on. Shields recharging. I'm down.
Oh,
I'm not done
oh,
yet.
you're. Oh, my bad. Rest yourself. Really?
One squad in the area.
Orange?
What is happening?
Where's my ult?
Yeah, one squad nearby.
I'm gonna record your fight. Oh. I'm watching you. Oh.
Enemy got my drone.
Orange, what happened? Where did you go just now? Oh, he deafened himself. Is it Eve?
I mean, he's still fighting.
One squad in the area. One squad in the area. I'm back. Logged off my drone.
Oh.
Well, I like this guy that I'm playing. His voice is so sexy.
I need to get back in.
Sparrow?
I don't know what's his name.
I think it's Sparrow.
Getting shot at.
Oh god.
Recharging my shields.
Oh. Oh.
I downed one.
Oh no, why am I being tracked?
I'm down. I'm not done yet. Getting shot at.
Oh my god.
I'm not done yet. One squad nearby. I'm down. I'm not done yet.
Where did he go and welcome back? But he's still deafened, so he won't hear it.
Okay, what?
Where did you go and welcome back?
My family is ordering McDonald's. I'm
Oh.
gonna get myself a burger.
When are you planning to sleep?
I was planning to sleep, but then they asked and offered.
I see.
Can I get McDonald's too?
You wanna come over?
Oh no. You know
Hold
what?
on. Shields recharging.
I'm just gonna heal.
Yeah, one squad nearby.
He just smacks you to death? That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Wait, what? I wanna see.
Wait, okay,
Wait,
okay.
kill,
where
kill
are you?
Knight, kill Knight.
Okay, watch, watch,
Go,
watch,
go.
watch. Oh shit. Bro. God damn, that's how you die.
Slap to death.
Oh my god.
One squad in the area. Taking fire.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh.
I'm not done yet.
I don't understand the recoil of this gun. Like, how does it shoot?
Sure. I will give up when I'm dead. Hold on. Shields recharging.
Oh my god. Oh. Stinger bolt detected. That's Sparrow. Oh my. Oh. Oh. Third partied.
Why do you like to keep slapping people?
Because you keep putting the shield up, I can't kill you.
Oh my god.
Enemy got my drone.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I downed one.
I'm going after this guy.
Another one down.
I'm going after this guy. Come here.
No, there's a wall there.
One squad in the area.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh my god.
I'm not done yet.
Oh my god, my aim.
What do you think I feel? What?
Ah. What is that? Oh my god.
I'm down.
Oh.
I'm not done yet.
What?
shields recharging.
Are you? Oh.
Yeah, I put one down. Found another.
Oof.
That was brutal. They're not coming back from that. Recharging my shields.
Oh. Hi.
What a rush!
How am I whiffing all my shots?
I don't know how you
Fucking
did that.
Knuckle cluster.
Oh, stuck here.
Oh. Hey, what's his?
Hey, you people see
Okay,
I'm
okay,
trying to
okay,
do
okay, okay.
something.
What's his ultimate do now? Is it just like fire?
Is it behind?
Hey! I said I'm trying to do stuff! Shibais.
I just randomly threw my ultimate.
Oh my god.
God.
It used to be like a ring.
Yeah, is it not anymore? Wait, can you fire it?
I'll just fire it on the ground here.
Oh, it's just explosions
yeah,
upon explosions.
yeah.
It makes more sense, I guess.
Juicing me shields. Being shot at. Serving him a knuckle sandwich. Being shot at.
Oh.
I'm down. Mother load.
Can't I just... I'm home in the shadows.
Oh my god. What does this Q do? Oh, it's just a jump. Okay, that's not good.
Yeah, they changed a lot of this kit.
There's no escape. Embrace the shadows.
Ooh. What?
Where are my bullets going?
Exactly my questions too. Where are my bullets going?
Can't escape.
Oh, oh. Oh, nice. Oh, Mozambique.
There's no
I'm whiffing
escape.
a lot of my shots still.
Casting a shadow.
What is that?
Everything is so red for me right now.
Recharging shields. Taking damage. Just try and escape.
Oh my god. What the? Who should I try next?
Oh, I didn't notice that. That's so cool.
What is this?
Getting shot.
What is that?
I
Wait,
don't
does it do
know.
anything if I step on it? Oh, it damages. Oh, that's so
Is
cool.
it like Vice Thorns?
And it slows you down, yeah.
Is it?
No,
Oh, by
you
constantly
can't
does you
stand in
damage.
it. There's no way to get rid of it? What the fuck?
Forming a barrier.
Ooh!
Low on shield. They're focusing on me.
I am so bad with the shotguns. Also, for some reason, my throat is dying. Oh, no.
Pierce their defenses. Forming a barrier.
Oh my god. That's a lot of scans. Oh, let me try this guy. What does he do?
Check it out. Enemy tracked. They're shooting at me. Took out an enemy. Who's next? Recharging my shields. Cover me.
Why does he speak so fast? Recharging my shields, come on me.
Tracker in place. Hey, they're
Oh
shooting at
my.
me. Recharging my shields. Got to choose an upgrade.
This is a game of now whether we can get Knight to be knocked down or not.
Upgraded and ready to fight to the death. Che bello! Ah, I'm an upgraded sparrow. Setting a tracker. Target scanned and tracked.
Wait. Give me that. You stood right in front of me while I was aiming at night.
Time to let this stinger do the hunting. Un momento. You gotta heal. Stinger incoming. Dannazione, taking damage.
Am I whipping?
Tracker out. Hey, stinger incoming. That enemy's been attacked. Hey, they're shooting at me. Time to let this man down.
Oh.
But nobody look.
Who else is new? I haven't tried
Got a second
Vantage.
You ever try Vantage? Vantage is so fun.
Taking fire. Tagged and half in the bag.
My food is here and I will turn in for the night. Good night, boys.
Good night.
What?
Good night.
Tagged him.
Good night.
I'm bleeding out.
Good night. My throat is dying. With the double shorty.
Opening fire on our.
Hey, how do you do that?
That's on me.
How do you do the zoomy thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you like hold Q?
Taking a new angle.
Let's see.
The zoomy. Yep.
Oh.
Tagged and half in the bag. Chucking a frag grenade.
What the fuck? Threw a grenade around my face? How dare you?
Got some getting shot at. Down to mark. Recharging my shields.
Oh wait, I should have finished you off.
Got an upgrade waiting. Time to pull the trigger. Healing up. Launching to a new angle. Got a tag on him. Getting shot at. Just try and hide without shiny tag on you. Getting a fresh angle. What? Am I saving this upgrade for winter?
Oh.
Taking fire. I'm bleeding
Oh.
out.
Oh.
Took down some prey. Everyone's need a new angle on this. Recharging shields. Okay, picked an upgrade. Good work waiting, Echo. I've grabbed my upgrade, team people. Current angle sucks. Switching it up. Watch my back. I'm healing.
Oh no, there's a tracker.
Let's find a good perch. Taking fire. Tagged and half in the bag. I need an ultimate accelerant. Recharging shields. I'm down.
It's just crowd spamming.
How we're actually not
Getting a
making
fresh
any more
angle.
content, we're just having fun.
Yeah. Oh my god, why do I keep getting tracked?
Let's go, Echo. Getting shot at.
Oh no!
That's on me.
Dual Mozambicans.
But
Why
no
you
was the base, what?
It's pretty good then, huh? I didn't like the Peacekeeper too. It was pretty bad.
That's on me.
That's for you outing me just now when I was trying to do stuff.
What?
Yeah. Die, motherfucker.
Oh,
Die.
fuse. What else can we try?
And try my ass.
Getting shot at. I'm bleeding out.
Ta-da!
Oh,
Whoa! Oh!
dang.
Whoa! I love his finisher. That's so cool.
Tagged and half in the bag.
How?
Go get it. Echo's picked a sweet angle. Moving.
Oh, what a shot.
Time to hunt, little guy.
I hear your tracker thingies. Oh, I see you.
Got a tag on him. Getting shot at. Tagged him. Fire up. Took down some.
Damn.
I need an ultimate accelerant. Recharging my shields. Current angle sucks. Switching it up. Echo's picked a sweet angle. Moving.
ass hurt from sitting down for so long.
Then get up.
Get up, get up.
Launching to a new angle.
Damn, the Mozambique is good. It used to be like a joke gun. And it used to be like a single. You can dual wield guns in this game.
You can what?
You couldn't like dual wield guns like dual Mozambique or dual P2020. You would just have one Mozambique and it would have 3 shots, so it's just really bad. Oh? No, I should not have reloaded. No.
That's on me.
He's so hot. I forgot this guy.
Down. That's on me.
Are you gonna
I need
get
to
him
watch
now?
that again. Oh, he's so hot. What the fuck?
That's on me.
The betrayal.
Oh,
said-
fuck.
He said
Oh.
he used to like Vantage and now you're bullying Vantage just to see the new guy.
That's on me.
He's so sexy. Like, let's be so for real.
Shot him and down. That's on me.
Okay. Last time. Oh. Oh, his laugh is so nice too.
Hi Neko, thanks for the daily. Thanks for
Neko.
the lurk. I think Neko just went live too.
Getting shot at.
Oh, the tracker also does damage.
Scanning for enemies. That enemy's being tracked. Firing Stinger. Hey, Stinger incoming. Taking damage. Hey, Stinger incoming.
How much that? Okay. That's like around
Not that
100.
much.
I'm down. Nobody look.
Okay, one last time.
Good upgrade goes to waste. What's the shoes?
Oh. Fuck. I have a new crush on this character. When I actually use him, absolutely not. I prefer Vantages and Lobas like kid. But like, damn, he's hot, he's smexy. They need to make more characters like this. Smexy. You can't tell me he's not smexy. He is smexy.
He is.
Like, you would tap on that, right?
I wouldn't. But I can understand why
Right.
someone would.
Tracking. Whoa, they're shooting at me. What happened to my upgrade? Oh, I didn't look on it. Upgraded, uplifted, and up to no good. Oh, getting shot at. Boom, tracker set. Hey, getting shot recharging my shields. Cover me. They're shooting at me. Fighting. I'm recharging my shields. Oh, they're shooting at me. Tracker in place. Enemy tracked. Sting it out. Forza. Recharging my shields. Cover me. Tracker out. Enemy tracked. Oh, they're shooting at me. Boom! Tracker taking damage. That enemy's being tagged. I need to pick an upgrade. I'm recharging my shields. Bullseye. Enemy track.
How am I whiffing?
They're shooting at me.
Oh.
Oh, I'm gonna watch Sexy Boy does his things. Yeah. We just, quickly reload first. And just... Oh hell yeah! Oh, look at him go. So sexy.
I'm down. Nobody look.
One more time. Oh,
I think I'll end there. At least Apex for now.
what do you want to do now?
Here comes the sting. Stinger in.
I think I'll do the Cyberpunk collab thing in WuWa. Have you watched Cyberpunk Edge Runners?
I wanted to watch it with my friend, but let's just say my friend watched it with her ex.
Oh,
So a bit interesting because she's like in a state that's like, oh, she doesn't want to watch. It's like, are you kidding me? I want to know what happens next. She's edging me.
so like you started watching it, but then you stopped? Like, what do you mean? You want to know what happens next?
Yeah, I've watched like, I don't know how many episodes. I think 3 episodes.
Tracking an enemy.
I
Let the
see.
ambush begin. What happened to my upgrade? Oh, I didn't pick one.
Oh.
Took out an enemy. Who's next?
So hot. He's so sexy. I love hot men.
So Wuthering Waves did a collab where they added the 2 characters, Lucy and Rebecca, into the game as playable characters. Oh, the effects are so cool. Like when an enemy is being tracked. You're running
Right.
around.
It looks actually really pretty.
Yeah.
Setting a tracker.
You know you can double jump also.
Yeah.
I love that.
Upgraded, uplifted, and up to no good. Oh, they're shooting at me.
Oh my god, how am I whiffing so badly
Who's next?
today?
I'm recharging my shields. Opponent. I'm down.
Aha!
Whoa. No, I'm down. Dropping a tracker. Hey, they're shooting at me.
Oh, one shot.
I'm 1 HP.
Took down an opponent. That's another one down.
I'm down. Nobody. Oh, I love his highlights. Aw.
Done that same. Taking damage. Stinger incoming. Recharging my shields. Setting a tracker.
Oh. That's not the good. Oh,
Oh gosh.
no, one shot. No. Do it. One last time.
That was so sweet.
It's so cute.
I know, right?
Okay,
Ah,
GG's. Ah. Wait, let me lurk in Echo's chat too.
Okay, yeah, we should end here now. Oh. Ah.
Ah.
Ah. Who should we raid?
I think I'll still be streaming for a bit, but you can raid out to someone else.
I'll raid to you.
No, it's okay. So I'm gonna be playing like gacha now. So if you
So?
want to raid someone who's playing Apex or Valo or something, you can raid them.
Too late. I'm starting my raid now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna do my outro because I'm too tired too.
Are you gonna sleep? Like has your sleep schedule been fixed now? Because yesterday you slept at a
No,
normal
don't
time.
care.
Are you gonna sleep now?
No. Just wonder.
Thanks for the raid.
Ha ha ha.
And thanks for the games.
Yippee. Get read it.
Yes. Oh, I will take a little break though. When does BRX play? I wanna watch some Pro Valorant.
Oh, Valorant. You should
We should-
watch me play Valorant.
I mean, I do that a lot.
So, bro. I'm so pro now.
Yes.
Bullshit, liar.
We should go watch like a PRX match at their HQ sometimes.
We can
Owen
do
said,
that.
yeah, they're doing a watch party this weekend, I think. But the tickets were sold out by the time I saw the post about it.
Aw.
Owen said
Sad.
he's ready to go anytime. So yeah, next time they do a watch party, we can try to like get tickets. I mean, it's not
How
like
much is
paid
it?
or any. No, it's free, but it's like they have limited space, right? So they need to do like
Uh,
Eventbrite like registration. It does say walk-ins are welcome, subject to space. However, if you're at capacity, you will have to wait, or you might be turned away. Yeah, probably best to get a ticket.
yeah. I still hope we can meet before a watch party or to do some karaoke or some shit like that.
Yeah, that would be nice too. Let's close out of Apex. God, my throat is dying. Are you still here?
Yes, I am. What's up?
Look at these characters on my stream.
Need something?
Like, don't they look exactly like they do in the anime?
Let me see. Okay, I don't know who that is.
Okay, do you know who this is?
Need something?
I think so. I don't remember. I remember the hair, I think.
Yeah, she's like the main lead. And this is a side character.
Let's see. What about the guy?
Yeah, apparently they never let like collabs get the guy. I don't know why.
Loading.
Wait, what? Isn't the guy one of the main characters as well?
Yeah, he is. But yeah. Like it's
I
either
wonder why.
that they're like really protective of, you know, certain characters and like what they do, what other companies do with it. It's either that or it's just the fact that, you know, women usually sell more in these games, so they just don't bother.
I think that's
Yeah,
why.
Lala. Here, enjoy.
Because what do you
This
mean
might hurt.
that we don't get the
Just
male
getting
main
started.
character?
Yeah, he's apparently part of the quest though, which I'm going to do now.
You like that?
But like, damn, the moves are so good. Yeah, let's do the quest.
Do the quest. Do the quest. Looking a bit tired now.
You should rest. At least take a nap.
Again.
Yeah. Oh, it's only Wednesday. No. Ah.
It's only Wednesday. Only Wednesday. It's only Wednesday. Only Wednesday.
Mentor, there's been an emergency. Half an hour ago, a door materialized out of nowhere on campus. As a precaution, the academy has evacuated students and initiated an investigation. The door itself poses no direct threat. However, an abnormal frequency leaking from behind it is slowly contaminating the surrounding environment. What do you
Is Jay
mean
back?
contaminating? Back? No, I don't think it. I think it's too early for her to be back. Yeah, it's like 6:30, 6:40 there. I mean 16:40, so 4:40. I don't think she'll be off work till like 5.
Wait, is GMT plus 5 3 hours ahead or 3 hours behind us?
3
Behind,
hours
right?
behind, yes, because we're plus
Right.
8.
Okay, okay.
Why?
No, because a friend of mine said that he's gonna be streaming at time, but he's using GMT plus 5, so I was just like confusion.
I see. Oh, playing WuWa now? Nice, yeah. I'm gonna do the quest.
Some outdoors are only supposed to show up in the middle of nowhere. What the heck is going on?
The Ivory Gatekeeper will have answers. We'll contact it after we see Mornier and find out what's happening.
Oh my god, she does the thing. She does the... Oh my. What a diva, love her. Yeah. And she does that thing that she does in the anime where she like, you know, beckons him behind her back. Like, look at that. She does it in her pull animation too, I think. Let's look at her pull animation.
As the Sentinel foretold, you and I were meant to cross paths.
You should sleep.
What if I don't wanna?
Hey, then don't sleep. But
What if I
think
wanna?
then do sleep.
What if I don't wanna?
Then don't sleep.
What if I don't wanna?
Then don't sleep.
What if I wanna?
I know. The dream had to end.
It's kind of sad.
What is sad?
The pull animation for this character.
Oh,
You should really finish watching Cyberpunk Edge Runners. It's only like 10 episodes, I think. So if you watch 3, then there's not a lot left.
I'm waiting for my friend to be mentally ready.
I told Jay to watch it too. So I don't know if she's gonna, but if she catches up to you, then you guys could watch it together too.
Mm-hmm.
Mentor, Abby, you made it.
Let me turn off my BGM.
Hey, it's been a minute. Huh? Wait a sec. Mornier, what's up with that weird smell on you?
Maybe I'll just turn it down a lot.
Smells kind of like a tacit discord. Kind of like a machine. But it's different from Exosword.
My back. Ugh.
Welcome back.
I said my back.
No, I thought he
What's
went.
easier?
I thought he went somewhere to stretch your back.
No.
You should. You should like walk around a bit.
Honestly, I guess I want to walk on my back, you know.
coming from the frequency sample I just collected.
I'm sure that would feel good too.
Oh my god.
Yes, we are currently running tests on it. I hope we learn something. Mentor, I looked into the somnoir you mentioned. It seems to be some kind of dreamscape, correct?
It's usually guarded by two gatekeepers. They make sure no nightmare tacit discords or other frequencies cross into our reality. Whenever there was a problem in the past, we handled it, but we've never come across a frequency able to rewrite space itself. Has the Academy been affected?
At this stage, the door's area of influence remains limited. The Academy has cordoned off a danger zone and instructed everyone to keep their distance. I've asked Linnae to retrieve samples for analysis. Later, I will consult with the collective to formulate a response. But all we can do is buy time. We cannot contain the frequency spread.
Leave the investigation of the door to me. I want this resolved quickly, before it can harm the Academy.
Understood. The door's coordinates, I've sent them to your terminal. Mentor, please be careful.
Ivory Gatekeeper has added you as a friend. You may now begin chatting. Help me out. A little assistance, please. What a coincidence. I was about to contact you. It's about the Somnoir. Oh, meow. I don't really know what's happening either. If this keeps up, the frequency will spread across the whole school. And if that happens, everyone will get pulled into Somnoir and never wake up again. So the situation is worse than I thought. Professor Mornier from the Academy is looking into it. You can talk to her about what's going on. Hold on, I'll make a group chat. Hello there, meow. Why the meow?
I'm gonna use the restroom for a bit. I'll be right back.
Okay. This is the Ivory Gatekeeper. You're talking to a cat. I'm not a cat. I'm the Ivory Gatekeeper of the Somnoir. You can ask him anything about the Somnoir. I'm going to start looking into that abnormal frequency. What is this supposed to be? Like nodding? Dancing?
Pick up the pace.
Pick up the pace. How long is this quest? Let me look that up. If it's like 4 or 5 hours, then I don't think I'm gonna be doing it now. It's pretty late. I didn't get my nap in as per usual, and I've been live for like 5 hours already. How long is that Dream's Edge quest? WuWa.
Buried payload. Someone left a present.
About 3 hours. Still kind of long though. Do I wanna? And the thing is, it says about 3 hours, but I like to take my time with all the dialogue and stuff, so it'll probably take me like 4. But I also really want to play it, because like I keep procrastinating on stuff. What A dilemma. You know what?
All right. A tune-up should do the trick for now.
If needed, we will just. Oh, that's not what I was supposed to do. I think. If needed, we'll just do this in 2 parts or something. But let's play for a bit. Okay.
Pick up the pace.
Some noir.
Pick up the pace.
Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
No doubt about it. That nasty frequency I was sensing is coming from here.
Mornia was right. It's leaking from the other side of the door. All right, Abby. We're going in.
Is her sensor also? No, hers is. Why does she have like the normal sensor, but Lucy has this special one? The favorite child.
I'm picking up on more of the abnormal frequency. Abby, are you alright?
Just a little dizzy. My body's starting to feel so heavy.
Don't push yourself. If it gets too much, let me know. Leave it to me. Shadow descends. Are these monsters nightmare tacit discords?
Ugh, they smell weird. A bit like those tin cans in the academy. Blech. Gotta be careful. Hold up. Why does it seem like they're not really after us? Gunfire! Coming from behind that door! Damn it!
Smasher.
We should be safe here. You alright?
Oh my god, no! It's Cyberpunk Edge
Took
Runners.
a hit, but my cyberware is still functional.
I swear to God, if she starts seeing David and us, that's gonna be like so cliched. Please don't do that.
Cyberware. her body bears modifications. For Exodus work? No. On closer look, the style is different from what you see in an artificer. She might have useful intel on the problem, and she doesn't seem hostile for now. I'll give it more time to decide whether she's a threat.
Appreciate the save, but there's something I gotta do.
You're still hurt. Sure you're up for it?
This all feels so real. But how? If not a dream. David. Rebecca.
David mentioned.
Friends of yours? The Somme Noir is a labyrinth. You go in there blind and you'll only get lost. Catch your breath first. Once you're steady on your feet, I can help you look for him.
Somme Noir? Why help me at all? A total stranger.
Best option in front of me right now. You want to find your friends, and I want to investigate the disturbance here. In your current state, finding them alone is optimistic. Think of it as a temporary alliance. If we stop seeing eye to eye, you're free to walk away anytime.
Can't say I trust you yet, but... I'm Lucy, okay? Won't forget it. Your name, or your help.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ooh. Wuthering Waves X Cyberpunk Edge
Why is that
Runners.
Nightmare Tacit Discord targeting you specifically?
What's a Nightmare Tacit Discord?
The monster on your tail just before.
Got no idea why. If David and Rebecca hadn't been there, I'd be... I gotta find them. Fast.
What do you mean David hadn't been there?
Where should we
David's
go next?
not supposed to be there.
We may be able to find something deeper in the Somme Noir. Follow me.
Pick up the pace. A train? What's a Night City train doing behind a door?
Night City?
This makes no...
You don't have to explain if you don't want to. The Somme Noir is where dreams gather. It's a place where anything can happen.
Anything? Sure, makes sense. This makes no sense. Firewall's paper thin. No challenge. Too slow! System purge! Pick up the pace.
Pick up the pace.
There she is. Rebecca!
The smile.
Nova, looks like you made it out all right. But who's this Choom? You two know each other?
This is Rover. He pulled me out before that thing, that Nightmare Tacit Discord, could flatline me.
Nightmare Tacit Discord? The kind of name is that?
That is what they're called. I see we have a big personality over here.
Next time I see one, I'm blasting it!
Oh my god. Be crazy.
Thanks for looking out for Lucy. Name's Rebecca. Nice to meet you, Choom.
Where's David? He's not with you?
Oh.
What's this?
After the smoke cleared, it was all I could find. Guess covering our backs couldn't cover his own. Didn't get a clear look, but no one could have survived that attack. I think he...
Hello. One sec, let
Hello.
me check to see
Hello.
if that's okay. Hello.
You're on stream, by the way.
Oh, sugar, sorry. I didn't know that you guys were still streaming.
Oh. Oh, it's okay.
We should definitely put it like in here, you know, like streaming, like the status.
Oh yeah.
Or we should make another voice call for specifically streaming.
But the timer thing is gonna be
No, just have someone on their phones. Unlike someone who decided to restart everything.
See, sometimes we need a reset, okay?
Aha, sure. Yeah, reset my ass.
What are you guys doing?
I'm playing the Cyberpunk Edge Runners collab storyline right now. Although I'm getting kind of sleepy.
Since when do you get sleepy at this time?
I normally take a nap. Like
Hong shi me 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 me
yeah,
me me
and
me
I
me.
didn't do that tonight, so
Wow, we're having normal sleep schedules now? Since when?
no.
No normal sleep schedule? Aw. I really thought you've changed. I'm just kidding.
It's not me, it's you. You're the one whose sleep
Wow.
schedule is changed. You slept at a pretty normal time yesterday. You slept throughout the night.
I was actually so tired yesterday. You don't fucking understand. You don't fucking understand me. I feel very. I was like really like how to say exhausted. Like it's really. What's the word for it? Dead. Yeah, I was feeling dead.
What's that?
This is the best word I could come up with.
Oh, this is bad.
How was your day, Jay? Are you waiting for your bus?
Yeah, I am.
Halfway familiar. Am I stuck in some kind of borked brain dance?
Do you have something to say? Like, for which you want me to mute your stream or something?
This isn't a BD, Becca.
Can you guys meet me on stream?
Yeah, just
Um, because you guys won't be able to respond to what I was going to say. So yeah.
okay. Rainy says hi, Jay.
Hello. I was unaware that they were streaming, and I joined BC.
No, I'm
So
not
very fun.
streaming. Only Night is.
Oh, 90 boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is
Oh yeah, I
he?
got a cheesecake at my work.
Cheesecake? Oh my god, I want cheesecake.
Yeah, it's like a raspberry blondie cheesecake. If you want, I can send you a picture.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh, you're gonna make
please.
me jealous that you have cheesecake and I don't.
Give me 2 seconds.
Head's still ringing a bit,
Do
but
it.
otherwise seem to be fine. Crazy as it sounds, not sure we're in our world anymore, if that's even the right word.
You skez, June? Or maybe your circuits got fried.
Oh.
I also wondered if this could be a brain dance, or some other kind of sim. But I'm not getting a read on any BD gear.
I have sent a
Memories
pic.
seem fine too. No signs of tampering.
Wait, let me.
What convinced me this is someplace else was this. This mark. It's not ink or chrome. It's giving me a weird feeling. Can't classify it.
Got one on my shoulder, too. But so what? Ain't like that disproves this being a BD.
You've got the same mark on your hand. Let me guess. Ain't a coincidence?
Yeah, it's called a tacit mark. It shows up when a resonator's power kicks in.
Did something just fly out of it? How's that possible?
I want one! How many eddies for the talking plushie? I'll buy one right this second.
Huh? Who you calling a plushie? I'm an Echo. Rover and I go way
Tee.
back.
Tee.
Oh, we were muted on stream.
Yes.
Everyone,
Oh.
this is Abby.
I thought Jay said to not mute. I was like, oh, okay.
No, she said not to mute because she thought that we wouldn't be able to respond because she thought that I couldn't mute myself for some reason.
Jay!
It's okay.
Okay.
She's had a long day.
That's true.
I am bad with internet techie wizardry stuff, okay?
Which is girly. What?
Yeah,
Hey, you're a
internet
streamer
techie
too.
wizardry.
You're a streamer too.
Yeah, I'm a
Fool
streamer
yourself.
too.
I can't.
I'm a stream.
Oh my god, I'm having like a mental breakdown. What's happening?
Wait, did you guys see the video I sent?
Which one?
You laughed for 5 minutes
Where?
by himself.
No?
Oh, oh, you mean it in the actual YouTube video?
Oh, Sugar, we never actually made a video of you sleeping on stream.
Oh yeah. I should have it in my mods. I could download it and
It's hard to swallow, but it's
make
the
the
only
video.
Make the video.
That said,
I'll probably make that like unlisted too. Like, I don't think anyone else is gonna be interested in like I mean, no, that one was
Yes.
actually pretty
What is it
interesting.
you want to know exactly?
Yeah.
I can't
I
believe
mean,
I laughed so hard on this.
to be fair, this one is also pretty funny, but like,
I'm looking to find the source of the
I
disturbance.
don't know if I want him repeatedly
I need a
saying the
complete picture.
lyrics to the song that he was writing.
How did you get here? Where did that nightmare tacit discord come from? I'm
I
hoping
don't
you
know
can
if
give
I
me
want
some
that
kind
as
of
a
an explanation.
YouTube video on my channel.
Rebecca,
That is a very fair
this might
point.
take a minute.
Whatever. This crap's way over my head anyway.
You laugh for so long.
Thanks.
God, this little staircase is so sketchy.
What?
It's like stairs, but they're just like metal grids.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Please hold the handrails.
The handrails are covered with bushes.
Oh.
Yeah. It's very fun to walk down.
Uh-huh. Just, I don't think it'll be as fun to fall down though.
Mm.
Oh wow, we're in anime now.
Yeah, apologies if you can hear cars.
No, I don't think we can.
That is surprising. I'm next to a very busy road.
Noise cancellation.
Hey, yeah.
Rex wonders,
Got anything for insomnia?
Yep.
when is my bus going to be heard? Give me 2 minutes.
Don't need my tarot cards to see that. Worry not. Got just the thing. My pendulum. First time using it over hollow call, though. Right. Now think back to your fondest memories. Find them.
I should have stayed at the vaping area.
Oh, how long?
11 minutes.
It's okay. 11 minutes will pass in the blink of an eye. Aww.
Anyways, I best leave you guys to it for now. I will join back once I'm home and situated.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye, chat.
안녕히 가세요. Oh, she left.
Yes.
This odd feeling. What is it? A tattoo? But when did I...
Oh, this is so cool. Oh, so trippy.
So trippy.
Yeah.
Is everything here just a dream? But the ground beneath my feet, it feels so real. David? How?
David.
Oh my god, my back.
David? 'Cause... 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 'cause
Wait, don't go. Wait.
In the way.
Still no connection.
Quick hack. Access quick hack through the utility wheel. Aim the camera at targets to show hack options. Okay. System will begin hacking once an option is selected and upload the hacking command automatically. Hacking will be complete upon successful upload. Okay. Time will be slow during the hacking process. Exit the quick hack interface for quick upload.
Hacking that felt easier than usual. Got something to do with this tattoo?
Oh, you can use quick hack through the camera. Wait, what tattoo is she talking about though? Oh, the tacit mark, I see.
Pick up the pace.
Am I supposed to use one of these?
Whole interface feels different. Must have jumped to a new domain. Better take my time looking around. Pick up the pace.
Sometimes you may switch between several cameras in a network. Okay.
Maybe this is all a brain dance, a simulation? No, not getting any trace of a BD wreath. Can't get a line to Misty or the net either. Not even a ping. The hell's going on?
What the hell's going on?
Is this a port into cyberspace? Why is it here? Encryption's weak. Should try cracking it.
Ooh, hacking minigame. In the breach protocol interface, select the code sequences required to upload from the code matrix and shelf the sequence in the buffer. To complete the hack, hi TV. Hi, you cry. Not yet. To complete the hack, match the code sequence in the buffer with the sequence required to upload. Okay. Start on the first row of the code matrix after selecting the first code. Next one is chosen from the column of the previously selected code. The row. Okay. I see. Is that you will need to start from the beginning. It's less than the number of unmatched segments. We succeed only when all target sequences are fully complete. Hi TV, welcome in. Okay. Hacking is so easy, guys. Hacking is that easy. I finished story, I go to corner grind for 10 hours and miss the bus to go
Not like any part of cyberspace I've
work.
ever seen.
Oh, this looks so pretty. This reminds me of that game, Ghost Runners. I think it's called Ghost Runners. It has similar kind of concepts, like cyberspace and things. Oh, look, there he is. Oh.
I can't go any deeper. Why are you showing me this?
What are you mumbling to yourself for?
Rebecca?
Looking at me like I'm a ghost. Jeez. There's something on my face?
But you should be...
Oh.
It's been a while, Lucy.
Dang. He actually has voice lines?
David. Is it really you?
Look out!
Oh.
Run, Lucy.
Damn it! Give them back to me!
Oh. Is that when we found her? Is that when we saved her?
After that, you know the rest. Now, is that proof enough?
I see. Those memories just now, how did you do that?
Still trying to figure that out. Ever since this mark showed up, this tacit mark, my net running feels upgraded, evolved. Used to only work on machines, but seems I can hack organics now too.
So that's what it was. It's your resonance ability, huh?
My what?
Think of it as a kind of superpower. It's how I drove back the Nightmare Tacit Discord when we met.
And this ability differs person to person? Damn shame. Here I was hoping flight came as a standard feature.
So, you two good now, or what?
Tired of depression.
Yeah, for now.
Adam Smasher.
Clarity, at least.
What's your next move?
Got a score to settle with that Nightmare Tacit Discord. Everything else can wait. And David.
Me too. I'm itching to shove my iron down that thing's throat.
Good. Then we want the same thing as far as that goes. I need to stop it from affecting reality.
So, we gear up, storm back in, and blow that bastard into chunky scop salsa?
I need to confirm a few things
Should get a few
first.
facts straight first. This world of yours, care to spill a little more about it? Resonance abilities, frequency bands, Star Torch Academy? First I've seen data on any of this. Think I get the gist now, though. Becca, you following most of this?
Better off asking how much I didn't understand. Whatever, we're in another universe, got it. Doesn't change what we need to do anyway.
What? Nightmare tacit discords? They shouldn't be able to leave the Somnoir. How are they here?
Ew,
Oh,
why do they look like
indeed.
friggin' corpos? Seriously? Expect me to give you a lesson in lingo right now?
She's got a point.
Linnae!
On the fight. Count me in for the catch-up afterwards.
I'll lock him down with a hack. Don't get sloppy.
Linnae and Rebecca would get along amazingly. You smashed me, beloved. Quick hacks.
Full body conversion!
Why do my attacks feel so different?
What?
Dunno.
Oh, I see.
Breaking it up a notch. Woo! Now die already, stupid lapdogs!
Havoc Rower is so fun to use.
Leave it to me. Endure and defy.
Drive safe!
Oh. Oh, am I lagging?
Check this out. Zip! Marked! Ha! Ha! Hey, where's the fire? Ha! Ha ha!
Ha! Flank and spank!
Why the goofy music?
I made it.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, let
Collecting
me
data nearby when I heard the commotion. Didn't expect to run into you guys.
check my goofy.
So, pretty stylish entrance,
Oh,
right?
76%. Riz. Ooh, not bad. Let's see. Love. Cyberpunk. Edge Runners. Oof. Oh, that's not good. Very stylish.
How'd you make
42%.
explode? So fucking Nova! That spray can some kind of weapon?
That's kind of hard to explain.
Your fake fans for real.
Oh, actually, I was gonna ask. During the fight, I noticed
The
Glow job on your gun.
glow job?
by graffiti?
Is that a thing?
Spotted that, did ya?
The glow job.
Color scheme myself. Preem, right? Totally screams my style.
For sure. It's got your vibe all over it.
Keep the compliments rolling. Speaking of, your piece is killer too. Let me see.
Haha, they're so cute.
Sure. Here you go.
Whoa, sick! Adorable and tuned to perfection. Plus, that muzzle mod's legit. You know your iron. Name's Rebecca. Or Becca. Or Bex. Whatevs.
I'm Lene. Nice to meet you, Rebecca.
Lucy, we're tying up some loose ends here. Try to stay out of your hair.
Sure. Make yourselves at home. By the way, I haven't seen you around before. New students?
Too much to explain now. It's complicated. Say nothing. It's complicated.
Look at you, all conflicted. Fine, I won't pry.
Let's see how much I love
Told
Lucy.
you we're edge runners from Night City. Would that get your neurons firing?
Aw,
Night City? Edge runners?
love
Yeah, don't sweat it.
David.
Tunes are good tunes, no matter where or when you find them, right?
Aw,
Yeah, you're right.
what's this? The city where Lucy and her crew live. Night City is a multicultural metropolis that was originally founded as a haven for idealists and entrepreneurs. In reality, however, the city has almost always suffered from oppressive megacorporations, corruption, organized crime, and rampant violence. Any updates on the disturbance?
It's slow, but the frequency leaking from the door has kept spreading. The
Give
academy
me
is
one
saying nothing's wrong to
second.
avoid panic. Classes and drills are running as normal. But that's just a stopgap. I really hope we can fix this before everyone finds out.
Don't worry about it. You
On that note,
can.
Did you notice something? When we were fighting those nightmare tacit discords, my attacks were way weaker than all of yours. Could barely scratch him. I mean, I have been slacking on training to chase credits, but that's not it, is it?
No, it's almost like you're not the on-banner character for this
Happened to me
collab.
too. There's a unique tacit discord on the other side of that door. It resisted all standard attacks. These aren't normal tacit discords. Lene, can you report this directly to President Lucilla? We need her insight. After that, I'll go with you to see Mornier. When you deliver the data, I'll brief her on our guests.
Copy that. I'll grab the data samples first, plus an extra copy for the president.
Then I'll come with.
Rebecca?
Just remembered something I gotta hash out with Rover. You go ahead.
Lene, right? She's an interesting variable. And you mentioned a Mornier earlier. Who's that?
A professor here at Star Torch. She may have insights into the tacit discords we've been facing.
Calling in a consultant, huh? Sure.
Oh.
Just give me a sec before we roll, yeah?
Okay, while the cutscene was running, I tried adding this. Oh, let's go. There's a new command. Wait, have I added Goofy to my panels? I should update my panels too. Edit panels, commands. Goofy's not here. 75%, that's not bad. Goofy and cool. He's 75% cool. I'm cooler than you though. By 12%. Cooler, cooler. That's okay. I know I have the darky deep. What do you mean? I'm literally the knight of darkness. If anyone has a darky debuff, it's me. What are you doing?
Together a sit rep, listing anomalies, gaps in intel. Remember that shard Rebecca found? Don't think it was random. It's tied to David, I'm sure of it. But I can't crack the encryption solo. I'll wait to see if your Professor Mornier has any leads. By the way, guessing you still have questions about my world, right? Now's as good a
I
time
think
as
I
any.
outdark you. No,
You
that's
mentioned a few things
impossible.
before.
Do I really want to do this? Because I
The
know.
Arasaka Corporation, a global megacorp. In a nutshell, their big biz is in security contracting, military in Night City. Arasaka is the law. Everyone knows that name. For better or worse.
What do you mean you're cooler? I
Survive
mean,
long enough, bound to
I
cross
guess
paths.
according to the
I'm
bot,
no
yes.
exception. We've got.
Well, let's see. Dark.
You mentioned a few things before.
Oh. Do it. Let's see your dark. Wait, did you already do it before? You did Goofy. Did you do Dark? I don't think so. Let's find out how dorky you are. What if I am... I think it's very difficult for you to be more dorky than me now. You have a 1 in 20 chance.
Anyone on a corporate payroll. The corp pads their wallets. They pull the trigger. Judging by the uniforms, the ones we tangled with were security. Their job's to
Let's
keep the
go
cops off our
gambling.
bums.
Oh,
Go
dang
on.
it.
Ideally,
Oh,
it's best to stay off their radar.
oh my gosh.
You mentioned a few things before.
Dang, that was close. Well fought. GG's. I must commend an opponent who is nearly as dorky as me, but I still win. So I am both dorkier and cooler than you.
Like me and Becca, folks on the edge of society. Usually mercs who take on jobs no one else can do. Clients will pay a pretty yeti for us to solve. Of course, a lot of peeps don't do it just for the money, but to make a name.
You mentioned a few things before.
Yeah, think that's the best way I can sum it up. Listen, those nightmare TDs are targeting me. If this op goes critical, make sure you get Rebecca out.
I'm not leaving anyone behind.
Chill, that was a joke. Kinda.
Chill. Okay, I'm getting kind of sleepy now.
Didn't expect a lecture from her royal iciness.
Dang, you took everything from me. I still have silly. Wait, did I? Is it just Goofy? I think Goofy and silly should be the same thing, but then why didn't it trigger? Did I not add multiple trigger words to that? Oh no, I didn't. Let me do that. Wait, then which was the one which I did add multiple triggers to one of them? Didn't I? I'm so confused now. Let me see. It's okay, no worries. No. Oh yeah, the silly thing. Like if you do silly now, it'll just trigger the same as Goofy. That should be fixed. Oh, that's not good. I think I really did take everything from you. I'm sorry. No worries. Not cool, not goofy. Oh, I got nothing. I mean, you're like 94% dorky. And you're like 75% cool. You're just not as cool as me or not as dorky as me, but like, you're still cool and dorky. Oh, 68.
Yeah, just now. Oh, guess you didn't notice my eyes. Got Kuroshi implants. You know, cyberware. They light up when Lucy and I swap info. When I stopped talking mid-sentence back there with Lene, that's because Lucy called, warned me not to touch the door directly. Something about contamination. You get the idea.
Foxtrot dropping in. Hi, killer. Thanks for helping a lot by saying you're better than me. Though I'm more dorky than you. I'm not saying I'm better than you. But I am cooler than you. I'm just messing with you. Hey, let's see how much I love you. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, and you hate me too. No, it just needs a bit of warming up, you know. Oh my god. Uh, like if you add those two, you get like 60%.
Seem plenty strong without. Why bother? Guess I'm curious about your world too, though. Especially the echoes. Man, I'd kill to have an echo buddy like Abby.
If making a new personality was a full-time job, I'd be Jeff Brazos. Wait, Edge Runners? Yes. Look. It's Rebecca and there's Lucy.
They're kind of like pets. It takes me back to my days with Cup Cup. Yeah, my dog. Little Squirt was the best. Tons of fun.
The
He
cope.
would have been Chooms for
Yeah.
sure.
I don't hate you. See, there's Lucy. I have Lucy too.
I will be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future.
Where's
leaving
Lucy?
the
Where's
past behind.
Lucy? There.
Need something?
Look at her. She looks so good. She has the USB port. Hell yeah, but I quit gacha games, been taking the moolah out of my pockets. I don't spend much. She looks so good. Rebecca looks very accurate too. It's okay, you can say you hate me, I'll accept it. No. Why did you need to highlight that message? Hey, did I miss? Did you say it before? No. Okay. I don't hate you. Why would I hate you? Yeah, gacha games are not something I can afford either. I mean,
Report to President Lucilla about the door.
just have some self-control, guys. It's not that hard.
What did she have to say?
She's worried about the academy. Wants to help, but is tied up with another issue. Can't pull away. She said she'll arrange for backup from the collective. But for now, we're on our own. Yep, I knew you'd say that. So, are you ready to move?
I'm ready. I think I want to end though. I think I'm too tired. But then Killer just got here. Lucy and Rebecca are awesome. Yay, brokies. You know what? Let's continue for a bit.
Then let's go see Professor Mornier.
You hate me because I'm a Rizless bag. No. No.
You know, that spray can thingy you use is pretty Nova. You buy it around here?
The academy doesn't have any spray can stores.
Oh.
Like it? I can give you one if you want.
Let's check how much Killer.
Awesome! This place is way too squeaky clean. Could use
Oh,
some
68.
you know?
Right between 6'7" and 6'9".
This is a testament to my connection with the world around me. And it's very much my companion now. Bearing witness to everything I've experienced on this journey.
Love spending in gacha. Accurate. Very accurate. Make it 6'7". I mean, you got in between 6'7" and 6'9", so I think you should still be happy.
You okay? Do you need to stop?
62%. I see. How am I getting a... Yeah, because it's random. It's just... You can keep re-rolling if you want. 54%? Okay. Like, barely over 50%. I see.
Stopping's the last thing we should do.
Let me try to raise you up.
I can feel it. That Nightmare Tacit Discord is looking for us.
Oh shit. Ah. Go ahead.
It's all your fault.
Why did you leave me? Why?
You can't run away forever. Wherever you are, we'll hunt you down.
Stop!
This is all your fault.
Lucy! Lucy!
You should raise dog first. I don't care. Make it like a.
Damn it! We're still getting hacked even out of that hellscape? You alright?
I'm getting so sleepy now.
I'm fine. No stranger to headaches like these.
Let me go find my Riz journal. Oh my god, he has a Riz journal.
I cut the nightmares linked to you, but
He's
couldn't
pulling
scrub the
his
residual frequency
Riz journal out.
To err on the side of caution, you should be examined. We can't risk a repeat of that.
We can get you checked at the infirmary. I've already contacted Dr. Herson. He's on standby for you.
We know who's behind this. Wouldn't it be quicker if we just, boom, blast that scop sucker to bits?
Scop sucker.
It's not that simple.
OMG.
In that last
Wait,
fight,
what
Rover
was
and I
the
didn't even
OMG
scratch
for?
it.
You
Same
should go
probably
rest
goes
then,
for
it's
you.
okay.
It may be keyed to its
much though.
distortion field. Until we can find a way to crack it, engaging it is pointless.
Won't know till we try. Whatever. Chrome maintenance is important. Should focus on getting patched up first.
What about you?
Me? Nah, I'm good. Look, bouncing off the walls like usual, ain't I? It's just a couple of scams, right? Come on, let's go. If docs give you the willies, I could... dunno, tag along while they run their tests. No biggie.
Just see me to the door.
Just see me to the door. Just see me to the door.
That was the president. She's gonna help us handle any inquiries from the collective. She also dropped some bad news. After we left, the contamination around the door showed signs of spreading.
No, that's not good.
It's moving faster than they anticipated. Still contained for now, though.
Leave this to me. You get whatever data you collected back to Mornier. She'll need it to keep working on a fix.
Sure, leave it to me.
Anyway, Lucy's been in there forever. What's the holdup?
This is Luke Harrison, one of the Academy's doctors. How is she?
Results confirm that the frequency disturbing her is gone. She was cooperative, though she does have a stubborn streak. I advised rest, but your companion refused, insisted that you didn't have the time. We were able to reach a compromise. I agreed to give her access to the Academy's database while she receives care.
Oh. I am so sleepy. But Luke is here. No wonder she's still in there.
That gonk ain't the patient type. Her and David both. Whatever, so long as she's in one piece. Gonna go suck some fresh air. Holler if you need me.
Holla at me, holla.
Something else on your mind?
During the examination, I noted Lucy's psychological state isn't stable. She's vulnerable to external frequency interference. That unique tacit discord you mentioned seems to be targeting that weakness.
Here, let me pull something out the rest journal for real. Okay.
Is there a treatment?
Conditions like these don't have a quick fix. Recovery comes from a sense of safety and support, as well as time. All we can do is to hold
Talking
space
about
for her.
who, Dark?
The real work of healing must come from within. They have a connection to the Somme Noir, don't
No,
they?
you.
Lucy is linked to that nightmare tacit discord somehow. Figuring it out might be our ticket to stopping the spread. Once she's stable, I'll review the Somme Noir intel with her. I'll check with Rebecca first. Huh. Where'd she run off to?
She said she needed some air. I believe I saw her headed toward the recreational program generator.
There's a recreational
guess.
program generator.
Fresh air was code for dodging her own examination. I'll track her down. Luke, keep an eye on Lucy for me.
Of course. While you're at it, could you give Rebecca this terminal? I've registered both her and Lucy as new students. That should help with getting around the Academy unrestricted.
I like how they just make everyone a student. There's like no procedure. Just anyone can become a student. Undercover spies
Got
or
a feeling
student.
that even when we find Rebecca, she's not going for that checkup.
My thoughts exactly.
Optional
It's not
visit
like we can force
Lucy.
her. Let's just find her and make sure she's okay for now.
Looks like I have a visitor.
How do you feel?
Better than when we first left the Somme Noir. Dr. Herson, right? He gave me a terminal. Was nice enough to explain how to access the Academy's network. Out of respect for his trust in me, or rather, his trust in you, I won't access any classified files. As for treatment, still ongoing. I'll ping you when it's done.
Why do we have to pay for the food we developed ourselves?
Relax. It all gets reimbursed through the research fund anyway.
Find Rebecca. Oh yeah, what happened to the Riz? You stole my heart. What's next? My last name too? Nice. Check. Did you check your Riz? Oh yeah, you did. It's like 77, right? Yeah. Nice. Nice. Oh, she's talking to Sigrika. This
Hmm,
Rizzler of
Sounds
Session.
like a fantasy sim to me. Besides, they all look the friggin' same. Can't tell them apart.
What if you tried imagining them as stars?
Pass. Don't want to fry my circuits with that stuff. Merc work suits me better than classwork.
Imagine just randomly pulling out guns in school.
Yep, custom job.
Know your wallet payout. Oh, that's crazy.
Is where you live really that dangerous? There you are, Senior.
Oh, looks like you two have met.
Yeah, we've been vibing.
I had a lecture, but the professor sent a last-minute message to push it back. Meliora wanted to stop by the arcade, so I came with her. I'm actually not very good at gaming. I lost every round until Rebecca showed up and gave me a hand.
I was just killing time. Didn't expect to get hooked. Ended up carrying her through a few levels. Next thing you know, we're chooms. Gotta say, prefer co-op to the solo grind.
So cute.
Oh, can anyone even beat this game?
Oh, y'all got shooters here?
They released it a while back. I tried it.
Thanks for the gacha funds.
I failed right at the go.
I ain't no saint, but I'd be blessed to have. That's a good one.
Huh? Are these friends of yours? Yep. Let me introduce you. This is Rover, and that's Rebecca. By the way, where did Fenella go?
She had stuff to do. Went back to the institute with Verma. Oh, I wish they were here. Maybe then I wouldn't be getting my butt handed to me. The final enemy swarm is just too big. Too many targets.
How's this thing work? Just lie back in the seat?
Here, I'll help you set it up. What do you want the difficulty to be?
Maxed out, duh. Watch me clear it in one life.
Are you sure? Max difficulty gives even veteran players a run for their money.
Nice, but it's so funny because I can imagine you just going down the list trying to get it. Yeah, that's the rookie mistake. Never mention the Riz journal off the bat. Let Rebecca cook. If she wipes, I'll go next.
Finally a chance to show off my moves. Watch me roll credits before you can blink.
Please tell me there's gonna be an actual like shooter mini game or something. Or is it just gonna be us playing as her? Oh, that's not fun.
Rebecca, can you hear me?
Okay.
The tutorial says the max difficulty basically drops you into a full sim. Everything will feel real.
So, basically a brain dance? Relax, I'm a pro.
This is the arena where we fight Adam Smasher.
Spicy! What the? How are corpos in your game?
Corpos? Well, enemies are simulated from your memories. Could be anything.
Even better. Bopping suits is what I do best. Gonna turn you from cheddar to Swiss. Get lost!
How are your posts for the ladies, by the way? Uh, they gave Rebecca for free. You just log in, you click a button, and you get it for free. So if you want to get her, you can just log in and you get her. I think as long as you're like level 2 or something, which is I'm pretty sure everyone in the world is.
Just getting warmed up.
I was expecting it to be like there'll be like challenges that you need to do or something, but no, they just gave it to you for free.
Just getting warmed up. Boom, boom, boom!
You log in and you get Rebecca, and then for Lucy, I think I didn't count, like maybe 72 or something. And for the weapon too, like I think it was a 70 plus. By the way, I don't play WuWa. Oh, you've never played it? I thought you played it, but you dropped it or something.
That's it? Barely even a warm-up.
Because if you know someone who's played it but doesn't actively play it, I would suggest like just log it and get the free 5-star.
What's this supposed to be? A pufferfish?
I thought that would be like challenges, you know, you need to complete the story and do something to get the free 5-star character, but no. I don't never played it, I see. It's called a gulp off.
Not bad. Weirdly cute. Here, you keep it.
Huh? Are you sure? Thank you, Coach.
Aw.
Coach, you talking to me?
Yes, Coach Rebecca. I want to learn from you. Maybe one day I can be just like you. Your shooting was incredible. Are you in a club? Where did you train?
The Night City Club of Lahiroy?
Strange. Star Torch has a club called that.
We can chat more next time. The professor just sent a message, Meliora.
Nice
to
save.
discuss with us.
Oh, crap! I shouldn't keep him waiting. Later, everyone. Sigrika, hurry up.
Okay, let's hang out again.
So, tracked me down. What for? Let me be clear. If you're here to drag me back for an exam, I'll tilt it so fast you'll get whiplash.
Relax. I'm here to give you this.
What's this weird doodad?
Dr. Herson helped you apply for a terminal. Now I can ping your location and contact you whenever.
Oh, nice! Thanks, Choom.
I just got a message from Lucy. She needs more time digging through the archives. Says to wait.
Fine. Her call.
Some words were meant to be shared in private, so how'd you like to have a conversation? Lips touching. What the hell?
Plus, gotta field test this bad boy.
Oh, she got a paint shell from Linne. That's very scandalous. Ugh.
And done. Preem, right?
It's a neat design. You might get in trouble for that.
Hell yeah! You got good taste.
I saw this symbol in Lucy's memories too. What does it mean?
It's David's tag. Choom had it on his jacket. Kinda like a logo or signature.
I can tell he meant a lot to you both.
Damn damn straight. David's one of a kind. Not gonna lie, I actually kinda like that stupid fish thing I won.
Then why give it away? I want to ask both of these. I want to know her answer to this. Like, is she going to be honest or is she going to be like tsundere? But this is like the what I would want to say after that, you know, like, okay, you gave it away, now let's go win another one.
Dunno, a whim? Not like I could have kept it anyway. Better it goes to someone who will, you know, care for it. Ugh, threw up a big lure, didn't get any bites. Guess he's not here. Whatever. No sense waiting.
You were looking for someone. Did others from your universe come to Star Torch?
Who knows? Was kind of a long shot. Thought the tag might draw Pilar out somehow.
Damn, these lines are somehow golden but inappropriate. What was I thinking? It's okay.
My head older
You
brother.
can
In the same crew, but all he did was clown around, crack jokes, and muck things up.
hit us with your res lines.
Probably be yelling about landing some big score. The Pilar, he had his head blown off by a random cyber psycho. Wrong place, worst time.
What's a cyber psycho?
You're still going down the list?
Some kind of mental illness?
Oh, last one?
Yeah,
Okay.
makes peeps snap, lose their minds. Don't know the cause exactly, but they say the more chrome you chip, the closer you dance along the edge of sanity.
Why install so much Chrome then?
Because more cyberware means more speed and power. As for my gonk brain brother, I know he's gone, but part of me still hoped, you know? After all the weird that's happened, what's a little hope, right?
Aww.
Let's face it, we crash landed here, glitched out your world. Couple of bugs in the system. Who knows when we'll up and vanish for good?
Don't assume you don't understand.
Don't you know not to sneak up on a girl?
How did you find us?
Mornier showed me how to use the terminal's tracker. It's efficient. Mornier and I also spoke about the frequency band. She had useful intel. Set up a meeting with the Ivory Gatekeeper.
Ooh. Okay, what's your Riz killer? Hit us with it. Oh. Hi Jay, welcome back. Man, you scare me with that. It's like I'm not even used to like what sound I have for bits and what I have for subs and stuff. Cause like I'm a small streamer. I don't get a lot of bits and subs and stuff. So it's like it's just a sound and I know something's happening and I have to like oh, that's a raid. Hi Sukasa. Welcome in. But yeah, thanks Jay for the bits. Hello, how are you doing? And welcome in Raiders. How was your stream? You were streaming Genshin? How many pulls did it take? Let's check, you know what? I don't know the exact number. It was like 70 something. Thankfully I won my 50-50. Let's see. Wait. Oh yeah, I did a 10 pull after Lucy. Okay, let's see. So 5. Which page is she on? Page 4. So that means 5 to 18 is like 13, 14 pages. 14 times 5, that's what, 70? 72, 73. I got Lucy on 73. So pretty. Is it a skin? It's an actual character. Wait, let me show you. See?
Need something?
It's an actual character and she has her own moves, her own like signature weapon. It can do like the Sandevistan animation. She has like
Here, enjoy.
pretty cool combat moves. She also does the thing, like the beckoning thing.
Hold still. You like that? This might hurt.
Wanna know how many pulls it took me? Actual? Yeah. Congrats on getting her. Thank you. Ooh, 4% raise. Whoops. He took David's things and the Western. Yes. 11. Oh, that's crazy. Oh yeah, I missed your riz. I'm no astronomer, but I'd name a planet after you because you're just out of this world. Nice one, killer. But yeah, welcome in raiders. If you need to raid and run, it's pretty late. Feel free to do so. But if not, just chill here with me because I'm doing the story. I even... Okay, let me turn on my music since I'm yapping now. I turned it off because I wanted to hear the game fully. But yeah, I was sad and devastated when he died. I will lurk until I fall asleep. Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, let me show you guys. Oh, there's also Rebecca.
Need something?
Yo!
And let me show you guys her pull animation because it's pain. Kinda hard to decide to pull more or get Lucia. Yeah. I thought you were playing with you earlier. Who is that blondie I see? Oh, thanks for the bits, Jay. I'm not gonna say anything else because it'll just... Because you'll do more of it. So just thanks. I thought you were playing with you. Yeah, I was playing Apex with you and Orange. Who is that blondie? Let me show you. I think you're talking about Luke.
The incision has to be clean. Don't want to mess for suturing.
Like my luck in RNG, I don't know how I pulled a baddie. Another W from J. Yeah, WJ. She has a type for blondes. I see. You're exposing her, huh? He's pretty cool. I understand having a thing for him even if you don't have a type. Because he's so nice and gentle.
Funny thing, when I first went colorblind from the side effects of Icar, the world turned into an old black and white movie overnight. The only color I saw was the mesmerizing golden hues gilding the world around me. The morning light dancing on the windowsill, students' smiles as I unwrapped their bandages, and the vibrant energy they brought to the room as they pushed open my door. Look, even this bouquet the students brought me this morning glows faintly with the same golden light. Perhaps when I have time, I'll go pick out new specimens myself.
Luke Herson, yeah. His name is Luke Herson. He's a doctor. Yeah. Okay, why are his voice lines so big? I want to like listen to something
I can't stop my lifelong
short.
wish is to be someone's partner in crime. Together, we'll send him straight back to hell. These restraint devices on my neck and arms. The day before I came to Lahai Roy, I dumped all of Naviale's mess onto my assistant. I felt odd.
Okay, I think that's enough simping for Luke. But yeah, we have Lucy and Rebecca, and I think they have the same VAs. I'm not sure. Is it the same VA as the anime? Vague is part of his life, else he'd be in Din.
Asking about my cyberware? Guess you're not sporting a scanner. Sorry, but I ain't interested in talking about me or my specs. Rather change the subject.
But yeah, I was gonna show you the full animation thingy, right? Because it's paid. Let me turn off my music. Let me turn the volume in game up. But we have to mourn Ye for his
As
losses.
the Sentinel foretold, you and I were...
I know. The dream had to end.
Pain. Despair. So sad. Grand Architect Hiyakigai. Head to the Research Institute, okay. Yukigai. Emotional damage, yes. Emotional damage.
So, Mornier mentioned that the Ivory Gatekeeper is a cat?
Okay, I hope I didn't
Cats
miss
are a rare sight in
anything
Night City.
important. In chat. I hope I greeted everyone. Hello, hello. Do. Yeah, thanks again for the bits, Jay. You know you don't have to. I'm just punning. Yeah, I see it. All good. I like wordplay. Let's go now.
Let's go meet this feline.
Ooh, nice transition. Not what I was expecting. They did such a good job with the collab though. Like Lucy and Rebecca, they look straight out of the anime. Aw.
Whoa, a kitty!
So this is the Ivory Gatekeeper.
What's the situation with the Somnoir now?
The frequency spread is accelerating. The affected area has doubled in the last half hour. While the gatekeeper and I were researching solutions, Lucy contacted me. The frequency band she described is precisely what we were searching for.
Thank you all for coming. I'm the Ivory Gatekeeper. I oversee the Somme Noir, together with the Ebony Gatekeeper.
Nice to meet you, kitty cat.
So cute.
I'm not a cat. I'm the Ivory Gatekeeper. Let's focus on why we're here. Everyone, we found a way to fight the Nightmare Tacit Discord.
Oh.
Lucy, do you have the frequency band shard with you? Just as I thought. I'll explain. This shard Lucy recovered is part of what my colleague and I call a dream band.
Okay.
It is a manifestation of frequency in the flesh. It only appears in the Somme Noir under the rarest of conditions. This is my first time seeing one as well. From what I can tell, aside from the one in your possession, there should be 2 more dream band shards.
What does the frequency band do exactly? So what? Spiny? Spiny or light?
Well,
Is it spiny or
how to
light?
put
Or
it?
is it spiny light?
The Nightmare Tacit Discord and the Dream Band are 2 sides of the same coin. Their frequencies are perfect inversions. Harness the power of the Dream Band, and you might be able to counteract the Nightmare's contamination.
They look so sad. Thanks for the
Listen,
headbats.
Whiskers. No offense, but can you cut the meow act for a sec? And maybe use words I can understand?
Awaken the band's power, and your attacks will damage the Nightmare. On that note, it should be complete. Why is it in shards like this? Where did you find it?
Where David died protecting us from that thing. It's all that was left.
I don't know this David, but from what I can tell, he is the embodiment of Lucy's happiness.
Aw. Don't put it like that. It's gonna make me cry.
Meaning, David's the key to countering the Nightmare TD?
Precisely.
Damn it. If only I'd been faster back then.
Don't blame yourself. You still have a chance to make it all go back to the way it was.
What's that supposed to mean?
The Nightmare Tacit Discord and the Dream Band were born in Lucy's dream. They are figments of her imagination. Physical attacks will only disperse their forms. In other words, your companion is not gone. He exists in the form of the frequency band. Meow. To put it in a way you can understand, if you collect all the shards, you can see David again.
Aw.
You hear that?
That smile.
You ain't even the least bit happy?
Yes. Meow. You could be more... Wait, You look... Oh. Wow. This is more complicated than I thought. Lucy, you haven't told her the
Oh.
truth?
Oh. Lucy knows the truth
The truth? What truth?
that Becca and David are dead. So like if they solve this crisis, I guess Becca is also gonna go away or something.
Lucy! For sake, better spill what's going on!
I can't. Even if I did, it wouldn't fix anything. Ugh. I'm sorry.
I get it.
I'm sorry.
Lucy, some things, if you don't say them now, might not get another chance.
Oh. That must
When this is all over, we'll talk. Just us two.
hurt in the feels.
Catch your breath. I'll handle the others. You can owe me one.
Insert song. Yeah, I was listening to that song when I was pulling fur. Ah.
Actually, there is one thing I want to add about the Dream Band.
It does possess power against the Nightmare Tacit Discord, but it's currently in pieces. Relying on this alone to defeat this unusual Tacit Discord isn't enough.
What are you saying?
It's born from the dreamer's deepest fear. Until that fear is dispelled or overcome, it may as well be immortal. Of course, we do have other ways of defeating it. While it is able to invade reality, it is still a figment of the dream. If the frequency of the dreamer, Lucy, were to vanish, that would bring about its end.
Technically, yeah. It's the Intel Lucy, isn't it fault? It's the Intel broker's fault. Yeah. You're asking Lucy to die. I won't allow that.
I know that! Meow. Why do you think I didn't say this in front of Lucy or Rebecca? Right now, we focus on gathering the Dream Band shards to revive David. If that doesn't work, we'll cross that bridge then.
Yo, I'm back! What'd I miss?
If the frequency of the dreamer, Lucy, were to vanish, that would bring about its end.
Aww. He's dead, so I can't really blame him.
You wish wish to see your friends killed again?
If my frequency flatlines, the Nightmare TD goes with it. If it comes to that.
Alert! Unidentified hostiles detected. Certain areas are now in lockdown. All non-combat personnel evacuate immediately.
Is David's VA the same or different? Because it sounds like either. Okay. I don't know. Oh, Lucy combat.
Someone's controlling the door. Careful. Keep your distance.
Sorry, I'm holding you back.
This is not your fault. A senior? We should fight together.
Just take care of the wounded. I'll handle this.
Feeling glitchy?
These Nightmare Tacit Discords are here for me. I'll hack the door open. Get her out when I do.
What about you?
I'll stall them long as I can. Rover, my crew will be here soon.
Aw.
Lucy.
That tacit discord just spoke.
Lucy, listen. Do not resist. Everything will be easier. You want to see David, don't you? If you remain in the dream, I can make it a reality.
Shut up.
Do not lie to yourself. What reason do you have to return to that cold, empty world? Accept my offer. All of us win. Or would you rather see everyone slaughtered?
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Just hurry, go!
Tacit Discords took my father. I train and sweat to make sure no one else suffers the same fate.
Aw.
I won't let that happen this time.
Gotta love when NPCs aren't just fodder.
You! Get away from them!
Ooh, the cavalry's here. Oh, by the way,
Bullets really are useless.
there's an achievement for surviving Adam Smasher's stomp attack as Rebecca.
Don't know when to quit, do ya? Show your face if you got the balls! Quit hiding in that distortion field! Listen up, you freak, or corporal lapdog, or whatever you are!
Did they censor the middle finger? Not gonna lie, I wanted Rebecca. Yeah.
Big words for a tiny punk.
Adam Smasher.
That poor bastard is here!
Realistically, she was
It's only an illusion the nightmare made from your memories.
she was more of like a ride or die kind of friend to David, you know? Even after like she basically had a thing for him, right? But then she knew that he didn't reciprocate her feelings, but she was still there till the end.
Only a matter of time.
Got away again!
Are you okay?
The real I will help you because I
Give me
love
a
you even
minute.
if you don't love me back. Yeah.
Of all the faces to wear, had to be Adam Smashers. That nightmare TD chose a grade A piece of
Like I'm personally not into like the lolly type of character, so she's not like my type. But like in terms of personality, she was like definitely like one of the best in the series. Like it's supposed to be about this city of people who just, you know, do anything they can to just get on top, right? But she was like a real friend, like a real one. Rip short people. I mean, not not short
Night
people.
City's boogeyman of legend, and Arasaka's top hitman. Bastard's chrome to the gills, nothing Gannic left in him. More killing machine than man. And he'll zero anyone Sokka tells him to. Back in Night
Never
City.
seen as that. No, that's not.
Anyway, just know that jerkwad's not someone you want to mess with.
We're in the clear now. The evacuated researchers were unharmed. Are you feeling all right?
I'm fine. Just need a sec.
The students you protected have been sent for treatment. They asked me to send their gratitude.
Becca is an adult. Yeah, I know
Very
that.
much.
I'm just saying, like, different characters
I
definitely
contained the
like.
Nightmare Tacit Discord by sealing the data rifts. But judging from what we saw, it's only a matter of time before it breaks out again.
Different characters usually like
bad sign.
serve different
We need to collect all the
archetypes, you
Dreamband
know?
shards ASAP.
Okay.
Wish it were
Can
that
you
simple.
stop yapping?
Their locations are being jammed by this spreading frequency. Even I can't pinpoint them.
You mentioned that the Dream Band and the Nightmare Tacit Discord have opposing frequencies. If we can analyze this shard's frequency, could we use it to cut through the interference and pinpoint the other shards?
That's clever. Never tried it, but in theory it should work.
How is the rover like supposed to be so knowledgeable about all of this?
Frequency analysis. Could the Institute handle it? We want to help resolve this Somnor incident as well. Miss Lucy, you can trust us.
Well, rover is old. Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
But he doesn't have his memories. Like, wouldn't you expect someone like Bornier, who's like literally like a researcher working in like frequencies and stuff like that, to have better insights and better ideas?
Now let's discuss getting Lucy. This is a first for me. From her description, Lucy crossed into Solaris. That means there must be a gateway connecting the two universes. Pass through it, and she can return. That gateway should be in the deepest layer of the Somme Noir. The place where the dreamer's most precious memories are held. But I can't sense his exact location either. You'll need to find a way to reach it yourself.
What about the Ebony Gatekeeper? Where is he now?
Handling other sectors of the Somme Noir. The contamination is spreading there too. He's a bit swamped. Meow. Now, though I can't help you directly, I'll do my best to give you a last-ditch escape plan. If the worst happens, I'll activate it to get you to safety.
A last-ditch escape plan. Gotta admit, that does sound cool.
You'll know it when you see it, but I sure hope you won't need to.
Also, Rover and Elusive Realm has been a thing. Yeah. I know, but the point I'm trying to make is there's people who are much more qualified, specifically the cat. The cat literally lives in the Elusive Realm. How is it that Rover suggests something and the cat's like, oh, that's clever, I've never thought of that, but it should work. Shouldn't the cat be like, oh yeah, I thought of that, but there's, you know, maybe it's some caveat to that or something.
If another intrusion occurs, the Academy likely won't be able to
Because
hold
the
them
cat
back
is a
with what
newborn?
we have right now.
It's not a newborn, it's been around since what we won, just like you said. A dilemma, can we do anything?
Easy. Counter them with the same frequency.
Both
Yeah, like,
Lucy
look at
and
this.
Rebecca's weapons are capable of this. Rebecca's firearm, in
Now the
particular,
cat has ideas.
demonstrates remarkable efficacy against nightmare tacit discords.
So what you're saying is, I'm the heavy hitter?
Yep. Maybe it's also your resonance ability.
What about me? Why weren't my attacks affected?
On that point, we don't have a definitive answer yet. Our theory is that their frequencies are somehow counterbalanced by your power of separation. While we can't fully decode your power, we can study and replicate the frequency signatures of Lucy and Rebecca's weapons, applying it to our own armaments. To brace for a probable mass-scale invasion, the Academy has rolled out defenses all around. What we lack at the moment are some frequency samples to finish the calibration. So, Miss Rebecca, would you be...
You want to study my guns? Sure, no prob. We created this mess. Should probably do our part to mop it up. I might as well stick around. Any more of those freaks show up, I'll send them back. That gonk would rather see your face than mine when he's back anyway.
Aww.
The Dream Band's analysis is complete. You can trace the other shards in the Somme Noir with your terminals now.
Just go get the shards. Meet up with you chooms once they're done eyeballing my iron.
Take mine. If those things hit again, you'll need to fight back.
Yeah, okay, Mom. Then what about you? You'd be unarmed.
Miss Lucy, you're welcome to use one of the Academy's weapons. It won't be the same, but it's better than nothing.
Really? Rover will have my back. I'll be fine.
Hey, keep this dumbass safe till I can make it there.
Aww. I mean, I have many ways to torture someone. Does that mean I'll think of using those methods when I barely do it? Yeah, but like, how does that relate here?
Come on, need to hit something.
Like, the analogy for that in this case would be you're talking to a cat who has been living in like perpetual torture and a professor who studies pain, and then a guy with the label of main character comes along and suggests a new method of torture, which the other two are like, oh, we've never even thought of that before. Like, isn't that a bit and like that's the only way that would work. Like you have an enemy that needs to be tortured, wouldn't you expect the people who are used to that to suggest something that works? I guess they just don't want, because I've seen people be like, I don't want this character to take away from the main character. The main character should always be the one who solves every problem, which to me is like horrible writing. But some people actually like that kind of stuff, I guess. But yeah, because I think they were complaining about the Imut stuff. I think like the fact that Imut saves Lahairoi was apparently really, it hurt their ego or something. They were like, when's the main character gonna get more, more screen time and stuff? Imut didn't save Lahairoi, but she did. I mean, she chose to sacrifice herself to go back and power the Exostrider. If she didn't do that in like what was it, 3.1 or whatever, like when she disappears, if she didn't do that, then the loop would not complete, and then we wouldn't get to 3.3 or whenever we actually do save Lahairoi.
It will take a while.
This was right after like 3.1 or something. Someone was complaining about like how the main character was not the main person in this quest, and it was like everyone else was clowning on them in the comments because it was such a
Just Rebecca's fine.
the one that saved Lahairoi.
Then what do
Yes, I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to do the whole we the people thing, but like that's not the point. The point is that
Take a stroll around the academy.
the story,
I can run this spray can back to
it was not just, the main character saves the world.
some video game sounds pretty chill.
It focused more on Imeth
didn't realize you were
and the
already
people and things like that. So some people didn't like that because they wanted the main character to
investigating a
save.
spatial anomaly together. We received a report not long ago. A wall and the ambient frequencies around it were overwritten, turning them into a state of static drift. Linnae also reported seeing a graffiti-like image at the anomaly's center. But we still don't fully understand what happened.
As for Imeth, it's a time loop. It'll happen. No, see, that's the thing about time loops. There's different interpretations of them. There's the school of thought that if something happened in the past, then it is guaranteed to happen. And then there's the school of thought that if something happened in the past, that doesn't mean that it will happen again, and you can change the past by going into the past because you have free will. Those are the different types of like time travel stories that exist. There's like the bootstrap paradox, and then there's the ones where you can change stuff. Like for example, what was it? Back to the Future. You can like literally just erase yourself, which doesn't really work. If you think that what has happened will always happen.
Need to hit something.
That's no question how to. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the different schools of thought. I think there's actually names for that. I don't remember what it's called, but there's like different names for the different ideas about time travel. There's the one that if it has happened, it will happen. And then there's the other school of thought which thinks that free will exists, so you can change the past. Which is why I like time travel stories a lot. I personally prefer the whole like if it has happened then it will happen.
Rather you used my name.
And even if people try to change things they end up, it ends up becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. I like those kind of stories a lot. But yeah, there's fate. I like those kind of stories where it's like you cannot escape fate because there's this sense of like despair. Like no matter how hard you try, you cannot change it. But yeah, there are a lot of time travel stories where you can change. Because obviously time travel does not really exist, except, I mean, you can go to the future, but you cannot go to the past. You can slow down your path through time, but you cannot go backwards. So it is like, technically Genshin has time travel, yeah.
Copy that, Coach Rebecca.
Whatever. Where are you headed anyway?
I was just on my way to check on Verma and Fenella. Oh, here. Try this can, Coach Rebecca. It's a newest flavor. Maybe you'll like it.
You guys live off cans too? Sure, why not?
I should be on my way now. See you next time, Coach Rebecca.
Okay, random encounter. Oh, that's so cool. Multiverse versus, yes, exactly. There's the multiverse idea versus the like closed time loop idea that
Doesn't
you
look
cannot
like
branch
any
off.
boy and rune I've seen. Ring any bells, Sigrika?
look at Sigrika with the eyebrows.
Mysterious graffiti appearing out of nowhere. Not Lahairoi lettering, but not a rune either. This feels shifty. Smells like a conspiracy to me.
Yo, what's up? Why so serious?
Ran into a snag. We're trying to track down whoever did this.
You mean this graffiti on the wall here? You're looking right at her. Preem, right?
Huh?
So that's how it was. So it still looked totally normal when you left. What if the Somme Noir is somehow behind its change? Come to think of it, their frequency readings do seem similar.
Well, at least it's not a trap. That's the good news. Now, we just need to fix the strange static drift. Does this graffiti have a certain meaning?
I like when they bring like relevant characters into stories, even if they're not on the banner and stuff.
That's David's tag. The gonk sprayed it on his jacket, used it kind of like a signature.
Like Linnea is here because, Rebecca and Linnea are kind of similar about like the whole graffiti and stuff.
David?
Yeah, David was our choom back in Night City. Look, you can tell I'm not like you guys. It's pretty obvious I'm not from your world, ain't it?
By the way, people say this is canon to edge runners. Lahairo is small and they're students. Yeah, that's true. I like it. I like when it's not like, because that was one of the complaints that WuWa got a lot, right? Like, the patch after Lupa was introduced, like the next few patches, we were like fighting for Septimon and she was just gone. Like, where is the #1 gladiator? I mean, yeah, sure, they explained it with like, she's busy with something else, whatever. I don't even remember what the explanation was. But like, obviously, it was just they didn't want to write her into the story, right? They wanted it to focus on like Augusta and Yuno. But clearly, she should have just been there, like even if like just for a cutscene or something, right? Ask where Chisa. Yeah, exactly. Like Chisa did show up for the.
Kids here are sharp. Anyway, good. Makes laying out the facts easier. We're edge runners. Mercs, essentially. Walk a fine line between getting paid big and getting flatlined.
Oh,
This
look
too
at
much of a
Linne.
downer for you, or what?
Linne is sad because she's also like an ex-merc.
Absolutely not. I actually want to know more about Night City.
What about David's story? You curious?
You curious? Go watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners on Netflix.
He was a total rookie when I met him, fresh off chipping his Sandevistan.
Sandevistan? What's that?
A high-end piece of cyberware. Flick it on and boom! You're lightning fast! And the rest of the world looks like it's in slow-mo. Sounds Nova, right? But running chrome like that takes a toll. A big one. But David handled the Sandy like a pro. Proved he was special. Just like that, he was one of us. Then, started to go sideways. Lost my idiot brother first. Got his head blown off in a back alley because he wouldn't mind his own biz. Then Maine, head of our crew, got the raw end of a job gone wrong. Didn't matter how much military-grade chrome he was packing. Couldn't save his ass in the end.
Man, this is reminding me of Edge Runners. Edge Runners are so good, but so sad.
I missed out on that whole damn gig. But the look on David's face that day, that I remember. Everything changed after that. David kept chroming up, got stronger, took over for Maine as leader of the crew. Wouldn't stop pushing himself. Told him to ease off the upgrades, but was like talking to a wall. Guess he just couldn't stand the thought of losing anyone else.
S2 is still gonna be a try. Yeah, they said it's gonna make you cry even more.
Well, same goes for me. Gonna protect that dork till the very end.
Dork mentioned.
I think you could like this place. At least, I hope you get to enjoy Academy life while you're here.
Well, these ain't my streets, so probably gotta bounce sooner rather than later.
The number one thing the director said was he wanted them to feel depression. Yeah.
Hey, no way you're passing through without signing the guest book first.
Hell yeah! I like how you think, Choom.
Aww.
Bored with all the chit-chat anyway. Time to knock the rust off.
Sigrika's relevance is being the unaware friend of the. Yeah, it's so funny how she's so unaware. Oh.
Kanye? You gotta call now. I'm a little busy.
We just finished the weapons analysis.
First, die already.
Fall into to the nightmare. Embrace your slumber.
Pie hole!
Shut your glitching pie holes. So fun to use. She's not even important to the overall story, she's just collateral. Yeah. But they did give her a little bit of relevance in the... What was it? Yeah, it was when like the Saving Lahairoi stuff came around, like about like runes and stuff. And Rover was like, we have an expert right here. And for once she had the confidence to be like, yeah, okay, I'll do
shard?
it.
No wonder those freaks were swarming the place.
But yeah, aside from that, the fact that she hangs out with the Grand Architect, that
And here I thought you couldn't fight. Talk about a nice surprise.
I didn't even use her for the fight.
This is one of the dream band shards Professor Mornier mentioned?
Yep. Guessing that's what drew the nightmare TDs to the academy.
Sorry. Whoa, whoa. I think this is more of a celebration moment than a sorry one.
Grand Architect larps so hard she even mimicked being too short to press the top button of the vending machine. Yeah. Crazy stuff.
So, any idea what this shard's doing here?
Maybe David felt that someone was missing him, and it just appeared?
Aw.
Ooh, that's the version I'm choosing to believe.
Felt someone missing him? Sure, I'll buy that.
Aw, so cute.
Right. Now that that's wrapped up, gotta go grab my iron from Mornier and meet up with Luce. You chooms keep my masterpiece safe while I'm out and about, okay?
Sure, I'll keep it fresh in the meantime. We're tagging again when you're back.
No, that's not happening, is it? This is the last time they're gonna see each other, isn't it?
And you have to tell us about you next time.
Or, I don't know, maybe. Who knows? Where did she even learn that she had a toxic Asian mom known as the Grand Architect?
But they left a while ago. Do you know how you're gonna catch up?
Come on, I'm sure Rebecca's already got a plan, right?
Oh. She doesn't.
Falco! Where the hell's your jank-ass ride when I need it?
Oh, they had to name drop all of the characters. They already named like her brother, Pilar, and Falco. Who was the woman who betrayed them, I think? What was her name?
Not sure who
The one who
this
kinda looks
Falco
like
is, but
a
I've got an
Viper from
idea if we
Valorant.
need to chase him down.
Bike, give her a bike. Oh, oh, the expressions are so good at this game. The muscle woman or the lanky one? The one who like I think she betrays them or something at the end. I don't remember. You half betrayed them. Oh, those are like real people faces.
Is this Night City? No, it's different from what I remember. What's going on here?
The other half was a gunpoint.
The high Roy seems to have affected your dreamscape. The frequencies of both are mixing together. What we're seeing is the overlap.
Got a problem. Too much signal noise. It's affecting the tracker.
My time to shine.
Feeling better?
My head's still spinning. Just a little. Nothing I can't power through.
Thanks.
Too bad Edgerunners didn't have that girl from the animated video. Wait, which animated video? Oh,
high-tech city.
you mean like the early
Without the
trailer
lifestyle
that
teacher
came out like
Galaxy, is it?
5 years before the game did or something? No, that was a trailer for the game. That was not for the... I don't know which...
You know, Night City was never really home. Just somewhere I lived for a while.
Yeah, but she was part of Main's crew. I see.
Can't say I love it or hate it. Some peeps see it as a place to plant roots. Others, a place to escape from. It's true I once found a sense of comfort there, but now feels more like a bad memory I'd rather forget.
Cherry Blossom Market.
Know my way through the market. This direction.
Why did the doors just open? If you can't get in, come on, that's...
This makes no sense. This might hurt.
I heard they made the cars destructible or something.
Here, enjoy. Trying to run.
Oh, that's cool.
Those translucent figures. Saw 'em mentioned in the files I scanned before. Reverberations that carry messages from the past, right?
Yes. Interested?
Kinda. Not your normal eddies. Like hacking on easy mode.
I think you can come back to this place later, right? I think I'm just gonna go for the story. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't make so many
Pick up the pace.
chests missable. And also I think you need to come back here to like get materials for them. So yeah, I'm just gonna
Locked
skip
down
ahead to
tight,
the story for
and
now.
That's a serious firewall. Good security. Should be able to restore the deleted
There is a
log,
way
though.
to not have
Find the key that way.
cyberpsychosis.
Scans show it's nearby. Time to look around.
You sure about signing up for this data run? Listen, void storms have been picking up recently.
Be a psychopath.
We get caught in one. That's it. No coming back.
Oh, look at that person dancing in the stall there.
I've had my time, but you still got your whole life ahead.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. But this chance, it might be the only one we get. If we can figure out what this Renodian really is, then maybe others can come up with the right measures to fight it.
Ah, this is like Lahairo, I mean, storyline related.
I'm doing this for the same reason you are. my little Roy to have a safe, happy future here in Lahai Roy.
When did you learn to talk so pretty? All right, gear up. We roll out soon.
Threnodian?
The bane of civilization. Something we've always been fighting against.
That's one hell of a system threat. Can't imagine how to win against something like that.
Look at her. She's vibing. I wish you could like join her or something. Head to the cafe.
Pick up the pace.
Present multiple target sequences. Okay. Begin by selecting first. Okay. So 5C. First go to the second. The sequence start point shifts to the next slot. Okay. Okay, I get it. So this, then 5C, then we would need this, then we would need this, then yep. Atom Smasher Echo is good, but is it really? I don't know. Oh. Did my... I think my internet dropped for a second. Did the stream... Is the stream alright? I think it's alright. Wait, what's Nami Pond doing here? Capybara, capybara.
So, what exactly are the kids at Star Torch even learning all day? I saw a schedule once. Names and times in a crammed sheet. Many courses I did not know.
Probably just a different department's course list. Back when I was a Rebel College student, my major was in phase coating material sciences.
Doesn't sound like much fun to me. Hope you got some interesting stories out of it.
I don't know. Losing a bet and having to confess to my crush in public right outside the dorms?
Oh, you have my attention now. Details, don't be stingy.
Any interesting moments from your student life?
There's been a few, but nothing like that.
Pick up the pace.
Set sail for flavor only 1 eddies.
You seeing this, Mom?
I'm strong enough to protect others now. I saved a kid from the tacit discords. Got her to the escape pod. Just like how you saved me back then. Did I do it right, Mom? Will you be proud of me?
Isn't this the female rover VA?
David. Reminds
Sounds
me of him.
very close to the F rover VA. Doo-doo-doo.
Pick up the pace.
Pick up the pace. Okay, out of curiosity, what's your opinion? Okay. 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 You wanna know something funny though? When I was in high school, I was like really skinny. So a friend of mine, wait, was it? Okay, it was a friend of mine who eventually went on to be my girlfriend. Okay, she used to call me a clothes hanger because apparently it looked like my clothes were hanging on, a coat hanger. That's how skinny I was. I mean, was I? Yeah, I guess I was. It was more that, I was just very lanky. Like I had a growth spurt because of, puberty and stuff. But I didn't put on much weight. So yeah, I looked like I was very skinny and lanky.
Looks like we're on the Nightmare TD's radar now. Let's move this along. Finish them for Adam Smasher shows.
Thanks for the headpads.
Reboot! Too slow! System merge!
Thanks for the daily check-in.
You
You've only been
things?
here a total of
Almost
4
feel
times. Oh my god, Jay. You must be a
Feeling
new viewer.
Open! Data white!
You're under new management.
Bing, cyber.
Deleting your ass.
Deleting your ass. Oh. Wait, I can.
Small margins. 7-day, no return policy.
Oh, this is like there were these things in oh, I need to get that. Oh no, I don't have pull tabs. No. Sold out. Okay. Sold out. Oh, 50 pull tab.
Small margins. 7-day, no return policy.
No return policy. Okay, I just want this for now. I'm so very new to your channel. I'll be off again. See ya.
Hey, friend.
No, don't
Wanna hear a
go.
joke?
I miss her already. I'm just messing with you.
The band's frequency is coming from behind this door. Ugh, my head's spinning again.
Great job, Abby.
Do, do. Do, do, do.
Thanks. Really.
It's nothing. But, I'll have to take a nap. Just holler if you need me.
Well, not what I expected to find.
This is...
David's in my place. Or... something like it was. Not the same exactly, but mostly how I remember it. Always ran ads late at night. For anything you could think of. Even tickets to the moon. You know, wasn't even as crazy expensive as you might think. We just weren't ready for it. Not yet.
Ah. What is this? Wait, what?
David couldn't stand the smell of smoke. Couldn't stomach fizzy drinks either. But he'd always buy them. Kept the fridge stocked. For me. As for smoking, I pretty much quit once we got together.
Aww.
When he couldn't sleep, David would just sit here. Sometimes he'd turn on the TV, stare at the screen, zone out. The more Chrome he installed, the more often I'd catch him sitting here. Gloria was David's mom. Worked herself to the bone for him, his future. Then she died in an accident. After that, David dropped out of school, became an edge runner.
Is this like the Akira bike? Doesn't it look a lot like the thing from the memes? I don't know if we can come back here again, so I really don't feel like. I hope we can though. Like they designed this place. Well, what? I'll sit down.
Thinking about David?
Yeah. He just never got to see his dream come true. Smasher took that from him.
The Ivory Gatekeeper said there's no such thing as dying in the Sun War. As long as we find the other Dream Band shards and piece them together, we can see him again.
Not talking about my dream. Talking about reality. Atom Smasher. Night City's top merc. Arasaka's most loyal attack dog. At the foot of Arasaka Tower that day, he killed Rebecca. Then, he killed David.
Somehow, her saying that makes it so real.
The Rebecca with us now is...
A ghost. Like David, she's just... a phantom, born from my dreams.
Oh.
We should talk somewhere else.
Feels, man, feels. I think the main reason Cyberpunk Edge Runners is so good is because in 10 episodes it gives you more feels than a lot of like 50 episode anime can do.
Hell of a backdrop, isn't it? The lights, the city, this whole dream. Every day, people flood into Night City chasing something. Nobody's dreaming of becoming legends. Ever wonder why the Nightmare TD wears Smasher's face? Why it puppets Corpo husks?
Is it because you're afraid of them? Deep down.
You're pretty sharp. I thought escaping to Night City would let me leave my worries behind. But all I found was a brief respite.
Yeah, that was pretty obvious that
During that time, I joined Maine's crew. And that's where I met David. He stuck it out at school best he could. Took all the bullying. All for his mom's dream. Same thing with our crew. A little recognition from Maine, and he was fully committed. No looking back. He was good. Truly good. A person like that. Rare breed in Night City. And that's why he never laughed at my dream of going to the moon. Only that he'd fly me there himself. That promise always weighed heavy on me. Was so bright it blinded me.
he must have been very important to you. Aww.
Yeah. David always said he was special, and he was. Not many could use the Sandevistan as he did and keep their sanity. But in Night City, there's only one way to become a legend. Flatline. Don't make a name for yourself by how you live, but by how you die. He launched a full-blown assault on Arasaka Tower. All to save me. In the end, he did. I lived. But he and Rebecca... they died that night. And eventually, I did go to the moon. Alone. You know, David? The moon. It's too quiet without you.
Oh.
In Night City, legends come and go. His might fade as so many others have. But I won't forget. I never will. Even if it hurts.
Oh damn, I'm aura farming here. Yeah, I knew there was gonna be something. I'm sorry, I got distracted by something. Oh. 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 Like 2 minutes ago, I was on the verge of tears, and now. Oof. Hello? Oh. Hello? Do you want to be on stream? You're muted right now. Okay, I will put you on stream just so the conversation is coherent, but if you need to say something, you can always let me know, okay?
Okay. Teehee. Hello, chat.
Hello, hello. Oof.
Hello.
I was I was literally laughing at I've broken it.
Honestly, we have the best conversation.
Oof. If you have any more like funny but non-private conversation like this, I would love to see them. Because I mean, this is like straight out of memes. Like I looked at the timestamp and I realized that it's actually real. But like if you told me you just lifted this off the internet and sent it to me, I would have believed you.
Oh my gosh, I've got another one. One sec, let me just see if I can find it.
Yeah, sure. Oof. Just a hee hee. I've broken it. Oh. Oof.
This is another one. This is on WhatsApp, where I asked my dad, "You picking me up tonight at 12?" And he was like, "Yeah, unless you want to get the bus for speed." And then I messaged him at 4 going, "Didn't get the bus." And then at 4:59, I put, "I got the bus, no need to come." And he said, "Okay, phew."
Okay, what?
Yeah, he just put, "Okay, phew." Like, phew. Like, really phew.
Yep, I get it.
And then, yeah. At 5, well, 12 minutes past 5. Bearing in mind, I finish work at 5.
Yeah.
So 12 minutes past 5, my dad was just like, "Okay, phew."
Here's your iron. So, what'd you think? Talk about a pro exfil.
So he just saw that text like super late.
Just did what you did. Followed your terminal.
No.
Oh yeah.
The thing is that he thought he was picking me up, yeah?
Yeah.
Rebecca.
And then after the time I finished work, he's just like, "Okay, phew. I don't need to pick you up."
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah.
Watch your back.
The nightmare TDs faked the frequency we were tracking.
Are you bussing tonight, or am I picking you up? Hello, you picking me up tonight? Question mark. I haven't got the bus. You gonna be late? Probably. I'll let you know. Okay, we'll need to be picked up though. And then at 5, I put ... And this is me texting him for 20 minutes, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, after I finish work. And then I just put, "Dad?" question mark. Yeah, 10 minutes later, he sends me his location of him leaving the house.
Oh.
Yeah.
Your dad sounds like the opposite of mine. My dad is the one who would be like texting me 100 times like, "How are you gonna get home? Okay. Make sure you have your tickets ready or whatever. Do I need to go?" He would, if I asked him to come pick me up, he would be there like 10 minutes early.
This one's quite amusing.
Yeah.
I'll actually send you this one because it's kind of long.
Okay, wait, let me pause. Do you mind if I read it? Or, okay.
I'd say read it in your head.
Okay, yeah. Is this like when he was visiting?
No, this is for,
Like, who is this about?
I'll send you it's about.
Oh. Oh. Oh, how does your dad know?
Well, I was calling him, like, in the kitchen, yeah.
I see.
And then my dad walked into the kitchen and he was messaging me this while I was on call with him.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I didn't read that out loud. Oof.
Yeah. Oh god.
Oh, hello, Johnny Silverhand. Just kill this
I'm
mother.
sorry, what?
There's a guy
Johnny
called.
Silverhand?
Yeah?
You know what? Let's not question it.
Wait, why?
I don't know. Like, it seems like a very unique name.
Follow me.
I
It's-
say as I have a bloke's name as my username.
No, that's a character from Cyberpunk, the game.
Okay.
Like, he literally has a prosthetic arm that's like, you know, silver, obviously, like metallic.
Mhm.
Oof. Oh, is this what you meant by your dad's jokes of a certain kind?
Yeah.
I see it now. Hey, this is funny though. I don't get the like the middle part of it. Like I don't get what that's a reference to or like. But yeah.
I will send you the reference.
Okay.
At last, those pesky flies have buzzed off. You drown in fear, choke on it. Surrender, and I may let you live. Bold and foolish. Do try and make this fun.
What a drag.
All that effort for nothing.
Shut up.
Face it, they're not.
I can't find it.
It's okay.
Let yourself open, sister.
It's basically me messaging my dad being like, hi, where are you? Because it was like 30 minutes left. Like 30 minutes since I finished work. And then he was just like, oh, I forgot you.
Let yourself open. Back door.
Oh god, he seems awesome.
My dad's amazing, yeah.
Honestly, like from what I've heard, both your parents are interesting.
I grow tired of watching you.
Yeah, they are very interesting.
Hell, pest.
Your mom sends very interesting texts too.
Sorry.
You know the like the recent trend these days of like vague posting online.
Mm.
Like they will post something and like just to get engagement they won't clarify what they're talking about. So it's called like vague
Mm.
posting. So your mom seems to be an expert at vague posting. She would get a lot of banger tweets on x.com.
She would. Honestly, some of the stuff that she sends me. Sometimes all she sends to me is oi.
Their blood's on your hands. If not
Just
for
oi,
you,
nothing else.
David and Rebecca would have
Oi.
survived that night.
So that could mean that she's mad at me. She wants to know what I want for tea, what she wants to know for my birthday, you know?
Couldn't even make us
Yeah.
We're at the end of our
Just could
ropes.
mean anything with her.
You put
So
them
yeah.
all in danger. It's all your fault.
Shut up!
David. Wait.
Anyway, I should probably start my streams, shouldn't I?
Lucy,
Yes, you should.
I'll see you on.
I'm not gonna lie, I've just been rambling and yeah.
Oh,
By the way,
good.
do you have Veto open?
What open?
Veto.
No. Are you ready?
I mean, technically, yes.
But
Yeah. I mean, I've got the game open. I've got all of my streaming stuff ready because I don't actually do anything for streaming.
okay, so you need a couple of minutes to start. Like, did you do the stream title and stuff? You should probably do that.
I'm just using the one that I did before.
Oh, you know you have like 5 streams by that name. I've lost track of which of those I've exported to your YouTube by now.
Why am I here?
Can thank our kitty cat. Thought I was a flatline for sure when I fell into cyberspace. Then bam! Whiskers in the train.
Let me just get through this cutscene thingy. Like this
Then the train
dialogue.
helped us find where you were. You were in the thick of it with nightmare TDs. I held off your
Okay, I've
attacks until I
changed
saw an
it.
opening to pull you out.
Thank you. Like you have at least 4 streams with the name Repo with Amazing Friends smiley face.
I just like Repo, you know?
Uh-huh.
Ain't this just the train we
I should probably start my stream.
Yes, do it.
overestimate a cat?
I should also make sure that my Discord. How do I do this again?
I think your starting screen doesn't have the audio sources, right? So it shouldn't be audible. But on the game scene, you should probably see like Discord as a different audio source,
Hmm.
which should be going up when I speak.
This is her somewhere after all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It is now doing it. It is now capturing your lovely voice.
I said I'm not really a cat.
Hello.
I know.
Sense into her.
Zachary, mademoiselle vagina, ton, tilly croissant. Tilly croissant? Sorry.
That was on stream, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay.
I'm surprised that one hasn't become a soundboard, me saying that.
I mean, we're out of slots for now. Should we remove the spray
Yeah.
one?
No, I feel like Orange likes that one because he can like use it whenever me and you are getting out of hand.
Quit yapping like that. Listen, that's the nightmare frequencies talking, not you.
It's just never happening, you know? Never happens. Me and you are so. So very so. So innocent.
Uh-huh.
Just ignore what I said about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, we're so innocent.
What kind of croissants do you like again?
Back in our world, David's already dead. And so are you, Rebecca. You both
Some
died
very
that
nice buttery
Adam
ones.
Smasher killed you.
Oof.
Since then,
Oh yeah, I should probably start my stream. I
That's
still haven't.
that's the fourth time you said that.
I try fighting back in my nightmares.
Yeah.
Sometimes I even
You know
win.
when like you're building up to actually
What's the
do
point?
something, but like you never end up doing it? It's kind of like that, you know?
No, it's not
And
like
next
that
night,
at all.
I'm always right back in the
Well,
city.
it kind of
Because
is.
you will end up doing it, right?
And nothing ever
I've clicked the
changes.
button.
Good.
You're such a weirdo.
I never
You're
know
like
how
dead
long
from
to have
jump.
the like starting stream
We all
soon
die
thing.
As I
Like
say,
how long it
timing
should be
don't
on.
matter,
I
so
have
long as it
a
means
an
something.
ad that's scheduled to run like
Knew
1
what I
minute after
signed
my
up
stream
for when I
starts,
told
and
David
it's like
I'd
a
get him to the
3-minute
top
ad.
of Arasaka Tower.
So when it
Sucks,
ends, I
yeah.
usually end my
If I'm
starting
already a
thing.
flatline, why sweat
But I
it?
don't know if you have that thing scheduled too.
I have no clue.
Listen, Lucy.
Can
David
I
and
do
I are
it for
gone.
you? Let's see.
Nothing's changing that.
Mod view.
We're only here now because you remember us.
Amazing
Still
Bread
got
aka
something to
Dorky
say.
T.
Why do you hydrate me? Oh no, they have like one. Actually, no. I have a rock star.
And cause
Teehee.
you're still breathing.
I'm going to be energetic.
This is just a dream.
Wait, yes.
Opening
No
I
matter
think
if
I can
reality's a
manage your ad
fucking meat
stuff.
grinder,
Is it
you
okay
gotta
if I
wake up
do
and
it?
face
Yeah, go ahead.
Even if you wake up and we ain't there.
Look, you set up my streaming stuff and a lot more stuff. Like, you helped me get ballet sorted as well.
Lucy,
Yeah.
I can't promise that you won't have nightmares
What
again.
would you do without me?
But at least this time, we're here with you to face them.
Slam my head into a desk.
No, please don't do that.
Exactly. Now that I have you, I can't do that. Also, speaking of you. Just like a little gremlin. I'll say thank you for the hydrate. I have hydrated. I
Very
took a
nice.
sip of Monster.
So you were getting like a 30% ad revenue split. I have made it so you now get 55%. Yay.
Mm.
You get more money from Amazon.
Do I really want more money from Amazon though?
Why
I
would
do
you?
streaming for the fun of it.
Yeah, but like, if the question is whether Jeff Bezos gets it or you get it, then I think the answer is obvious, you know?
That is very true, yes.
Yes.
I should probably do an intro thing. Have you finished with your thingamabob yet? Can we play Meatball?
Yes, the cutscene just ended, and I'm going into a fight, but I will do it later.
Do you want to knock on me?
Okay.
I want to be able to see your chat.
Can I not do that in mod view? I guess not. I need to look at yours.
I just also switched to like the gameplay thing, so like, you know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait.
Like my stream can actually hear me.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh, you can do the voice changer in Meepo. Oh my gosh.
Do you want me to?
It's up to you.
Okay, I think I've set
It
up
is
your
up to you.
ad stuff the same as mine.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
A tune-up should do the trick for
This
now.
should be good.
Mhm.
Now let me knock on. Oh, knock.
Mhm. I have put on the shared chat thingamabob, I think. Did I? I don't know if I did. Did I put on
No.
the shared chat?
For me, it says waiting for host. Like, I haven't really joined the collab yet.
All right. A tune-up should do the trick for now.
Why?
Mhm.
What am I doing? How do I do this?
Did you get a notification within Twitch?
Can you resend it? Can you re-knock?
Jay, let me in. Knock with message. I did. Did you get a notification?
Did you do it 2 times?
Yeah.
All right. A tune-up should do the trick for
Oh,
now.
it says stream
Has it
together.
worked?
It says stream together has ended. Well, that's it, guys. Stream's over.
Uh,
Maybe you tried knocking on me?
have I done it?
No.
All right. A tune-up should do the trick for now.
Do you want to try it again?
Wait, let me do something, okay? Let me add you as a... You should be a favorite. Oh, wait, I got your thingy.
Yay.
Yes. We're in.
That's what she said.
Hello, I was wondering if you got
Right
the
up my
Phantom
alley.
Glomoth from this shop and what it does. It's a different look for the... Oh, why is that making... Okay. Okay, give me like 1 second. Someone in chat asked something. It's a
Okay.
different look for one of
I'm going
the...
to.
Need something?
Maybe I'll mute myself. So there's a... So Phantom Echoes are basically like different looks for the echoes. So, Glomoth, what is it like a... Which set would it be under? I don't even know. Is that... No, that's not a Glomoth. I think it's a 3-star, right? Like a 3-cost echo. You know what? Let's go to the other page then. Let's go... Data bank. Should be... We should let you like search. Glomoth. There you go. So this is what the Glomoth normally looks. And if you get the Phantom Glomoth, it looks like this. It's not really much of a difference. It just changes the color of the tusks. It doesn't actually buff. It's just a cosmetic thing. So Phantom Echoes are just cosmetic. It does not change anything about the actual echo itself. It's just how it looks. So for Glomoth, it's not that apparent. It's just like instead of gold, it's like silverish. The tusks and the ears, I guess. No, phantom echoes are so for others too, like let's say these ones. Yeah, see, for these ones you can see, so this is the normal one. The phantom one is like a red color. This is the normal one. The phantom one is blue color. So yeah, a lot of them have phantom echoes, which are just differently colored ones. They're just cosmetic. They are pretty rare though, so if you have the corals, you might want to get them. Like I did get them. So you see for crownless, this is the normal one, this is the phantom one. But yeah, I think I'll be switching to repo now because I'm gonna play some repo with Jay.
Yay! Teehee. Are you like only doing it on like Discord? Oh, I can hear myself twice.
You can mute my
Okay.
stream now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, what were you saying?
Yeah. Are we going to like be in a Discord call or are we going to use like Repo game thing Bob?
Up
Yeah.
to you.
It's up to you. I don't mind.
I mean, Discord kind of feels like cheating, but
Then we shall use in-game volume. I can speak. I can 100% speak. Yes.
I mean, I'm fine with Discord too, as if it's just us playing.
Nah, game voice thing. Game voice thing.
Let's see. Is my game capture
What
thing
is-
gonna be fine? Or will I need to resize it?
I don't know.
Okay, looks good.
I don't know.
Okay, let me change my category and add you to my title. Why did that get caught by Autobot? Hello?
What was that?
Watching
I wanna know.
watching the stream at work, very nice. So that got caught by Autobot for some reason. Okay, maybe NICU in some other languages, some weird word or something. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, let me say repo with the amazing Jades. And the category is repo.
By the way, who's hosting? Do you want a host?
Sure.
Yeah.
Private game. What are your pings on the different regions?
I have not a clue.
Does it not show you this thing if you click on like the private game option?
Private game. Yeah. Europe is 27. USA is 87. USA West 153. South Africa 173. Asia 175.
You don't even have Japan and Australia?
Japan is 234.
Okay, never mind. I guess Asia's best then? Because my Europe
Yeah.
is like 252. Asia is like 74 for me, and it's like 150-ish for you.
Yeah, let's go Asia.
You love a. Should we use this save from the first time I ever played Repo?
Yeah. I really like Hyper. I'm hyper but tired, which is a fun combination.
You're in a mood. Oh wait, do we want?
Mhm.
Oh wait, I should have launched with mod. Wait, give me a sec. I'll launch with the shed upgrade mod because that one's very good.
Yeah, it's very good. My stream is showing 22 minutes. 20 22 minutes of just yapping. If in doubt, yap.
Wait, what? 20?
Yap it is.
Huh? It hasn't been 22 minutes since you started. What?
Yeah, but my like stream thing is like kind of weird. So like, you know.
Okay, late join, better team upgrades. Yeah, this should be good. Now let me launch the game. Oh, it's probably gonna capture the wrong window again. It's probably gonna show code on stream. Don't be scared, chat. The code will not hurt you.
The code. It burns. The code. Oh no.
I hope the code doesn't include like bots, like C drive slash user slash whatever. Because, hey, what is my user? Oh no, okay, never mind. It would just show dark or something.
Ooh, you're on your break? Oh, I don't have headphones when I listen during my breaks at work either. Yeah, it's very fun.
But my break is not very long. Aw. Also, Raisu, is that how I refer to you? I hope I answered your question.
What was his question? I am now curious.
So.
Oh, the color moth thing.
Yep. So WuWa has these things called like echoes, right? Which are like you can just summon these little creatures to like do an attack with you or something. So there's also like phantom echoes, which are just different skins for those. So they wanted to know what the phantom Clawmoth is one of the echoes. It looks like a mammoth. So they wanted to know what it does. Wait, why do you have the... Oh, because you beat me up last time. Okay, yeah. We're gonna be using in-game, right? I'll have to turn you up to 200% then. Oh wait, I've been speaking in-game the entire time. Have you been hearing me twice?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, you are so... Okay. I can barely hear you in-game. Wait, let me see if I can like turn up repo somehow.
Yeah.
I cannot. Can you go to your like audio settings and check if this is at 100% for you? The microphone volume.
How do I do this?
Click on settings.
Uh-huh.
Audio.
Yeah, it's at 100%.
Oh. Okay. I'll just turn up my master volume and I'll turn down everything else.
Just have the master volume at 100 and everything else at 1% in order to hear me.
No, I need this proximity voice at 100 too. Yeah, I could do that. Wait, that's a good call. I do this. Text to speech should be fine. Can you try text to speech? Okay, now you're way too loud actually. Let me set it. Okay. Okay, maybe text to speech a little higher.
Dorky, dorky, dork. Hey, guy. Hee.
Why are you banging on your keyboard? Are you alright?
What do you mean I'm not banging? I'm just typing.
Typic.
You don't question my spelling.
Not Tippy. Dorky. Yay. It's my name. Hee. Can I eat you? In what way? Nasty.
I didn't see what it said.
Nasty.
Did you miss it again? Okay, I guess not.
I saw it.
Okay.
Yum.
Okay, we should actually,
Yeah,
start.
we should, but before that,
Nothing beats a Jet 2 Lizard.
Jet 2
And right
lizard.
now, you can
Give me a
save
sec.
50 Lizard. That's 200 off for a family of Lizard.
Thanks for the Jet 2 lizard, ready. Okay, yeah. As I was saying before that, I'm just gonna go pee. I'm sorry.
Hey, Pascal. I'll keep your chat entertained. Alright, chat. Hello. How is everyone?
Keep my chat entertained.
Sure, yes. I am very good with keeping people entertained. 100% yes. I am so very entertaining. I don't know what to do. Anyway, chat, how is your days? How are you guys? Yes, my default. How are you guys? I'm probably only going to stream for like an hour or two. Like, I unfortunately have work tomorrow. Very fun. So yeah. I also really need to get new headphones. Yeah, I found out a little something, which is the fact that my headphones have a massive cut in them, which is very fun because it is currently showing the wire in it. Like the bare wires. So yeah. I should probably invest in a new headset at some point. Keyword at some keyword? Plural word. Yeah, keyword. At some point. I don't know when. I really like these headphones. So everything. Also, I've like bent them perfectly. Yeah. Because I don't like having both my like headphones like on my ears. So I've like bent my headphones. Just from the amount of times that I've moved one of them off of my ear. They're like permanently bent. Very good. I recommend. But yeah.
I am back.
Hello. Your chat had to listen to me ranting about my headphones.
Oh wait, I forgot to switch my game thing. It's still showing code. Whoops. A good thing I checked. Oh yeah, not just my chat. I was also listening to that. Wireless headphones, remember?
Oh yeah, you were listening to me while you were pissing.
Yep.
I was listening to me while you were pissing.
It's like listening to you when I'm not pissing, but I'm pissing. It's the same thing.
Oh, that's boring. Anyway, are we going to start?
Yes, but before that, give me 1 second. I have to do something very important. Wait, let me make sure. Okay, this is your chat.
No. I know what you're about to do. No. Nuh-uh. No.
What? What do you think I'm about to do?
No. Whatever it is that you're about to do, don't do it. Don't do it. Dorky? I think you added an extra zero by accident.
Nope. I told you yesterday, just you wait.
Thank you so much for the 1,000 bit. What the fuck? What the fuck? Thank you.
Of course. Don't worry about it. And now we can start. I forget how goofy you look.
Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate it. You didn't have to.
I know
Please
I
don't give me
didn't.
bit. Oh, there. No.
Don't you want to be a
Haha.
passenger princess? I was gonna put you in the cart. It looks so cute the way the legs. I stop. What?
Did I make you jump?
No.
Oh.
It was very loud.
Oh, I'm sorry, chatters, if that was too loud.
No, I think it should be fine for chat.
If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it.
Don't be mad when you say that he wanted what? What?
What? Oh my gosh, why do you have like no health?
Huh? Oh, probably because I died last time. Wait, how much do you have now? No? Okay. I'll get... What?
I'm a winner.
Congratulations.
I got a trophy. I can't remember where the card is, but you know what scares me.
Can I have something fragile? Please don't.
Hi Carmen, thank you so much for the hydrate.
Hi, Cara.
Thank you so much for the shirts as well. I will get.
I'm coming
Thank
up
you.
behind you. Please do not make any sudden moves.
Hmm?
Please do not turn around suddenly, because I have a fragile item right behind. Oh,
Oh my gosh, you finally got a job! Woohoo! Sorry.
congratulations. I blame Kara for that. Oh no, I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. I'm gonna pick up a hammer. Is that a oh no, that was a cheat. No.
Okay, that one's cheating.
Oh, you're so nice. You didn't have to drop it though. Okay, you're still better, okay. The clown did not like the mention of getting a job.
Uh,
10.5 hours, 6 days of the week. Oh, that sounds a bit rough, but I hope you get paid accordingly though.
I hope you get paid too. Oh, but for
What?
rubbish hours. I just
Your voice is cutting off? What did you say?
read the message about the work hours. It is rubbish hours.
Yeah. But I mean, if you get paid the big bucks, I guess that's fine.
Ah yes, profit maxing. Getting that bank.
It is what it is, not even the convenience store. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you don't have options.
Oh my gosh, you got the in real life supermarket job.
No, he said that even the convenience stores didn't hire him.
Then what are you working as if you don't mind me asking? Hee. I'm ready to select it.
Oh my god, you are? You've
Yeah,
never
I
mentioned that
know.
before.
You would never have guessed. Where are you going?
There's a lot of stuff here. Let me get the cart.
What's this? Not even green. Very true. Stapler. There's a stapler.
I'll be working in a hotel as a helper of some sort, mainly taking care of the towels by the pool while also helping out at the bar and cleanup. I see.
Sounds interesting. Okay, help me.
Nice.
We should probably take this back to the start.
Yes.
Oh. Still, a job is a job. You get work experience making it so that thingamabob can thingamabob, yes.
Thingamabob can thingamabob, yes.
Wait, no, no,
I
don't
didn't.
put it in.
I.
We're just putting it on the side. We do not put it in.
That's what she said. Oh wait, this thing is big. like it's worth. Okay. That's what
Nope.
she said. Oh, what?
Keep it out.
Yes, don't worry. I'll like way out. Why is it not?
Hmm.
Um, okay, let's just lay it flat. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Okay, nice. That's what she said for times 4. Yeah. Don't put it in. Don't put it in. She really doesn't want me to put it in, guys.
Yeah.
Also, why did we bring the cart?
I didn't know. I thought you were bringing the cart. Is that it?
Oh, it's the baby. It's the baby. Oh. Oi.
Why is there a child?
Is this why you said don't put it in? Because you hate babies. Oh, it's running away. It's running away. Oh, what is it? Oh,
It's on the up and down, up, down, up, down, up.
oh, oh, oh. Okay. Oh, oof.
We forgot a girl's best friend,
What?
Miss Scales.
I've heard a very different version of that saying.
That's just being dirty-minded.
Hey, what?
That's just being dirty-minded.
No, the one I've heard is diamonds are a girl's best friend.
I thought I was being dirty-minded.
No surprises there. Oh,
Hey, very surprisingly being dirty-minded.
uh-huh. I am ever
Mhm.
so surprised.
You should be. How the tans have peopled. Yes.
You know, because it's just the two of us, I'm really not worried about like staying alive and being quiet and stuff. If we die, we die. What?
Staying alive, staying alive.
Staying alive.
I'm feeling the pizza. Sugar beats, yeah, the spoon. That's the car.
We forgot.
Okay.
Okay, I'll bring the card. Okay, I guess I'll just follow you.
What?
Why did you walk into the corner?
Because in case like one of the big baddies comes along, you know.
I see. You don't like baddies?
They're not my cup of tea anymore.
I see.
I found a hard drive.
Oh.
You saw nothing. Why is there a child?
Oh,
Doggy! Doggy!
oh, I
Got the
got-
child!
Oh, where's he go? Oh.
Here!
It's not letting. Oh, it's behind you. I got it. I got it. I got it. Oh. Yes. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Oh, oh, nice catch. Oh, up, down, up, down, up. No, 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 no. No, no, it's running away. Got it. Up, down, up, down. Oh, nice.
Yay! We killed the child.
Not the oh,
Shada.
not the first one we've killed.
Why are you hiding?
Because I heard the giggling. Oh, the thing that you're not supposed to look at, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm just hiding because I don't want to look at it.
Why are you laughing?
Nothing.
There's a mug. I got a mug shot.
You sound so British when you say that. Oh, mug. Oh,
I
mug.
got a mug. I got a tree.
I got a flashlight. Oh,
I thought you said something else then.
yes. Oh, another. Oh my god.
No.
No.
Come on.
Come back.
Come on.
Up. Oh. Got it. Got it.
Up.
Down.
Down. Up. Down.
No, no, no.
No. No.
Oh my god. That's a strong baby. Oh. Can we knock it with the cart?
No, don't attempt it, just slam.
Oh.
Damn it! Get the baby!
Oh. Nice. Hey, was it like 3 babies?
Yeah, 3 babies. Anyway, shall we extract?
Sure. You found someone's homework drive.
Yeah, homework. Oh, sugar child.
Why are there so many children about?
Thinking of. No, not gonna say that. Oh, we missed something. We missed some stuff.
Oh my god.
Where's that child? I heard the baby.
I think it's on the other corner. Where is it? I don't know.
We missed some stuff.
What did we miss? It shows something here. What? Oh. Oh, it's the key card that the baby stole. Nice. Yeah, I think we should be good. Oh, no! It fell off! The ball rolled off. Can we push this with the cart?
I'll jog it as
Okay.
well. Okay, come on. Ah, it's too heavy.
Yep. Get out. I got you. I got you.
Oh, wait, sugar. I did it too soon.
Oh my god. Just see a bunch of babies coming at us.
Oh my goodness, we have money.
Yeah, we have a surprising amount of money.
I feel like we should get the feather one.
I shall trust your judgment. What upgrades do we have? Crouch rest, sprint speed, stamina, rate. Probably a stamina, right? Strength is also good. Anything else? Strength? Do we want more strength? I think we want
Yeah,
more
I'd say
strength.
probably strength.
Oh, we won't fit though.
Why? Oh.
What do we want to do
Do you want
here?
to get rid of the grabby thing?
Range? Yeah, I think so. It's fine.
Yeah, and then we can get another crystal thing.
Yeah, sounds good.
Either that or we can get a bomb.
It's up to you. I trust you. The immediate running after saying I trust you. I trust you, but not when you're driving. And it's not because you're a woman.
It is so because you heard it first to that.
It's because you are you.
I'm a good driver. I've got my driving license. I haven't driven 2 years.
It's been longer for me, I think. I think the last time I drove was when my sister got married.
Happy wedding to your sister.
That was like 4 years ago.
You ready?
Yes.
You ready? I don't think you're ready for this challenge. I don't think you're ready for this challenge. This has probably been born.
What?
The head is normally on this one.
No, I hate the head.
I've got the thing. I'm also getting radiated there.
Yeah, get away.
Where's the... You want to take it back to the beginning?
Yes.
Beginning?
Beginning.
Beginning? One sec, let me... yeah.
Just put it down. I'll set it in place. You can get away from here.
I like how now that the blind man is here, we're both free to speak.
Yep. I am very glad you survived this shot.
It's not the best shot, I'm not gonna lie.
It's almost like he's blind or something.
Yeah. You ready to move into a new room? I
Yep.
think we go this way.
Sure.
Let's grab the cart. Are we not taking the cart?
Oh, welcome Raiders.
Oh, hello, Raiders.
Welcome Raiders. There is
Hi, Raider.
there is a blind man about, so I'm a bit scared to greet you guys, but
A piece?
what?
A piece?
Go be free. Hello, Aquaso. How are you doing? Okay, let me hide here. How was your stream? Keep yourself safe first. Yes. Oh. What were you playing? Why does my raid shout out thing not mention what you were playing? Oh, you were playing Valorant, I see. How are the games?
Is that a way to, like, yeah.
What?
Yoo-hoo!
Is there a way to what?
Is there, like, anything here which would, like, you know, require us going into the vent? I don't think so.
I don't think so. We were just playing Valorant, but after that we started playing random things on Roblox. I see. Hope you had fun. And yeah, welcome in Raiders. If you need to raid and run, because it's super late. I mean, for those of us in Asia at least. Feel free to do so. If not, you're welcome to stay and watch us play some Repo.
don't think there's anything really in this room.
But you wanted to come to this room.
Yeah.
Why you spam so much raid message? It's okay. They're just really excited. What level? This is like the second level, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the second level. We kind of died the first level.
Yeah, we were kind of messing around a bit. Someone in our chat was like, I finally got a job. And there was the laser frog thingy in front of us, and we were like, congrats, and the thing just lasered both of us.
Yeah.
More irradiated teacups. Rub it. Yo, Queso, how's it going? Hi, Rennie. Are you done with work, Rennie? Where did the blind man go?
I don't know.
I think we should bring this back to the bidding.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Do you want to grab this?
Got it. I don't think we can place the big thing inside, right? It'll go over.
Yeah.
So let me place this cube inside, I guess. Yeah, that should be safe. Okay, let's go back. You deserve it? Yes, she does. Wait,
No.
give me 1 second. If I'm not wrong, you had 66 followers before, right?
If I'm not wrong, what?
You had 66 followers before, right?
Thank you for putting my followers to 6-7. This is why he unfollows me now, just so it's not 6-7. By the way, is it he or she? Or they? There's the question.
Queso? It's a he, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Mine was 67 earlier, too. Wait, let me make sure I follow you. Oh. I try to be nice. I'll tap for a second. No. Oops. You still have your stream running, by the way. You should probably end. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not fault. What is that noise? I'm your 69th follower, though.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Oh my.
Hey, what? How is she alive? Bro literally like swiped his stick across her. Oof. TY for the follow. 69. Yep, I'm your 69th follower. I kinda wanna be a menace and like jump off the cart or something. But I also don't wanna get her killed. Ah, already too? It's 70? Nice. How long have you been streaming? I didn't know you streamed. Oh. Run, run, run. Couple of weeks ago. Lost a bet with Zen. I see.
Is he around?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, let's bring the cart.
Let's do that.
Oh my gosh, maybe try not dying next time. That would be very helpful and very useful.
I was just like, do I follow you? And I all tapped and he heard me and he shot me and I watched him aim at me and I couldn't like crouch because I was all tapped out of the game.
Just so you know as well, I witnessed the entire thing because I noticed the bloke before you. So I just like ran and hid and was silent and let you carry on talking, I saw you get murdered. And then I had to try and not laugh. Oh no! I've made you sad. No.
I'm just messing with you. There's a gumball machine. I'm gonna keep this to the side for a bit so we can fit the small stuff in. Oh, okay, at least I have time to look at chat now. JJ, thank you. Yeah, Jay is very nice. I didn't expect to come in here really just to get followers. All good. I see, but thank you so much. Appreciate it. Unlucky. Yeah. It was a classic he's right behind me, isn't he moment.
I now need to walk in.
Nice. Just died instantly without knowing. Yeah. Thanks for the daily check-in. Oh, she's so scared. He doesn't seem to be around. It should. Oh, did I see something? Thanks for the hydrate. Oh, that thing is gonna fall, maybe? Thanks for the stretch and the posture check. Yeah, I can have a break now.
And why this game terrifies me.
Oh, what is that? Around the corner? Was that the blind man? Or was that something else? She's so scared. So right before you guys got here, I was just telling her that like because it's just the two of us, I don't really mind making noise and like I don't mind if we die and we reset because we're just playing for fun, right? It's not like when you play in a large group, it kind of feels like you should all work together to achieve something. If it's just two people, it's just like fun and games. But now that she's alone, I think she feels the pressure to like not let the run end. So she's got like super locked in mode. I just realized you've been streaming for 9 hours. No, no, we just started repo like half an hour ago, maybe. I played Apex with Yu or Tanuki, uh, and Orange Pandas, another streamer friend of mine, for like a couple of hours. I mean, more than a couple of hours, honestly. Thanks for the follow, Narco VT. Hello. Welcome in. Jay can't speak right now because there's a blind man about, but welcome in. Let me shout you out. You're a streamer too, right? I'm pretty sure I raided into your
Hi,
channel.
Marco. And hi, everyone. I'm being quiet because that's the blind man, and my friend decided, you know what, he's just gonna die. He's just gonna, not play this game. So I'm here by myself, terrified, being like, what the.
What the hell? I thought Rachel was the safer one.
Oh, are we both
He is the one who introduced me to that.
Oh.
Welcome back. Bro, flush.
Well, where am I?
Oh, you broke. You good?
Put her back in.
Thank you for the blessing, chat.
Yes.
Bye.
Okay, wait.
I just hope you do this. Uh,
Oh, I'm like so far away from her. Oh, I think I might be stuck. Nope. You know what? I'm just gonna type in chat.
okay.
How's
It's
y'all?
fine. It's all good. I'm locking in. Hope you have, left me. It's all good.
Oh. Which way was I going again? This way. I think she's this way. Let's go. I think the blind man is coming towards me. What? Hello. I'm already dead. I like rage baiting the old man. Oi. 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 You can't get me. You can't kill. I should probably go away from that hallway though. She's gonna be trapped. Oh, dang it. Lurk, thanks for the lurk, Ace. She's so rage baiting. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, what is that? What is that?
Don't worry about it. I'm just rage baiting the blind dude.
Okay. You continue with that.
Also, I'm sorry for dying again. Oh. You're doing amazing. I'm just giving words.
I'm going to die. Is the ice still there?
I'm just giving her words of affirmation because that's all I can do. Oh, oh. No! No! Rip. Can't do none but be there in spirit. Yeah. Do you need a hand with that?
Yeah. I mean, it'd be nice if I could get a hand.
Mm. That's not good. That is not good. Where am I? Oh, I see. Oh, poor girl, she's so scared. I feel bad. Uh,
I don't know what to do.
don't worry about it. Remember what I said, we're just playing for fun. It's okay if you die.
Yeah, but like, I'm walking in.
Yeah, and you're doing amazing. Oh, the blind guy's like below you. Like not exact. No, he went away. He went away. He was like at the doorway. I'm so tired right now. I'm gonna sick as well. So talking so much earlier isn't that? You should go sleep.
How
Because
well are you?
I kind of jumped around a lot. You should probably see me if you when you're going towards the extraction. The blind guy is on me. Careful. Yeah, I'm right there on the ground somewhere. I'll grab some snacks so I can eat my meds. Yes, please do, and then go to sleep. Book? What's the book thing about?
Hold on.
Nicely done. The eye is gone. Maybe just put me back at the truck. It's anywhere's fine. It's fine.
You're coming with me to the extraction.
Okay. Did he just trip and fall? Yes.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. I'm gonna have to clip that. Oof.
Oh my gosh, I jumped at the shadow of my claw. Oh god.
Should we jump scare her a bit more?
Okay. By the way, do I need to actually put the money in?
What do you mean? Oh,
Like, do I need to put the bag of money in?
I don't think you need to, but if you don't, it doesn't count towards our total, I think.
Oh, okay.
You got this. You got this. Get away, get away, get away. You're good. I'm so sorry.
Now be quiet and get to the junction point. Okay? You are making it through this, yeah? Yes, Doggy? Yes? Okay. Thank you. To be fair, the blind man will probably be.
I'm not taking any chances. I'm muting myself in game. If I die again, she will literally kill me. Oh my god, why is he coming back?
Since the blind man is back there, I think we can speak.
Okay.
Think.
Let's just run for it.
Okay. Thank you for surviving. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was just talking to stream both times and I died.
Oh my gosh.
You don't have to be so nervous. It's okay.
No, because like REPO scares me anyway. So that it's like
It's not a scary game when it's with friends, right? Even if they're dead friends.
oh yeah. Anyway, we now have money.
Do you wanna go gambling first?
Yeah. Let me just get some health pack first.
Yes, please. Do it. What is that? Oh, it's just a sleeve. Okay.
Mm. You like that?
It's like rags. It looks so thick.
I don't know how you use this.
I don't know. It says roll stuff. Do you need to like roll with it or something?
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know. It's stuck.
Oh, we need to find the manager's key.
Let me see what upgrades we have. Do we want extra jump? I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, extra jump would be handy.
Range, sprint speed, stamina. Yes, I love stamina.
Do you know where the manager's key is?
Probably with the manager.
It's not with me. Aha! I found it.
See, it was with you. Like right below you.
You coming with me?
Sure. You know I love going to the manager's office with you.
Oh my gosh, there's so many bombs. We should get the bombs.
Sure. I'm never gonna use these, by the way. You can have all the grenades. I'm too scared to
Hope
use.
you have a nice night. Also, thank you, chat, for being very nice to me while I was scared out of my mind.
Yeah. Thanks for the lurk. Bye-bye. Eat well and rest well. And hope you recover soon. What else do we want?
Do you want to reroll and see if we can get help?
How much would it be? Because reroll is like... Okay, it's just 5k? Yeah, we can do that. No. Strength, stamina.
We should get more strength and stamina.
Do we have enough for both though? I think yes. I have a
This
strength.
is BK.
And the strength is 7k. Oh.
Oh, we can get rid of one of the bombs.
Yes, please.
Hmm. Okay.
How much is that?
50.
Oh, that's exactly what I needed. We are sharing upgrades, right? Yes, we are. Nice. What? You left that for me?
One sec. You can have the bomb. You
Um,
can have big bomb.
I don't want it, but okay.
My inventory is full of bombs.
Do you want the big one?
No.
Because I'm never gonna use this, you know that, right?
I'm never going to use the bombs either. I don't know why we got them.
Because you said you wanted them.
Yeah, but like they're nice to have, you know? They're very nice to have.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, you want to?
Yep.
This will probably need to be my last game.
Yeah, all good.
So, to quote Zombie Cleo, get yourself a sword and don't die.
To code what?
Hermitcraft reference. Wait, not Hermitcraft, Life Series reference. Get yourself a sword and don't die.
I see. What? Okay. There's a couple of tiny things here. I'll bring the cart.
I got a mug. Again.
The way you say that.
I got pills. I got eat. Is that everything?
I think so. I saw nothing.
Yeah, you saw nothing.
Totally didn't see some random red numbers on my screen.
Yeah, why would you? No one else is in the new way. Yeah. Doki, Doki, come here, stand here.
I know what to do. Oh,
How do I do this?
Why are they all here? Oh my god. Okay. There's the balloon. There's the scissor one and the... Okay. Oh god. Why were they all together? Oh. Ah, okay.
You got this. Just believe you can do it. You
Sure.
got it.
Sure, I'm gonna die.
You don't have enough of it, Jack.
That's true. But like, I want to keep your head safe. Or you're gonna jump away. I'm scared.
There's the feather thing, remember? It's where I died, the feather thing.
Okay, yeah. She really wanted to do the jump scare thingy. I mean, I do have enough for extraction now. Have a mog. There's like nothing here. Are you ready to come back?
No.
Well, too bad. But you really don't. You really don't want?
I'm happy. Come on.
Okay.
Put it in.
That's what she said. Welcome back.
Hello.
Let me get.
No, you already
Oh,
did
hide, 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 hide,
knock out.
hide, hide, hide. Hide. No, come this way. Oi.
Hehe. Hi.
Hi.
You ready?
Yeah, I
What's up?
guess.
I'm not gonna lie, I think we're probably dead.
I think so too. Wait. Oh. Wait. Let me. You know what? No, I can't give you anymore. Oh. I'm sorry, I could only give you a singular back shot.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't trust myself to do this.
Do we? Sure.
Also, there's the scarecrow wife thing. Like, over there.
No! Okay. Okay. The other dude is also ahead of us.
Continue pushing the cart.
Okay.
There's nothing there, don't worry. Oh, Marshmallow Bloke's back.
Yep. He was there last I saw him.
He went into a different room, now he's back. He's in the corner.
Oh.
Oh, he's heading over here. Run.
Please don't die.
Okay, you're not dead, are you?
Nope. Oh, come on. I don't think I checked this. Okay, there's nothing here. Nothing in the locker.
No, you. You do it.
Do we want to do this now? Do we want to find the
I don't
extraction?
know, we should probably find the
Yeah.
extraction point.
Yeah. What happened?
Very nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, we should get the big thing. 2 seconds. I'm streaming.
You can mute and go if you want.
I'm streaming.
I miss her. Okay, I'll try getting this thing. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good at all. Okay. That's better. Can you please? Okay, better.
So sorry about that. Someone knocked on my door. And yeah.
No worries.
Wait.
Oh. Okay, so like, do we have everything? Do you want to do this?
I think so.
Okay. No.
Uh,
Is that gonna be good enough? Or does it
Uh,
need to be
needs to be up.
um did that work or no, I guess not. No, I guess it did. We got a lot. Huh? I think it worked, right? I think we just go to extraction now. But what happened to our thingy? Did it get destroyed?
Yeah, it did because we didn't remove it.
Ah, no, we don't need this. Let's go.
I don't think we got anything.
We didn't check that room. Oh. 10 HP and a dream.
We survived!
Yay.
Yay! Let's buy stuff at the shop and then we can end.
Yes.
Or I can end. I don't know if you're going to end.
I'll end too. Oh, that was crazy. Extra jump, health, strength. What is that? Trank gun? What happens if I shoot you with this?
Do it.
Nothing? Oh, okay. Oh wow, you got like big eyes. Extra jump, health, and strength. Do we want these three? Or do we want stuff?
I kind of want the sword. I'm not gonna lie.
Are we really gonna fight anything with the sword though?
That is a good point, yeah. But with a pan, I'm really good with a pan.
How are you now?
Yeah.
Like, would you actually fight stuff with the pan?
Yeah.
Sure, we can get it. Extra jump,
Yeah.
health. How much is this? 28. I think we can afford all of this. Get the extra jump. Crouch rest. I think that's good.
Okay. Should we also get one of these energy crystals
Sure.
to recharge?
Yep. What would we recharge though? We lost our thingy.
Oh yeah, that's actually fine.
Do you want to push the button? Do you want to end it?
Yeah. Thank you for the clutch, by the way.
No, your clutch was much more stressful before. Mine was just extraction. That was easier. Dang.
Anyway, who should we raid after?
Yeah, let's see. When? How long is he gonna stream?
I don't know. I know that Luna is going to stream for a while.
Sure, we can raid her.
You want to leave a raid message in my chat as well?
Sure. But before that... have some more.
Why? No! That's like 2,000. That's not good. No. Thank you for the another 1,000, Dorky. You really want that note.
I really want what?
You really want that note.
I mean, am I not gonna get it if I don't give you bits?
No, you are going to get to it.
Yeah, I know. What
Anyway, thank you.
Dorky J Raid?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, we can have the like pop hat thing as well.
Pop. Like this.
Yeah.
GG's, guys. Thanks for sticking around, Rennie.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay, let me copy this message. Let me just make sure I get her username correct. Lynavir. I'm just gonna copy it just to be sure. Alright, thanks everyone for watching. We're gonna be raiding out to Lina. She's playing Hollow Knight. Do that in my chat too. Alright. Thanks everyone
Thank
for
you guys so
watching.
much for watching.
It was fun.
That's
Stressful
really
but fun.
fun.
But like, it really wasn't that stressful. Like, if we die, I don't mind because it's just like, just the two of us, you know? Like, if it's
Yeah,
more
if we
people,
die, it's fine.
if there's like 5 people watching you, be the last person, it feels very stressful. Like, you're letting everyone down.
Yeah.
Alright, bye-bye. Take care. Good night.
Bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye.